Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost Planning the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going? I am trying to get alive here. Oh my goodness. Wow. I I am exhausted. I don't know if you guys know, had one heck of a show last night. One heck of a show last night. And my sleep status is very, very breaded. In fact, if you were following along, I put up the link to this show at 7 in the morning. I think it was. It's because I fell asleep in this chair right after the show, the other show ended, and woke up. It's like, oh my God, gotta put together a link for the live stream and get this thing going. And right now I'm suffering from the thing. Do you again, I don't know. I don't know how much you operate with basically no sleep, but I'm freezing cold as my body is like adjusting to the fact that it doesn't have any sleep. It's like, oh, you're dying. You're dying. Well, be cold. So I'm trying to wake up. Lady Ragged's like, go, get on your show, you dummy, kicking me out of bed. I was like, no, leave me alone. I'm trying to sleep. But here I am. And last night was extra spicy on the show because something that never happens did happen. And that was the Supreme Court had an opinion leak. Oh, excuse me. A draft opinion of an upcoming Supreme Court decision leaked last night. And it is the one that overturns Roe versus Wade. It is amazing. The fact that Roe versus Wade stands to be overturned at all is something I never thought I'd see. It was a joke for the memes. It was just a joke, the Supreme Court, that you could do it. We told you because it was funny, because people would freak out, and then the Mad Lads, they did it allegedly. Allegedly, they're doing it, I should say. Absolutely insane. Okay, let me send out this link. I have not sent out anything yet today. Whew. What day is it? Is it Tuesday? Is it just Tuesday? Oh my God, it's just Tuesday. You look tired, Nick. Oh, I'm exhausted. So here's how yesterday went for me, if you don't know. I was on, the Johnny Depp stream till about 5:30. And then at 7, I had to go on the show with Mr. Girl and some other people to have a panel discussion about transel culture, which is trans cancel culture or something like that. Um, yeah, it says it's weird, but that was from 7, I think. Finished up that at 9:40, 9:45, and then went had an hour and 15 minutes to start like eating and stuff like that and getting ready for the nighttime show, which then went, I mean, until 4, 3 to 4 in the morning, somewhere in there. I don't even remember. That was my entire day was streaming yesterday. Absolutely insane. There's terrible life choices being made. Okay, send this out. Boom, Tuesday. Wow. Here we go. Tuesday. Sorry. No, I know that's super exciting watching me send out links and stuff like that, but I would normally have done this in advance a little bit more. At least a couple of usually it's like, oh gosh, I forgot to send one to so and so. I just I didn't get anything at all sent last night. Okay. This is just garbage. What the hell is this? Okay. Got rid of that. All right. All right. Today we go back. We go back to Johnny Depp, of course. We go back to the land that we know and love, and that is the Johnny Depp trial. And I don't have a window open, do I? What happens if we do it through here? And we're now in waiting mode. We are waiting for Johnny Depp and to rest his case, because the rumor is that Amber Heard will be the rumor is that Amber Heard will be taking the stand right away. And that's what we want to see right there. So, whew. I cannot express my desire to see Amber Heard on the stand. I think it'll be amazing. Amica cream for the bags under my eyes. No, I'm gonna load them up with luggage and go on a long vacation. She's gonna fake cry the entire time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I think so. Over on Odyssey, the pro NATO says, want to know why I call the Supreme Court decision the Ben Shapiro? Because it's also 5-4 and makes liberals seethe. Thank you to the pro NATO for that. Thank you. That's delicious. That is delicious. I think I need to go grab some Pro Vigil. I think it's time. So I would normally have taken it in advance, but now you get to see me be a drug addict. I will be right back. I'm going to do that before this thing starts up. Court's slated to start in about 10 minutes. So give me just a second. I'll be right there. All right. We're back. Whew. Let's see. But I can't encourage people enough to watch the show from last night. It was wild. We had legal mindset, uncivil law, good logic, and Robert Barnes. And we were just laughing. We were just laughing at the Supreme Court decision that is allegedly coming out. Now, it's not final. It's not final. Roe versus Wade is not overturned until that actually happens. But it was just, I mean, there's a lot to laugh at. Okay, let's go ahead and crank up the volume here on this. Here we go. Share audio. I'll read some of the super chats. This will all be good. Okay, here we go. I think there's one that came in before I popped on here. Here we go. Okay, Wolfgang Deo says, I am responsible for initiating the overthrow of the CCP, though. Thailand was a thought experiment. Looking for fireworks, was bored. Okay. G-Man trying to catch up on the night stream. Cenk Uygur is the Matthew Harris of left-wing politics, unbreaded. Squizgar says, late in getting an abortion while you still can. Rolling Stone, good morning, Nick. Watching Destiny's chat last night seethe over you was a complete joy to watch. People often forget that a guy whose expertise in law is more than likely equipped to discuss law than some soy streamer. I had a good chat with Destiny. Was his, were they in the chat or was he broadcasting to his own channel while appearing? Yes. The audio pop, the audio. It's, guys, StreamYard is broken. It's broken. And it will be broken until I can find an alternative. Most likely, they're not going to fix it. And that alternative I cannot do during the week. So it's this beautiful thing that that StreamYard has, where they decided to make their audio not function. And no, I don't want a single one of your fucking recommendations. I don't want a single one. No, thank you. If you say whatever you say, I will not do. I'll do the opposite from now on. Welcome to Elden Ring streaming. You don't know the setup. And if you say OBS one time, I'm gonna come to your house and I'm gonna strangle you to death, and I'm gonna put you in a bathtub with your cat so that it claws you up while you're being strangled to death, and then it eats you while you're dead. So there you go. Oh, look at all the people. All the people. Oh my goodness. I hope you all have bathtubs. I'm coming to every single one of you. I'm going to come to your house and
let's put it out on Twitter. I don't give a fuck if you're 6'3". I'll slap the shit out of you, fucker.
That's right. That's right. That's you. That's you. What if the person doesn't have a cat? You're getting one. That's the even worse punishment. If you don't have a cat, you're getting a cat. You're going to get a cat that you don't want. Oh, yeah, there was the echo on that. Here, let me do it.
Let's put it out on Twitter. I don't give a fuck if you're 6'3". I'll slap the shit out of you, fucker.
Yeah, that's right. Let's put it out on Twitter.
I doubt it.
Did my I doubt it play? I don't even know if it played. Okay, anyway. Enough fun for the day. That was all of the fun for the day in one spot. In one spot. And oh yes, and by the way, yes, I disabled HD audio from NVIDIA. And what else did I do? So we disabled HD audio. I changed the audio buffer. Yep, the audio buffer was raised. I've done everything. Everything is done. Is Kurt and Legal Bites married? No. I mean, Legal Bites is married, but not to Kurt. Kurt is unmarried. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love you all. I'm definitely not going to find a way to email nuclear weapons to your houses. Chase Asher, if SCOTUS overturns Roe versus Wade and it goes back to the states to decide, do you think the government can regulate what medical procedures a person can get? The government already can regulate what medical procedures you can get. The only place where the government couldn't regulate what you could do was abortion. Like, just try and get some Sudafed, bro. So yeah, I might be misunderstanding the questions, but yeah, the government can already regulate your medical procedures. Brian Miller, with the 10-day break coming up in trial, will they put Amber Heard on the stand and risk her not being able to talk to her lawyers over the break? No idea. I think the break is on the 9th, although the 9th would be Monday, right? Yeah, 9th would be Monday. So that would be Thursday would be the last day. So 6. Oh, yeah. So the 9th through the 12th would be off. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then back on the 16th. Holy cats. Yeah. Apparently, I have not confirmed this independently, but I trust people who are saying it. There will be a 10-day break in this trial.
All right. Good morning. All right. Are we ready for the jury today, or do we have any preliminary matters? Okay.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Uh-oh. I may have killed the audio. That's what I get. Oh, fuck. Give me just a minute here. Let me get this fixed up. Here I am trying to troubleshoot audio, which was a terrible choice. Okay. There we go. The funny thing is the court muted right as I did something. So I was like, oh no. So I thought it was my fault. Brian Miller. Yeah. IFID. Hey, Nick, I didn't get a notification for last night's stream. Did Mama Susan anticipate the SCOTUS epicness that was to follow? Very breaded. Anyway, take my money, you shyster, lawyer, disloyal, unprofessional, late streamer. Zoa King says, hey, Nick, just passed my accredited school for electrical journeyman. Now I have to take the journeyman's exam, and I'm looking at a master's license as well. Can I get a toast for my 4 years? Perfect attendance and hard work. Not a liquor toast. Oh, yeah, there's no sound. Hold on. Sorry.
And so what is that responsibility?
To notify superiors of the information I was provided with.
When did you first meet Ms. Hurd?
I believe it was the end of, excuse me, hang on one sec. I have it here.
No, you don't.
I'm just looking at my nursing notes. It looks like
What is with that blazer?
27th, 2014.
Okay, so can we please pull up the nursing notes, which I believe are Exhibit 2? Okay, I'd like to, while we have this document up, I'd like to go through this section that's called client history. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Refresher, this is Amber Heard's nurse practitioner.
The information in this paragraph self-reported to you by Ms. Hurd.
I just have a quick moment to review that and then I can answer that question.
Certainly.
Thank you.
God, it's just terrible. Does not look good at all. I do not like the blazer style.
So to answer that question, I believe this was information given to me from Ms. Hurd. I'm not positive, but I can say that anytime I refer or begin a sentence with client states or client reports, those I can confirm, I received that information from the client. As far as in totality, I would assume most information came from Ms. Hurd, but I can't rule out that I didn't get any information from the treating physician in preparation either.
And I think you, would this information have been relayed to you at that first meeting with Ms. Hurd?
This information, if it was information I received from Dr. Kipper, I would have had that information probably prior to meeting her. But anytime that I said states and I can confirm that I got that information, I would assume that it was sometime within the first day or two of meeting her, because I usually take a client history when I meet a client.
Put down a couple more sentences. It says, AH reports history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. CT client reports abstaining from cocaine for a couple years, but was unable to report exact dates. Do you see what do you see that where I'm referring to?
Yes, I see that.
And that's something that you would have written?
Yes.
And this is also information that you believe Ms. Heard would have reported directly to you?
Again, I don't have specific recollection of this, but I would have to refer to my notes that says the client reports it. So the assumption would be made that she provided me with that information.
So it goes on to say, CT does not smoke cigarettes. She reports consuming 1 to 3 glasses of red wine each day. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, this is based off of your notes, something that Ms. Heard reported to you, correct?
Again, I don't recall the specifics of that. I would refer again that in that particular sentence you're referring to, I use the verbiage of she reports, meaning Ms. Heard reports. So I would make the assumption that she reported that information to me.
In the time that Ms. Heard was your patient, do you recall seeing her consume wine?
Yes.
Is this
Yeah, like a lot of it, like all of it.
of 1 to 3 glasses of red wine each day consistent with your recollection?
I don't recall her drinking red wine every time I saw her, so I can't confirm that each time I saw her she would drink 1 to 3 glasses. I don't recall her drinking
1 to
every
3
time I saw
boxes of
her.
wine a day.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard appear intoxicated from drinking alcohol?
I don't recall her being intoxicated.
Okay, so moving on to the next sentence here, it says she reports a familial history of substance abuse. Both mother and father have abused and become dependent on stimulants, methamphetamine, opiates, and alcohol. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
And the she here refers to Ms. Heard.
that's correct.
Okay. So this is also something that Ms. Heard reported to you as far as your notes reflect.
Again, I don't have specific recollection of this. It appears that she did report that, but I don't remember.
So a couple sentences later here, it says, client admits to history of anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
Yes.
And based off of this
Nailed
note,
it.
and specifically the language that says client admits, you believe that this is something that Ms. Heard would have reported to you?
As you stated, because it says client admits, I would make that assumption.
What do you recall Ms. Heard saying about her history of anxiety issues?
I don't recall specifics. As I stated earlier in the morning, I remember a general anxiety with many issues in her life.
What do you recall Ms. Heard telling you about her codependence issues?
I have vague memory of discussing codependence issues within previous relationships. I couldn't give you specifics on that. I just sort of have a vague memory of discussing that.
Do you have any non-specific recollections of Ms. Heard being angry or enraged?
Other than that time that I spoke about in London 2014, I didn't specifically witness anger and rage from Ms. Heard.
The next sentence here says her mood has been labile. Am I pronouncing that correct?
Yeah.
So first of all, what does that mean?
Emotional lability is typically when emotions swing on a pendulum. You know, for example, you may see someone very sad at one moment and quickly transition to extreme happiness. It sort of swings from like I said, sort of a pendulum.
And did you ever in the time that you treated Ms. Heard, did you ever personally witness this type of emotional ability?
I don't recall specifically.
This witness is Amber Heard's personal nurse. This is Johnny Depp's witness.
It says client expressed concern to husband and Dr. Kipper that she's nervous about being alone while husband is working on movie set in London, and expressed she has difficulty dealing with feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of her husband. Did I read that right?
No kidding.
Do you recall learning this during your initial meeting with Ms. Heard?
I don't recall learning this during the initial meeting, but again, when I initially met Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, it was fairly brief because then after that we traveled to London. So I don't recall if I learned of this instantaneously or if that was gathered, throughout the next day or two, spending time with her.
Is this description of Ms. Heard having feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of Mr. Depp, is that consistent with your recollection when you were treating Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't say all the time that was an issue. I have a vague sense of those issues popping up throughout the years, but I wouldn't say that was a constant theme.
But you do have recollections of that being an issue at some time while you were treating her.
I would say that's a fair statement.
Please go to the entry for August 29th, 2014. Okay, so in this note, I'd like to direct your attention to the section that starts with 2345. And specifically the first sentence, it says client RN and Debbie RN went to dinner together. You see that?
I do.
And Debbie RN is Debbie Lloyd, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going down a couple sentences here. It says, client verbalizes feelings of confusion as she feels fiance would like her to decrease / eliminate acting career and stay home. Do you see that?
Based.
Do you remember having
Wants to make her stay at home, Mom.
with Ms. Heard?
I don't remember specifically, but I do have a general recollection. No, I don't recall specifics.
Did you ever have any discussions with Mr. Depp concerning Ms. Heard's acting career?
I have a sort of vague general memory of discussing that before. As to specific details, I don't think I can provide you with specifics, but it sounds familiar.
Did you ever have the impression that Mr. Depp wanted Ms. Heard to stop her or end her acting career?
I don't recall that being a sentiment.
Let's, if we could scroll down to the entry for September 2nd, 2014. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to a sentence in the middle of this entry. It says, RN and CT discuss CT's history and current relationship. CT records difficulty with jealousy, issues, and anxiety around fiance's fame and ability to interact with females often. Did I read that correctly? And that's a note that you wrote, correct?
Everything about her is a nightmare.
Do you recall Ms. Heard expressing the sentiment to you?
Again, like we discussed earlier, I don't recall that specifically. I do have a general sense of jealousy, anxiety issues popping up throughout the years. Remember that specific discussion to give you anything deeper than that.
Let's please move on to the entry for September 4th, 2014. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to, this is also in the middle. It says CT ate dinner with RN at 2100 at restaurant.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. CT became frustrated with wait staff over miscommunication. CT calmly repeated herself to staff to resolve issue. CT expressed frustration over conflict to RN. RN reflected change in coping mechanisms as CT's previous coping skills involved impulsive anger and yelling. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you recall this incident at all?
I wouldn't have said that I remembered this in preparation for the deposition. When I was rereading through these notes, I have sort of a vague memory of this, but I think my notes here probably are more specific than what I exactly remember.
Let's actually go to the entry for September 21st, 2014. And yes, okay. Please take a moment and review this. And once you're done, the question is does this note reflect that incident in London that you just referred to?
To answer your question, yes, that is what I'm referring to.
It says down here at the bottom of the notes, client's fiance offered emotional support. Is that accurate to your recollection?
I don't recall. I would have to refer to my nursing note, as it's probably a lot more reliable than my current memory.
Everything's more reliable
I
than your
believe you testified
current
earlier,
memory.
though, that you recall that Mr. Depp was present on this occasion. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now we can move on to the entry for September 22nd. Okay, so this note begins,
I hate these video testimonies, guys.
this
I
starts
hate it.
with 0100. Is that 1 o'clock in the morning on September 22nd?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it starts, RN notified that client requires assistance. Upon arrival, client noted to appear irritable, loud, and angry. Client screaming at times and appears agitated.
Gross.
Client's crying and states she got into a verbal argument with fiance after RN departure. Does this refresh your recollection at all about Ms. Heard having an outburst?
I don't know that it refreshes my memory. I would say it reflects my memory.
This is the same outburst in London that you have been previously referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you recall anything about what the fight between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was about that's reflected in this note?
I don't really recall. I remember a general sense of Ms. Heard being very upset that her phone was hacked because there was very sensitive information that was leaked from it. And I feel like she was having a difficult time calming after that. So what there was any verbal disagreements, I would assume it's in relation to that, but I just don't remember the specifics of what that disagreement was about.
It says here, the client states she feels fiance did not provide support to client. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that consistent with your recollection?
I didn't recall that, but again, I would state that my notes are much more reliable than my current memory, and I think that probably speaks to your previous question.
Let's please go to the entries which from March 7th, 2015, which are on page with the base number 16952. Now, I think we looked at these entries earlier. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the entry for March 7th, 2015, it says client notifies RN via text of increasing anxiety, reports emotional lability. Do you recall her reporting why she was feeling anxious at this time?
No, I don't recall the specific reason of why she is notifying me of that at this time.
So it says here that she notified you via text, right?
Right.
Directing your attention to the next note from March 8th, 2015. And I know you discussed this with Adam earlier, so I won't belabor this too much. But do you recall that this, at the time of this entry on March 8th, 2015,
right at 30
Ms.
minutes
Hurd
of
was
this
in
left, unfortunately.
Australia?
I would make that assumption based upon my note.
Can we get to the important fucking questions? Like, can we just do that?
Will be returning to Los Angeles, accompanied by House Manager Ben. I'm paraphrasing there, but yes, I believe she was coming from Australia for this particular entry.
It says here, RN plans to meet client upon arrival. You see that?
Oh yes, yes I do.
And I think you testified to this earlier. You did see Ms. Hurd the next day when she arrived back in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you look at the entry for March 9th, I refer to meeting her and her friends. So yes, I would have met her in person that day.
Do you recall how long you spent with Ms. Hurd that following day?
I don't recall. My note states that I met her for dinner at 2200, which military time would be 10 p.m. I don't recall how long I was with her. So I would assume a couple hours, but again, I'm just making an assumption.
You would.
Do you recall observing any injuries to Ms. Hurd when you saw her on March 9th, 2015?
No, I don't recall. I don't make note of it, but I don't recall either.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't put
if
injuries
Ms.
in your
Hurd
notes.
Had visible injuries, is that something that you would have documented in your nursing notes?
I would assume so.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd seeking any medical treatment from you when you saw her on March 9th, 2015?
I don't recall.
If Ms. Hurd had sought medical treatment from you on that date, is that something you would have documented in your notes?
Perhaps if there were requests for medical treatment that differed from sort of day-to-day status, then yes, I might have put it in my notes if I hadn't discussed with Dr. Kipper, but I don't make any reference to it in this particular note.
So someone asked what a personal nurse
Can we
does.
pull up,
I mean, the
what
same
should
thing a nurse
be,
does, just on demand,
I
immediately, and
think I would have
always.
uploaded as document B. It's it bears the base numbers.
These are also nurse practitioners, so they can give you
0134.
drugs.
Is it 14? I think we covered this before, but just to confirm, is this your email up at the top that says erinbourne@hotmail.com?
Doxed. Just
I'm sorry, did you respond?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. Okay. I'd like to direct your attention down to this email from David Kipper on March 9th, 2015. That starts off, Erin, love you too much. Do you recognize this email?
I believe I produced this in reference to the subpoena.
Do you recall receiving this email?
I don't recall, but I do
who's the
remember
email from?
reviewing this. I don't think I reviewed it in preparation for today, but probably at the time of the document request. I think I probably reviewed this.
Directing your attention to the middle of the email, do you see where it says, I'm sure JD will let her know we are coming home. I want her to please not see him for a few days until we can get him organized with the hand surgeon and get his meds balanced. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And JD refers to Mr. Depp in this instance?
Yes.
And the her is Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Did you have an understanding at the time as to why Dr. Kipper didn't want Ms. Heard to see Mr. Depp for a few days?
I don't recall exactly. This might have been in reference to Australia when they, meaning Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, were separated. I would have to check the dates on that.
Someone's asking about Johnny Depp's doodling.
Well, turning back to your
does the
notes
doodling
where
make
Ms.
him look
Heard
good
was
or bad
returning from
to the jury?
March, from
It's gonna
Australia
be
on March
person
9th,
to person.
2015. Does that orient you?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that would be the same time period.
I can tell you guys, I listen much better when I'm occupied doing something menial, like doodling, reading. I actually listen better while reading something that's
that Dr. Kipper wanted
not
Mr.
super
Depp and Ms.
engaging.
Heard separated.
Yes.
And why did you, what was your understanding as to why they should be separated?
I don't recall specifics. I wasn't present in Australia at that time. I just remember a general sense of a big argument happening and the treatment team deciding that they should not be around each other. So Ms. Heard returned to Los Angeles and Mr. Depp stayed in Australia. For how long, I don't recall.
I'm not saying it's a problem for Johnny Depp. Yes, I see Amber writing or doing something too. Someone asked about Johnny Depp, so I'm answering.
Insists that JD stay quiet without any distraction for the rest of the week while we get his medication organized and balanced. None of this will be accepted by her, but I will be very upset. You can tell her this. If there is any stress created by a visit, that's premature. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have any understanding as to why Dr. Kipper was directing you to provide this excuse to Ms. Heard?
Again, just the general sense that there was a major argument in Australia, which I wasn't present for, and separating because of that.
Did you have any understanding as to why Dr. Kipper stated that none of this will be accepted by Ms. Heard?
I would be speculating on that, but you know, we use joking terminology.
What?
Based on your experience treating Ms. Heard at this time in March of 2015, would you agree, or did you agree with Dr. Kipper that Ms. Heard would not accept not seeing Mr. Depp for a period of time?
I don't know specifically. As I think we talked about much earlier this morning, there was generally a sense of arguing, reconciling, and that sort of cycle happening frequently throughout their relationship.
If we could please go back to the nursing notes, which are Exhibit 2.
Yeah, Mr. Mink, I did an entire show on the Supreme Court overturning Roe versus Wade last night for several hours, which is why I'm tired today. It's not actually more newsworthy than Johnny Depp because it hasn't happened yet.
Could we please go back to the
May not happen.
entries from March 2015 that are on the page with the base number 16952? Now, we covered this earlier, but it says in your March 9th, 2015 entry, it says client states she would like to discuss recent events between her and husband with RN in private tomorrow. Do you see that?
I think it will happen. It's just possible to
Yes,
not
I do.
yet until the opinion's
Directing your
published.
attention to the entry for March 10th, 2015. It says RN met client at home at 1600. Does that refresh your recollection that you did meet with her the next day?
No, it doesn't refresh my recollection. However, I would refer to my nursing note.
Do you have any reason to doubt that these notes are accurate?
No.
Do you recall what Ms. Heard showed any injuries to you on that at that time?
No, I don't recall any injuries.
Okay. Can we go back to Exhibit 2, which is the nursing notes, and specifically the entry for March 25th, 2015. Just go back up to the top of this entry for March 25th, please. And I just want to ask you about one more part of this. It says, states she is concerned about ability to trust fiance following argument on March 23rd, 2015. Do you have any recollection of Ms. Heard expressing concern about her ability to trust Mr. Depp?
I would say I have a generalized memory of there being, as I stated before, jealousy and anxiety issues, including mistrust within the relationship.
Do you recall Ms. Heard ever telling you that she thought Mr. Depp was cheating on her?
Only every 8 minutes.
No, I don't recall that specifically. I just, as I've said, have a general sense of remembering jealousy being an issue.
If we could, okay, I think, do you recall us talking about visiting Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp for Thanksgiving earlier today?
Yes.
Does anything stand out in your mind as from that Thanksgiving dinner that you can recall?
Nothing really stands out other than it was I sort of have a general sense of it being a really jovial, fun time together.
Do you recall how long you stayed at the dinner?
Not specifically, I would assume a few hours.
Could we please just quickly go to the note from November? This is in Exhibit 2, and then entry for November 26, 2015, which is on page 16954.
Please stand by.
We're gonna get there, chat. We're gonna get through this chick, and then we're golden. Home free. There will never be another video deposition until the next one. It'll be perfect. Colosine says, I don't think these testimonials help them either side. This one has been effectively pointless. I mean, it showed that Amber Heard had cocaine abuse problems and alcohol abuse problems. It showed that she's jealous and controlling.
Ms. Bellotti, directing your
That's
attention
about
to
it.
the entry for November 26, 2015. You you recall seeing this entry earlier today?
Yes,
And I believe you testified that this is the entry from the Thanksgiving dinner that you spent with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
I believe it is.
You see in the middle where it says JG appeared calm and coherent.
I do.
Is that accurate to your recollection of that evening?
And I don't remember that specifically, but I just remember a general sense of it being a fun, happy evening.
So this is consistent with your recollection of that evening.
I would make that assumption.
And you have no reason to doubt the accuracy of your note, correct? Directing your attention
You know who's
to the
really terrible?
December
That good logic guy.
17th, 2015 entry.
What a shyster he is.
Will you just take a minute and read this over and confirm whether strike that. Do you recall going and visiting Ms. Heard on December 17th, 2015?
I remember it in so much as my nursing notes regarding this night.
The term is putz.
I can't say that I recall much more than I have here, but I do remember visiting her.
It says here that the client had visible bright red blood appearing at center of lower lip. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you, other than the blood on Ms. Heard's lip, do you recall seeing any other injuries to her on that date?
I don't recall other than what I state.
Do you recall examining Ms. Heard's lip at all?
I don't think I examined it other than a visual examination. I didn't physically examine her lip.
The note says here, client also stated her head is bruised and that she lost clumps of hair in altercation. RN briefly looked at client's scalp, but was unable to visualize hematomas client had described. Is that what you wrote in your note?
Yes.
If you had observed the bruises or hematomas that Ms. Heard had described, would that have been reflected in your note?
Would assume, but again, I'm not trained in looking for those types of injuries, which is why my note continues that I encourage her to be seen by a professional that is trained to do so.
Can we drop down to the next page? And this is just the end portion of this note.
And yes, by the way, I know my
It says
camera's
here,
blinking. I've ordered a new card. It's
RN
coming in on
reminds
Thursday.
client to hydrate with oral fluids and to limit abstain from alcohol. Client was consuming red wine when with RN left, but assured RN she would consume in moderation.
I'll only drink a
Is
little.
that what you wrote in your note?
It is, and I believe I miswrote there. Probably it should say client was consuming red wine when RN left, not with, just to clarify.
Why would you advise Ms. Heard on this occasion to limit, or why did you advise Ms. Heard to limit or abstain from alcohol on this occasion?
I don't recall why I would be speaking to limit or abstain from alcohol on this occasion.
The redactions could either be another client of the
confirm,
nurse or
Based on
irrelevant
your nursing notes, you were aware
data
that
about
Ms.
medical
Heard
treatment.
claimed to have
That's
been
not
injured by
germane to
Mr.
the
Depp
case.
in December of 2015, right?
Correct.
And you went and actually saw her shortly after that alleged incident, correct?
Not that same day, but possibly the following day, I believe.
And you, on that occasion, you observed that she had a bloody lip, correct?
Correct.
And she
Correct.
told you that that was a result of the altercation with Mr. Depp, right?
Right.
If she had had any other injuries on that occasion, would you have recorded them in your nursing notes?
Make that assumption based upon my other notes that reference the blood on her lip.
Could we go back to Exhibit 2 in the nursing notes for April 21st, 2016? Which page number? Which is on page number 16957. Where it says, RN socialized with JD for 45 minutes. JD appeared coherent, oriented, and sociable, thought process logical and clear. Do you have any reason to doubt that that's accurate? That's an accurate description of Mr. Depp on that date?
Jessica, I apologize. Can you just use your cursor to help me see the note that you were just reading?
Sorry, I actually don't have control of it, but it's
I can't control the
down
cursor.
towards the middle. It says RN socialized with JD at times 45 minutes. JD appeared coherent, oriented, and sociable.
Oh, yes, I see it. Thank you.
Thought process logical and clear.
9 minutes. 9 minutes and 8 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was your question?
So
regarding
excited.
Do you have any reason to doubt that that's an accurate description of how Mr. Depp appeared to you on April 21st, 2016?
I have no reason to doubt it. I would stand by my notes.
You knew that Mr. Depp was being treated for substance abuse issues by Dr. Kipper and Nurse Deputy Lloyd, correct?
Yes.
If Mr. Depp had appeared intoxicated on this occasion, is that something that you would have documented?
If it had been outwardly visible for either client, I would have made reference to that.
We could go back to the nursing notes, Exhibit 2, please. And if we could go down to the entry for May 11. Ms. Lottie, we looked at this, you looked at this entry earlier today, correct?
Correct.
Directing your attention to just a couple lines down, it says, client discussed her birthday trip to Coachella Music Festival. Trip was April 22nd, 2016.
Imagine unironically going to Coachella.
2016. Client admits to illicit drug use during the trip and states she ingested mushrooms and MDMA simultaneously while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and was, quote, high for at least 24 hours straight, end quote. You see that?
Yes, I do see that.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Do you recall, well, first of all, do you recall Ms. Heard relaying this to you?
I don't recall these specifics that I state here in the note, but I remember sort of a conversation talking about the trip after they had returned.
And this starts out, client admits to illicit drug use. So am I correct that this is, based on these notes, this is something Ms. Heard reporting to you directly?
Again, I don't remember these specifics. However, my usage of client admits refers to the client reporting something to me.
Had Ms. Heard ever admitted to illicit drug use to you before this time?
I
Well, thank God.
believe in reference to my nursing notes.
What's up, man?
From when I
What's up, buddy? Was that
First.
for me or for the nurse?
met
It was
her,
for you.
I'm here,
she
buddy. What's up?
admitted to previous.
This chick is
Substance
brutal. She's
use.
almost done.
It says here,
It's one of
RN
those, just look at my notes. I don't have a
drug
memory
use
of this
will
stuff.
not be tolerated by medical staff, and that any medications or drugs that are not prescribed can interfere and cause adverse effects with her prescribed medication. Client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms and MDMA on May 9th, 2016, at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Do you recall Ms. Heard laughing in response to your reminder about illicit drug use?
No, I don't recall that.
In your
You can't tell me not to do drugs.
timeframe
I'm a
for Ms.
celebrity.
Heard, did you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse her? Did you ever see Ms. Heard physically abuse Mr. Depp?
So yes. Dang.
Did
That'd
you
been funny.
ever see Ms. Heard throw anything at Mr. Depp in the time that you cared for her?
No, I did not witness that.
In the time that you treated her, did you ever see Ms. Heard lose her temper?
As we talked about previously, the one incident that I can remember is in London, 2014. Yes, 2014, in regards to her phone being hacked and sensitive material being leaked.
Did you ever feel that
Wait, was
Ms.
Amber Heard in the
was,
fappening?
hostile towards you at any time during your treatment of her?
No.
Did you ever feel like she was ignoring attempts by you to contact her?
Yes, I have a general memory of
Okay then.
often.
Wake up.
Spoke.
That's what that was.
That happening on more than one occasion where I would reach out and not get a response. I remember.
Someone says,
feeling
yeah, I
frustrated
fapped
by
over
that.
her. Oh no.
When had you treated domestic violence victims prior to this time?
The time that I worked with them was in nursing school. I don't want to say the specific place for confidentiality reasons, but it was for domestic violence victims. sort of a safe house.
Ms. Wadi, do you remember when you were treating Miss Heard that at some point she had a cyst on her eyelid?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay. And do you remember that you had a procedure to have that cyst removed?
Yes.
And was that a surgical procedure to your recollection?
From what I recall, that was handled at
2 minutes.
an outpatient surgical center. Other than that, I don't know the details of that specific process.
Wait, a cyst removed on
Do
her
you
eyelid
recall
surgically?
whether Ms.
That could lead
Heard
to
had
bruising.
any marks around her eye after having that procedure?
I don't recall. I remember a topical ointment being applied, but I don't recall if
Amica
there were
cream
marks on her eye or not.
Or maybe an allergic reaction that causes redness.
At this point, the questioning switches back to counsel for Ms. Heard.
All right.
What, for 1 minute?
Do you say
Yeah.
July 93?
Yes.
Okay. And this is another picture of Amber from May 21st, 2016.
Correct. This is a picture of Ms. Heard.
And Amber sent you this text on May 21st, 2016.
I believe so, based on the timestamp.
And the same for this picture on the next page. Amber sent you this picture of her.
Correct.
And the same for this
And
picture?
the same for this page, the next page. Amber sent you
They
this
already
picture
went
of her on
through
May
these.
21st.
Yes.
And the same for
When
this
you,
one? Oh, he's not going to go through the fourth.
No,
Okay,
when
good.
you saw Amber on December 17th, 2015, and you spoke about that, how long were you with her? Do you recall?
Don't recall. I would assume, based on the fact that I stopped by briefly, maybe an hour or two.
Okay. Did you go inside her house, or were you outside the door?
From what I recall, I was inside
Okay.
the penthouse. Yes.
By the way, when you saw Amber on December 17th, was she wearing makeup or not? Do you recall?
I don't recall. Yeah, I don't recall.
All right, thank you. Before we get to the next witness, could I have counsel approach on the plaintiff's 46?
Oh, thank goodness. We're done with that lady. I'm going to confess, chat. I got nothing out of her testimony. I don't remember it. It's not engaging. It was.
So the one thing I liked is the MDMA and mushrooms at Coachella where she was puking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is going to be something that Johnny's team can use to show like she wasn't just abused, even though one of Heard's lawyers in his questioning, it's so wrong of her after her husband abuses her to want to go have fun with her friends. It's like, I don't think that's mostly how
All
the
right.
victims of the Me
Plaintiff's
Too
46
movement
is in evidence.
are responding, but
The
I
next
could be wrong.
witness?
Well, I know every time my husband beats me, I go to Coachella, eat a
Yes,
bunch of
Your Honor.
mushrooms, and do
Plaintiff
MDMA.
calls Michael Spindler.
All right, Mr. Spindler?
Spindler.
Yes.
Michael Spindler. Yes. An egg-shaped man. Those are always devastating. MDMA is like crushed up, from what I understand, crushed up ecstasy that you like put in your. Johnny Depp described it like you dip your finger in it and I don't know. I thought ecstasy were little white pills or whatever, but apparently MDMA is ecstasy, but slightly different consumption. It's just ecstasy. Okay, well, Johnny Depp described them having a crushed, like a bag of MDMA powder that they would dip their fingers in communally, which sounded like how you get herpes. Nick feigning ignorance. You wouldn't catch my ass on ecstasy ever. I went to raves. I saw what happened to those people. It's terrible.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you state your name for the record?
Michael Spindler.
Where do you live?
I live in the Los Angeles, California area.
What's your occupation?
I'm a forensic accountant.
What do you mean by forensic accountant?
Well, a forensic accountant does accounting work that is a bit more investigative in nature. So it's essentially taking a look at business records and accounting records in connection with some form of business issue.
How long have you worked in that field?
I've been a forensic accountant full-time since 1990.
What'd you do before that?
Before that, I spent about 10 years.
What's his
doing
hourly
audit
rate, Nick? What's your
financial
guess?
statements.
This
Can
guy,
you describe your educational background?
Yes, I graduated in 1981 from the
650.
State University of New York at Albany.
I was
with a
going to say
Bachelor of Science
600,
degree in
less than
accounting
Mr. White
and a
for
minor
sure,
in economics.
who was 7 something.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Who's your employer?
B.
Chad
Riley
was the
Advisory
attorney
Services.
yesterday's 975.
975. I love it. I hope all my clients
It's a
watch.
national forensic accounting boutique firm that does forensic accounting, business valuations and appraisals, and bankruptcy and restructuring work.
How long have you been employed at B. Riley?
Since January of 2015.
What did you do for work prior to B. Riley?
Well, it's a long career, so I'll give you the highlights. I spent about 30 years with national accounting firms as partner at 2 different firms, and also was involved with a couple of forensic accounting boutique firms.
Okay. Do you hold any certifications?
I do.
Hold
What are
them
they?
all.
I'm a certified public accountant with licenses from 6 states: New York, California, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, and Hawaii. I'm also certified in financial forensics. I'm a certified fraud examiner. I'm accredited in business valuation and a certified anti-money laundering specialist.
Do you participate in any professional
Are you a
organizations?
Money
Fed,
laundering
sir?
I do.
specialist.
What are those?
Well, I've had leadership positions in a
So you
couple of
need on
them.
your
I'll
team?
mention the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I was the president of the Los Angeles chapter, and I'm currently on their board. I've been actively involved with the California Society of CPAs. I was the president of the Los Angeles chapter. It had 11,000 members at the time. Was also on Cal CPA Council, which is kind of their board of directors, and also member of the board of trustees of the Cal CPA Education Foundation.
Have you testified as an expert before?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
About 100 times, roughly, about half of that in trials and arbitrations.
What
As he looks at the
role in
jury.
those cases?
Typically, it can take
100
number of
times. Did you guys
forms,
hear
but
that?
Commonly, I will testify with respect to damages.
Have you done any film industry work?
Yes, I have.
What was that?
I
I've
said
done
I
work
specialized in
involving
money
all the major
laundering.
film studios, and I've also done work on behalf of writers, directors, producers, actors, studio executives.
Your Honor, I'd like to proffer Mr. Spindler as an expert in forensic accounting.
All right, any objection? No. All right, so.
Man,
moved.
they
Thank
did
you.
that quick. Good work.
He just went through the highlights, which I like.
What work did you do in this case?
Sometimes they'll sit there and belabor their
Well, in this case, I
qualifications
was
for
asked to take a
days.
look at issues with respect to lost earnings for Mr. Depp.
Uh-oh.
What in particular did you do?
Been waiting for specifics
I
on
looked
this.
at accounting records that were produced by Mr. Depp's accounting firm, Ed White and Company. I looked at trial exhibits. I looked at deposition testimony. I looked at some trial testimony. And I've looked at various other documents and exhibits in connection with the case.
What specific period did you analyze with respect to lost earnings?
I looked at the period following the publication of the op-ed. So I looked at the period from December 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020.
What materials did you review?
I looked at the accounting records that have been produced by Mr. Depp's accountants.
Any other materials?
Various deposition transcripts, trial testimony, contracts, etc.
Did he say from 2018 to 2020 only?
What
Yeah.
conclusion?
So not before.
From your review?
I think so.
Okay,
I
that's what I heard.
concluded that Mr. Depp suffered lost earnings of approximately $40 million.
How did you reach that conclusion?
Well, there are really two main components to that. The first relates to the loss of the role of Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates 6 film. So the loss related to the loss of that role in that franchise picture was $22.5 million based on testimony provided by Mr. Jack Wiggum. In addition,
We
looked
need an
at-
expert for that.
Did you do anything else with
Jack
respect
Wiggum was the.
to
Oh wait, no, he
Pirates?
wasn't an expert.
No, this guy's the expert telling us because he said that he
well,
lost
we also
22.5 million.
calculated the
Yep.
net earnings that Mr. Depp would have received from that.
Okay. And what did you base your analysis of Pirates 6 on?
Based on the testimony of Mr. Jack Wiggum.
Okay. What else did you do with respect to the lost earning analysis that you did?
Well, the other main component to this is taking a look at all the other roles, the non-franchise films. So those films, studio films, independent films, and endorsements that Mr. Depp realizes and enjoys. So in connection with that, we looked at his bookings for the year 2017. And by bookings, I mean instances where Mr. Depp is hired for a project. And he receives that first money related to that project in 2017. So, in other words, you've got a deal and cash has showed up, so it's real. So we looked at his 2017 bookings and we calculated for that year, for that period, his bookings were about $17.5 million. The main components of that, Mr. Wiggum testified to. We then looked at the period of time following the op-ed of December 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020. So if annual earnings was $17.5 million in what is known as a typical year, a reasonable base year, at that rate, what would we have expected Mr. Depp to have earned from that period of October 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020? And we then compared that to his bookings, his actual bookings for that period of time.
Why did you use 2017 as a typical base year?
Well, a couple of reasons. First of all, Mr. Wiggum testified that that was a typical year for Mr. Depp. And it's also the most recent clean year that was experienced. In 2018, you had the publication of the op-ed. That didn't happen in 2017.
Okay. Did you do anything, did you prepare anything to assist the jury with respect to the analysis that you performed?
We did prepare a chart, yes.
You know, this guy is like
All
super
right, sir.
stuffy accountant, except on the weekends where he just cuts loose at every party. He's like naked, jumping off of roofs into pools. He's just eating MDMA
Thank you.
by the gallon. I don't know if that's how you do it, but
Your Honor, I think this is Plaintiff Exhibit 1240. I'm going to, I'm not going to move it into evidence. I'm simply just going to use it with your permission to publish it to the jury so that the witness can explain it.
Any objection to demonstrative 1240? All right, demonstrative, well, do you have electronic copy of it? Okay, that's fine.
We do. Okay.
It's
Who did
very
this?
conclusory.
I, in combination with people working under my direction from my firm.
All right.
no, an expert said
Can
it,
you
so it's true.
explain to the jury what you've done here.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So as we discussed previously, Mr. Depp lost the role in Pirates 6, and the effect of that was lost earnings of $22.5 million based on Mr. Wiggum's testimony. And then what we've shown here is the 10% agent commission That
So
would
why
have
did
been,
you deduct 10%?
because that's the rate for Mr. Depp's agent. That's what his agent receives out of Mr. Depp's earnings in connection with setting up a project for Mr. Depp.
That's the
So
only fee he
you
pays?
deduct that 10%, which comes to $2,250,000.
To the agent?
Just 10%
Well,
of
but they're saying that's
5 million.
his net is
And
everything
the net
minus what he
effect of
pays the
that,
agent.
The amount
Oh,
that
yeah.
Mr. Depp
I'm
would
pretty
have
sure he pays
received
lawyers to look
after
at stuff,
deducting that
and
fee would
the
have
guy
been
that was wearing the hat with the long
$2,250,000.
gray hair.
Security, yeah.
They all eat off of
It's
this
the first
22 million,
component
but
of this.
What did you do in terms of the analysis of lost bookings for non-franchise films?
Okay, so that's the next section of the chart. And as I mentioned before, his 2017 bookings were about $17.5 million. So that rate of earnings over the period from mid-December through the end of October 2020, or mid-December 2018 through the end of October 2020, would come to about $32.8, $32.9 million. We then compared that to actual bookings during that period of time of mid-December 2018 through the end of October 2020. That amount was $10,586,000. We deducted those bookings, the actual amounts, from what we would have expected to arrive at his lost bookings for non-franchise activity, and that comes to about $22.3 million. And once again, we've deducted the 10% agent's commission. So the net effect, the lost earnings to Mr. Depp after that agent's fee for non-pirate films comes to about $20 million.
What does the figure at the bottom corner of the chart, the $40,318 and $40,318,237, what does that represent?
Well, that's your grand total. That's the sum of those two components for total lost earnings of $40.3 million.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Simple.
there's a lot to get on cross from this guy, though. Like he said, he was going to spend time with his family in 2018. COVID hit 2020.
So
What's your fee?
This lawsuit isn't the first time you've worked with Johnny Depp, is it?
It is not.
You've worked with him in a lawsuit that he had in the past with his old law firm, correct?
Yes, just a little bit of work, yes.
And so in this second go round as a paid expert for Mr. Depp, you're making $550 an hour is what he's paying you. Is that right?
That's the amount that my firm
Closest
billed.
wins, although without going over, we both lose.
Now, the subject matter of your opinion testimony in this case is the economic damages that Mr. Depp has allegedly suffered as a result of Ms. Heard's December 8, 2018 op-ed, correct?
Correct, yes.
And this is the first case in which you've testified as an expert relating to economic damages claimed by an actor, correct?
First time I've testified to, but I've done that work before.
And you understand that this case is about only whether Ms. Heard's December 18th, 2018 op-ed constitutes defamation of Mr.
Objection
Depp,
calls
correct?
for legal conclusion.
That's my understanding.
And you understand that this case isn't about anything else Ms. Heard has ever said or done, correct?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
I believe that's correct.
And to be clear, you were testifying only as to alleged damages, right?
Correct.
So you are not offering any opinion or any testimony on whether those specific damages that you just discussed were caused by the op-ed, correct?
That's correct.
And you're assuming for the purposes of your report that the damages that you're testifying about were caused by Amber's op-ed, correct?
Yes.
So you're therefore not looking into whether anything else that's happened with Mr. Depp's life or career could have caused him economic damages, correct?
I believe that's generally correct, yes.
So you're not looking at whether the article published in the UK in June 2018 calling Mr. Depp a wife beater caused him the damages, correct?
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the lawsuit that he brought in the UK against the publisher of that article caused him those damages, right?
Correct.
You're not looking at any of the evidence that came out in that lawsuit about alleged instances of abuse against Amber, correct?
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the consequences of Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use have caused
Oh
some
no,
damages.
the
you're discussing, correct?
consequences.
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the worsening performance at the box office of Mr. Depp's movies over time has caused him the damages that you're testifying about, correct?
Correct. And I'm not acknowledging any of this being accurate. I'm just saying that that wasn't part of my calculations.
Sure, I understand. I just want to make clear what you didn't look at, what you're not.
Well, there's a whole
And
list
so
of
to round
infinity
that
things
out,
that he
you're
didn't
not
look at.
considering even the impact of Amber obtaining a restraining order in May 2016 and whether that may have caused some damages. That's not part of your opinion, correct?
Well, since we were taking a look at lost bookings
Actually, yes.
using 2017 as a base year, any activity that preceded that would have been baked into those calculations.
Great
that way.
answer.
And we'll get to those calculations in a minute.
He's doing a good job on cross, although these are good questions
You're expert.
from Rottenborn as well.
But first I want to talk about Pirate 6, because that's basically the two components of your damages is Pirate 6 and then this non-franchise lost bookings, right?
Correct.
So for Pirate 6 specifically, you assume that he would have made $22.5 million on Pirate 6, right?
Correct.
Based on testimony.
And you took Jack Wiggum's word for it in making that assumption, correct?
I based it on his testimony, yes.
Now, you never saw a contract that Mr. Depp had for Pirate 6, correct?
Correct.
Because
I
no
hate when
contract
lawyers do
exists,
this.
to your knowledge, correct?
So far as I know, I've not seen one.
And you didn't take into consideration Jack Wiggum's testimony that Disney was non-committal about Mr. Depp being in Pirate 6 even before the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't take into consideration the press articles that came out prior to the op-ed that suggested that Disney had made a decision not to cast Mr. Depp in Pirate 6, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea whether Pirate 6 will ever be made, right?
I wouldn't know that.
And you have no idea if Disney
I
has
like this
decided
guy's
one way
demeanor.
or the other whether
Mhm.
Mr. Depp would be in it or whether they'd offer him a role in it if it is ever made, correct?
Well, my understanding is that they made a public statement that he would not.
And you have, if
I'd
Disney
focus so
decided that he
heavily on
wouldn't
that
be in
public
it,
statement.
you have no idea when they decided that, correct?
I know that there was a public announcement subsequent to the publication of the op-ed.
What public announcement are you talking about?
I believe there was an interview of Mr. Bailey that was published several days after.
Oh, okay. Well, that interview of Mr. Bailey didn't say that he wasn't going to be in it. In fact, have you looked at the article that the jury saw the headline for yesterday, dated November 5th, 2020, about Mr. Depp potentially not being in Pirate 6? Have you looked at that article? I assume not.
No.
Okay. And you didn't take into
counsel
account
did a lot of
Mr. Depp's
testifying
statement
there.
that he wouldn't do Pirate 6 for $300 million and $1 million out pockets, correct?
That sounded like hyperbole to me. I didn't take that very seriously. It
Okay.
sounded like somebody who was a bit hurt or in pain
So
as a result of the loss of the role.
So if Mr. Depp didn't lose a role in Pirate 6 because of the op-ed, but he lost it for other reasons, then your damages opinion relating to Pirate 6 would drop to $0, correct?
I believe that's correct. If it's not
If
lost. for
everything
that
you believe
reason,
is wrong,
if it's
then
lost
your
for
opinion is
some
wrong,
Other
correct?
independent reason, then I think that would need to be considered.
Okay, thank you. Now let's shift gears and talk about the non-franchise earnings for a moment. You claim this number is about $21 million, right? Roughly.
20.
We'll pull it up. Well, actually, we'll
Jamie, pull that up.
look at the chart here. $20 million, about $20 million after agent fees.
Correct.
Okay. And to reach that number, you looked at what his historical earnings records showed, right?
Correct.
Guys, they're not talking about Beast because
And you
Depp
got
got
that
paid for
information
Beasts.
from Ed White's office.
Yes,
He recorded
And you
one
assumed that the
line and
information
got paid
you
like
got
$10
from Ed
million.
White's office was accurate, right?
I did. Yes.
Can we please pull up the chart that's in this expert report? Your Honor, this is, or Mr. Spindler, I'd like you to take a look at this and confirm for the court that this is the chart that's in your expert report, if you would.
It appears to be, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this just as a demonstrative.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
All right.
I hate when lawyers pretend that contracts are immediately manifested when a deal is made and that they have
So,
anything
Mr.
to do with it.
Spindler, this
No
chart
negotiation
shows
is
Mr.
real
Depp's
without the
earnings
contract.
by year based on the information that you received from Ed White, correct?
Correct.
From 2009 to 2020.
Yes.
And it shows that from about 2009 to 2019, and I didn't add these up visually, but from your report, you say that Mr. Depp made about $459 million. Correct?
Correct.
Now, the two highest earning years in this time period were 2010 and 2011, right?
Yes.
You see that? You made about $70 million in 2010.
I do.
Year.
And
Yes.
then the third highest year was 2014, right?
Yes.
Shade under 60 million. And you'd agree that from the period 2010 to 2020, his annual income on average was decreasing.
Yes, but you have to take a look at the components of this.
Right.
And
And in
as we-
2000, that I was just wanted to get your agreement that from 2010 to 2020, his annual income was decreasing. Now, in 2020, he earned more than he did in 2016, correct?
On an overall basis, yes.
And in 2020, he earned more than he did in 2018, correct?
Yes, just
After the
based on
op-ed.
earnings.
And in 2018 and 2019, he earned almost identical amount, correct?
Yes.
And
just based on
2019 and
earnings.
2020 were both after the publication date of the op-ed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now I want to talk about some of these non-franchise.
He can't wait to
earnings
explain this on
because
rebuttal
When I looked
or
at your chart
redirect.
that was displayed to the jury, I didn't see anything specific listed. So can you just confirm for me that you can't name a single lost business opportunity other than Pirate 6 that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed?
That's correct. That's
And
not the
you can't
nature of this
identify a
calculation.
single television, just if you could just answer my
His
question.
smile
yes or no.
seems so genuine when Rottenborn's
You
being
can't
a jerk. I
identify
like this guy's
single
demeanor a
television
lot.
Project
Yep.
that Mr. Depp allegedly lost out on as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Correct. That's not the
And
nature
you
of this.
can't identify a single advertising campaign or marketing opportunity that Mr. Depp lost out on as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Right. These are the
And
calls. that
so
we did
it's
not
fair to
receive.
say that for the for
Rottenborn's
lost
trying to mix
opportunities that
expertise
you
on
can't
purpose
name,
here.
You're assuming, as with Pirate 6, that those opportunities were lost because of the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned something interesting in your direct and in your report. You say that you used 2017 as the base year to calculate what you claim Mr. Depp's should have earned in 2019 and 20, correct?
Correct.
And let's take a look at this because 2017, he made that much, correct? About 45 million or so.
Yes.
But in 2016, he made just a shade over 20, correct?
Correct.
2018, he made a shade under 20, right?
Yes.
Same with 2019, right?
Correct.
And then 2020, he actually made more than he had in the prior 2 years or in 2016 and made about, what, 22, 23 million or so. Is that right?
Right. But as I indicated, this is
So-
just based on earnings. You need to get behind it.
Right. So you said, there were a couple interesting things you said. You said that the most recent, that 2017, I want to explore why you relied on that. Now, first of all, you said that
it
you
should be
relied on
obvious.
Jack Wiggum's testimony that 2017
Closest in
was a
time, I
reasonable
mean-
year to use, correct?
Because he could have used
Correct.
45
Despite
million
the fact that
theoretically for the 10-year average.
2017, he made more than twice as much as he's made in any year over the last 5 years, correct?
Yes,
And you
but when
say
you
that
take a
this- you
look
say that
at
the most
their,
recent-
if I can,
No.
Finish
You
this
answered
thought?
my question. No. Well, I want to get to your thoughts because you.
I don't know
said
why
you
the
don't.
judge is letting him do this.
You used 2017 was because it was you said, I wrote it down, the most recent clean year, right?
correct.
And then I think you explained, you said because the op-ed was written in 2018, right?
Correct.
But the op-ed wasn't written until December 18th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
So the first, if 2017 was clean, then the first 352 days of 2018 were also clean, weren't they, sir?
If I may explain, Mr. Wiggum testified that for the first half of 2018, Mr. Depp chose to take some vacation time. Also, he chose to go touring in the summer with his band, and then he did a film towards the end of 2018. With the publication of the op-ed in December of 2018, that would have impacted the prospects for that film that was done in 2018. So he chose to do just the one film in 2018. And then the impact of the op-ed on that film would have meant that it was not a clean period. You could not have looked at that film to get a good sense of what his earnings should have been because he didn't have the chance to earn box office bonuses or
Okay,
product participations.
Well,
So that's why
Cuts both
2017
ways,
is a much, much better year to use than 2018.
Well,
And
let's
also when
break
you
that.
take a
Let's
look
break
at the
that. No,
bar
that,
for-
I think you let's break that down a little bit. You said that 2017 was a much cleaner year, but isn't it also true that there were other reasons why 2018 wasn't clean? For example, the April 2018 article by Dan Wooten calling Mr. Depp a wife beater, correct?
That did occur in that year, yes.
The June 2018 lawsuit that Mr. Depp filed in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater, correct?
Yes.
And how about the October articles reporting that Disney had decided to move on from Mr. Depp and not cast him in Pirate 6, correct?
I'm sorry, what effect would that have had?
Well, it came before the op-ed, so it's another reason why 2018 isn't a clean year in your mind, correct? An article
No,
2
those
months
aren't the
before the
reasons
op-ed,
why.
an article
Those-
2 months before the op-ed saying that Disney had decided not to cast Mr. Depp. That would also keep 2018 from being what you would call a clean year, correct?
I've described the reasons why I believe 2018 was not a clean year.
Okay. Now, you're aware, as we talked about, that Amber's op-ed wasn't published till December 18th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Depp could not have lost out on any opportunities as a result of the op-ed prior to December 18th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And he couldn't have lost out on any opportunities in 2017 as a result of the op-ed. Fair?
Fair.
And he couldn't have lost out on any opportunities in 2016 as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And so.
Question on redirect, though. Did you consider the timing of the op-ed in your calculation? Yes.
You didn't use 2018, but you chose to use 2017, correct?
Yes,
And
for very
Mr.
good
Depp
reasons.
still made more in 2020 than he did in both 2016 and 2018 before the op-ed was published, correct?
Correct. And that's
Nothing
just
further.
based
Thank
on
you.
earnings.
All right, redirect.
Yeah, thanks, Ron.
What do you mean just based on earnings? Tell me about that.
You explained 2018. Why didn't you use 2016?
Well, first of all, 2017 was a more recent year. 2017 was a year in which Mr. Wiggum indicated that that was a typical year for Mr. Depp. He had a studio film, he had a independent film, he had an endorsement deal. 2016 is further back in time. As I understand it, his earnings capacity for that year would have been just about the same or even higher than 2017, because there was an endorsement deal that Mr. Depp passed on that would have been worth a lot of money, according to Ms. Jacobs. So 2017 made the most sense.
Why did you ultimately use the method that you did to determine the lost earnings?
Ask him about that.
Because it just makes sense. It's the correct approach to take. You're taking a look at what Mr. Depp would have been expected to earn in a typical year, and then you're comparing that to the period of time where you're analyzing following the op-ed from December of 2018 through October of 2020. So you're taking a look at what you would have expected him to earn. It's very simple compared to what he actually did earn.
No further questions, Your
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Not great.
All right. Sir, since you're subject to recall, do not discuss your testimony with anybody, but since you are giving expert testimony, you're free to stay into the courtroom. Okay, sir?
Okay.
Thank you. You have a good
Thank
day.
you very much.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Watch your step there.
I think they could have
Alright.
done better on redirect there. Not
Agreed.
belaboring it too much, but
All right. Plaintiff
there were
rests. All right.
better
Ladies and
questions.
gentlemen,
that
we're
they
Plaintiff
could have
rests.
asked.
take our morning recess. It may be a
Oh,
little
I think you
longer.
just said
over.
plaintiff rests.
Issues to take up with the attorneys, but then we'll
Uh-oh.
proceed after that. Okay. So please do not talk about the case and do not do any outside research. Okay. Thank you.
That means Heard's gonna purportedly take the stand first, which I think is a terrible idea.
Not a strong way to end. I agree.
Yeah,
No,
they should
March
save
10th
her
is
for last for sure.
Yeah.
But apparently she's gonna go first. That's the reporting.
Better change that video title, man. You're gonna get an extra 5,000 viewers.
I mean, if she doesn't go first, I mean, she's going to go right away because she's
11:45, and then I'll come back and entertain the emotions at that time. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So again, questions that they should have asked that expert involve, did you factor in the timing of the op-ed into your calculations? Yes. Tell me about this endorsement deal that he forewent in 2016. You said that even though he did not realize those earnings, that would have a significant impact on his potential to earn, which is part of your calculations, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
What
what's
do you
a typical
mean by
endorsement for Johnny?
what was that? Sorry.
Yeah, what's a typical endorsement for Johnny?
Right. He said it was based on what someone said. So it's like, well, what was that? What amount was that? I don't remember that testimony. Maybe it's probably from a deposition. And then the other question is, you kept saying just factoring in earnings, which is really important thing because Johnny Depp will earn a ton of money from residuals due to all of the Pirates movies, any of the merchandising and all of that stuff, which he's going to get that no matter what. This is about opportunities that were missed. And I don't think they had him adequately explain the difference between earnings and earning opportunities in his calculations. Personally, I think that would have been a better way to go. But they really should have finished this case out with Richard Marx, because that guy was just heroically funny, in my opinion. But
I get why they did it this way to kind of explain the numbers at the end, but yeah, it was not a great finish in my opinion. And basically all he did was regurgitate other testimony and say, well, here's how we get to this complicated calculation of 40 million. We take 22.5 million and we add 17.5 million to it. It's like,
nailed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why do we need an expert to tell us that? And then on cross, again, something lawyers do that Nick pointed out a lot of people don't like is they can mix expertise and say, well, he's the valuation damages guy, but he's not the causation guy, but let's ask him all the causation questions so that we can show how he's not testifying to causation, which makes it seem like they're not proving causation, which is just a totally separate witness, separate line of questioning. But
yeah, it's the other thing I really hate when lawyers who are involved in this stuff as the guys who end up drafting the contracts very frequently pretend that a deal gets made and a contract is, or that a deal is not made until a contract is inked and signed. That's insane. Lawyers, we had testimony. They didn't focus on it very much, but I think it was from Richard Marx where he said, it was either him or Wiggum, who said that oftentimes the contract will follow the actual start of the production. They'll already be producing the movie and the contract will arrive and then they'll go ahead and sign off. That's
I think they both may have said that, because I know Wiggum said it's very common in Hollywood for us to get everything worked out and then have the lawyers draft the contract, which is how it works in life.
Yeah, it's crazy. Again, just as an idea about how this works, the Doritos Taco Bell crossover, the Dorito shell taco, was reportedly done entirely on a handshake. It's like $1 billion deal between two major companies. There's not a contract written on this thing. It was literally, or at least to start, it was reportedly a deal between two CEOs, two executives. They're like, hey, should we put Doritos into a taco shell? Yeah, it's a good idea. there you go. It's done. And then there will be lawyers to work out the particulars, or they may just use UCC principles or something in that line of work. But oftentimes there is not a contract when a deal is made. And lawyers pretending like, well, there had to be, you haven't seen a contract, have you? It's like, oh, come on, stop it. This is Johnny Depp's agent talking to the one of the top level executives at Disney and Jerry Bruckheimer himself, saying, yeah, we're going to get this deal done. 22.5 million. I can tell Johnny we're go for this. He can clear his schedule. This is what's going to happen. Once that's in place, it's done. You have the deal, barring some other thing. And it's
also very common for none of it to be in writing. Like none of this is an email or text where it's like, what about 22 or what about 23? Or are we going to cut Johnny because of the TRO or because of the domestic violence? Like you're not texting that to each other or emailing that to each other. That's normal.
Yeah. I talked about this a little bit yesterday. There's no way you're going to have an executive explaining their decision to not cast someone for any number of legal liability reasons.
Definitely not today's day and age.
And that executive definitely does not want to be called to the stand to testify about it either. And so if you can't pin him down on a statement, that way, if you try and depose him, he can just say, we have lots of factors to consider when we make our casting decisions. We haven't even decided to do Pirate 6 or not yet. Right? Like that was the other testimony we got. Pirate 6 is being made until Disney says it's not. But who? So DUI guy.
What's up?
Are you aware that there's a hit piece out on you?
A hit piece?
Apparently H3H3 mentioned you in a recent show. Do you know who H3H3 is?
Less than nothing. What exactly does that entail? Like a hit piece?
I have no idea.
I'm a hit, or I have a target on my back, and I should.
I don't know. Rumor has it that he did something. I don't know what thing it is. I just found out about it. Someone in the chat was talking about it. So
this just got juicy.
Yeah. So I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but I'll send you the link.
No.
Okay.
Don't worry. You have more sponsors than he has currently.
Which
means none.
Yeah.
He lost all his. So
I don't know. I have no clue who that is.
He's a tool.
What is there to hit on DUI guy?
I don't know.
He's got a nice looking, very young face, but some salt and pepper hair. Is that what they're going to hit about him?
Nothing. Ethan's just a tool.
I don't get it. What are people? Why are they doing hit pieces on lawyers? Like, find something else to do.
DUI guy does look like Ethan Klein lost about 100 pounds. I mean, that's.
Yes, he does.
You do. You look like you. Yeah, you look like him after a cocaine bender or something. I don't know.
It is what it is, man. I can't change the way I look. Maybe ease up on the coke, and then I'll regain some weight. But that's
yeah.
Hey! Don't get too drastic.
So anyway, I just wanted to let you know that's apparently the juice. I've not watched it yet. It came into me hot off the presses today.
Okay.
It's one of those things where it's like, do you want to watch it? Do you want to give him the view, or do you not want to watch it, or you want to know what it says so you can respond?
I'm not going to respond, but I'm definitely curious if I'm being meant. Who is H3H3? Like, I don't.
I mean, like huge. It's like 3-4 million subscribers. I mean, this.
Wow.
Ethan Klein's his name.
Wow.
Well, you may know. Okay, so the Paul brothers, Jake and Logan Paul, and they do the boxing promotions. Well, the promotion company, Triller, that runs the actual promotions themselves, gets them on pay-per-view and stuff. They have been maliciously, and I'll say it, like I don't really care about Ethan Klein, but they have been going after him inappropriately using lawfare, basically lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit, because he commented on one segment of one of the fights, and or it might have been the whole fight or whatever, but he commented on it, and they went after him for like copyright infringement claims and all sorts of stuff. And it's been this nutty thing, but yeah, he's a huge podcaster, YouTuber, the H3H3
yeah, I just
podcast.
found him. He's approaching 3 million subs.
Yeah.
He's got nearly, well, actually over 750 million views. So good on him. But yes, send me which video it is. I'll at least listen in at the very least.
I'll send it to you. I can't wait to find out what it is.
That makes two of us, Nick. That makes two of us.
Yeah, actually, I think he was over 3 million subs, and he recently said something that that pissed off his audience. So he lost all of his sponsors because of his own audience turned on him for something. It was pretty wild.
That's impressive. That takes a lot of talent to be able to like lose a large chunk of your subs.
Yeah.
He built himself up being very SJW based lately, and then people realized he said a lot of anti-LGBT things in the past.
Ooh.
So everybody's like, "Well, you're done." So
that's
all the same people he brought on took care of.
You want your head on a pike, say something like that. That's definitely going to be a surefire way to lose subs. And
Someone says, remember when Ethan Klein faked getting beat up? Literally no, because I have never in my life watched any of his content other than the one segment where he was talking about the video that he used for the Triller lawsuit. Like that's it, because I was investigating the claims of the complaint, which were spurious, we'll say. Spurious claims in the complaint.
If you want to see a funny clip, when he was trying to do the Joe Rogan thing for a while and interview people, he brought Bill Burr on, and Bill Burr lit him the fuck up. It was beautiful.
I bet.
That's awesome,
that
though.
great.
Bill Burr is great, man. He's so funny.
Yes.
Okay, real quick, we have to address what's going on. Everybody's reaction briefly to the SCOTUS leak.
I'm literally doing a video with my dad at noon today because he's like a big Supreme Court buff. My dad's a lawyer as well.
Roe v. Wade.
I mean, I think it's interesting. The biggest thing I pull from it, which there's going to be a lot of talk about politics and about, whether or not it makes abortion legal, which is not even what it does. But what's interesting to me is if we're getting politically driven leaks from the Supreme Court, that feels like a step toward the direction of us imploding. And I realize people say, oh, we're the best country in the world, most powerful country in the world. And I agree with all that. But Rome and Greece and every country that was all powerful ended up imploding. And this is one of the signs. Listen, stuff I agree with happens. Stuff I don't agree with happens. We deal with it. We talk about it. But what we don't want is leaks like this trying to alter things that are supposed to be sacred and supposed to be done the right way without any bias and supposed to be done based on the law. That's the scariest part about it to me. Whether it's a state power or federal power, I think people can kind of disagree with. Whether it was overreaching, I think is an interesting discussion, the Roe v. Wade decision, but I don't think anybody should call the guy a hero for leaking it. That's my opinion on it.
Briefly, my biases are open. I'm very, very pro-life. I also think Roe v. Wade independently was a terribly legally reasoned decision. And I joined the illustrious ranks of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who agreed with that proposition that it was legally not reasonable. But that being said, the leak is really bad, except for the fact that I get to watch the videos of everybody melting down, and that's hilarious.
I am also pro-life. My state versus federal powers doesn't always line up, but as far as that goes, but I don't necessarily. I mean, I think this does have to do with that, obviously. But
I think this is a big 10th Amendment. It's a 10th Amendment issue for me.
Right.
Like I'm super pro-life, but I would not purport that any state I would not advocate for any other state's law than my own. And I live in a commie state, so I mean, it's not going to work here in Minnesota. But I would prefer my state law to say no abortion. However, I'm not going to say that a state that determines that it has abortion can't do that. I don't think that's the appropriate approach. I just take it as a 10th Amendment issue from jump and let the state legislatures determine. That's my thing.
And I see people saying like pro-choice or pro-life in the chat. You don't strike me as this type of guy, Nick, but I could be wrong. Conversation's good. Like we can have these conversations. People can all be different in here watching this channel. I think I don't want to speak for your channel, but that's what makes this interesting and what makes it cool. Like we don't have to all line up on everything to have these discussions.
Oh yeah.
But I think that we should all line up that these kind of leaks are bad.
Yes.
Oh yes. These leaks are very bad. Very bad. I mean, the results are funny. We have the leak now. So now we get to laugh at like the crazy meltdowns. Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks did a video like right up in his face, screaming at the camera last night. It's pristine. I recommend everybody laugh at that. But these are complex issues. I always say I could actually make constitutional arguments about abortion. I can see how people reasonably come to the decisions there. I just personally disagree, and that's fine. One of my first and I think my first and longest running client for my law firm is actually a guy who I used to sit and we would get on Facebook at like 2 a.m. while I was in law school, and we would just beat each other's brains out over abortion in Facebook DMs as we each got progressively more intoxicated. It was great. It was great. And he's been a very, very good friend of mine for a long time. And our stand, like, I don't care what people's positions are. I just tell people mine so they don't go, oh, well, this guy's biased. Well, yeah, I am. And here it is. Now you can assess it and take that into consideration over what I say about the subject. But oh man, it's crazy. I'm going to be curious to see if they can confirm who the suspected leaker is. I saw the reasoning that they believe it's the leaker, and I don't think that's a very strong. My
mom, who's no legal affiliation at all, is like, are they going to do something to the person that leaked it? I'm like, I don't know that they know. It's not like some schmo is a law clerk for the Supreme Court. Like, these people have presidential and congressional aspirations. You don't just go from being a law clerk in the Supreme Court to just a nobody. Like, this is a big risk for somebody if they actually did do it. It almost feels, I mean, I'm not accusing any of the justices of doing it, but they're untouchable. So it would almost make more sense to me if it was a justice versus somebody working for them who could actually have repercussions come down on them.
Well, it's impeachable for a justice.
That's true. But
it's impeachable, but that'd be tough.
It'd be hard.
We haven't impeached a Supreme Court justice since like the 1800s, right?
I have no idea.
If we did one, it's been a long time. But yeah, no, it's weird. The link is, from what I can tell, the alleged leaker is someone who Sotomayor's clerk, one of Sotomayor's clerks. But the reason they think it is because that clerk like protested against Kavanaugh while they were at Harvard or something, and then or Yale, I guess, and then they did an interview or something with the journalist who ended up publishing the leaked document. It's like, wait, like that's the suspicion is like, there's this tenuous link between these two people and there's political motivation. Maybe. I mean, that's a bit much for me. Like I want something more concrete on that one.
Yeah. Seems a bit tenuous. I agree. I was thinking when you guys were talking about it, it might just be one of the employees in the bowels of the is the answer. They have no stake in the game. Worst case scenario, they get fired. They're probably minimum wage anyway. So they're like, they probably got paid a hefty sum for leaking it to whichever outlet they approach. So it's just kind of like, it's almost like a win-win. I lose my job. I go somewhere else and I get paid more. I don't know.
It's so unprecedented that it could be anybody from the lowest level person, like you're saying, to the highest level person. Cause it's so, we don't have anything to base it off of, which that's the worst part, is that this just doesn't happen usually.
And if it even came from the court, like it's very possible that there was a leak somewhere shared in confidence between, because like it's weird how people in Congress, these guys seem to know what the court is doing a lot. And so I would not be surprised if the February draft got circulated around some upper echelons of RNC and DNC politicians, in the Senate and in the House. And so then one of their staffers leaks it, secondhand or third hand, who knows? But I find it all interesting. I was shocked. I did not think Roe versus Wade was going to get overturned ever. And then Alito's like, no,
bingo card.
Let me grab my axe.
Yes.
Okay. Go for it. This will be a strange era coming up. I'm interested to see what happens. Okay, let me read some of these chats. Oh, by the way, to the audience, my guests here all independently produce great content. All of their channels are linked in the description of every one of these videos that they appear on. Please go check them out. I don't pay these guys. They don't even know they could get paid.
Oh, all right. See you guys later.
Yeah.
But they come in here, they offer expertise, they offer comedy and entertainment and good conversation. Go check out their channels. You can find a whole lot of really smart, really fun content on each one of these guys' channels. Make sure and do that because I think you'll find, if you like legal stuff and hold on.
Court back on?
Create an issue of fact on his claims. And in addition, the court may not draw inferences from the evidence that defy logic and common
This is the mid-trial motions that are obligatory. They're going to lose.
Motion to strike on something.
So the issue here, Your Honor,
Is there a
is a
motion
couple
for
fold,
like
and
a
I'll
directed
take the
verdict?
statements.
Yeah, that's what they're doing right now.
Judgment notwithstanding
Two
the
of them
verdict
in one
in civil?
category and one
Yeah.
of them in the other category. But I think we're all clear
You're
that
gonna
the
lose,
sole
obviously.
issue here is whether Amber Heard can be held liable to Mr. Depp for defamation arising from the 2018 op-ed and the 2018 op-ed.
Wait, is this a motion to? Oh, this is their motion to dismiss. I
to
bet.
establish that, Mr. Depp has
It
to
is.
prove the following elements. He has to prove that the publication of the op-ed
They should
and that
lose
it was
this.
written by Ms. Heard. He has to
They've made a
prove that
prima
the
facie case on
statements
this.
in the op-ed
Oh, yeah.
were both false
The-
and defamatory.
The
So,
standard is so low,
falsity
preponderance of the
and that
evidence.
they contained a
it's just
sufficient
the
defamatory
lowest in the
sting.
land.
And he has to show that the statements were made with the requisite intent. In this case,
But
actual
it's
malice.
considered
on the part of
malpractice
Amber
not to make
Heard.
this motion.
I'll save that argument till the end, Your Honor, and I'll focus on the first
The
two at
actual
this point.
malice is
And
actually clear and
because
convincing
it seems
evidence.
like plaintiff is proceeding under a
Right.
theory of defamation
You're
by
right about that.
implication. Under the Pendleton case, 290 Virginia 162, plaintiff bears the burden of proving that the statements at issue were designed and intended by Ms. Heard to imply a defamatory meaning. Designed and intended to imply a defamatory meaning. So, and to satisfy those first two elements, publication and falsity and defamation or defamatory nature of the statements, Mr. Depp bears the burden of proving that by a preponderance of the evidence. And to satisfy the requisite intent and show that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice, he has a heightened standard of proof that he must prove by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with that malice. So just want to talk about the two statements on domestic abuse in the op-ed. And Your Honor's well aware of the ample Virginia case law talking about how you have to view the op-ed as a whole. You have to view words in context. So these are the statements that read, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. And then the other statement that says, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Now, those statements are entirely opinion, except for, according to Mr. Depp, the discussion of domestic abuse. So the statement, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and the statement in the second sentence that Mr. Depp was a man accused of abuse. The rest of those are inactionable opinion statements. Now, the evidence adduced thus far, Your Honor, shows that Mr. Depp can't sustain a claim on these for two reasons. First of all, the statements are true on their face. I don't think that there's any dispute about that, and that's been the subject of some testimony in this case. 2 years before she wrote the op-ed, Ms. Heard did, in fact, become a public figure representing domestic abuse when she obtained a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp was indeed accused of abuse. Those are facts that are true. Now, to the extent that Mr. Depp will argue that he's proceeding on a defamation by implication claim, again, the court should grant the motion to strike because the undisputed evidence is that he did, in fact, abuse Amber. Now, there's a dispute in this case. There's ample evidence that he physically abused Amber, but we acknowledge that there's a dispute in this case on that. But what there isn't a dispute in this case is non-physical abuse. Both Mr. Depp and his expert Shannon Curry have testified that abuse may come in many forms. It may be physical, certainly, but it may also be verbal, maybe emotional, maybe psychological. You'll recall Mr.
These are
Depp,
fact questions for the jury. He's making a good argument, but
setting
that's for the jury
baseline
to
for what
decide, not the
abuse
judge.
was when he talked about the
It's
non-physical
same argument
abuse
I'd make.
that he allegedly
Yep.
suffered at the hands
No,
of
he's
his
gonna
mother. He
fail.
said it was worse than the beatings. And the example he gave was that his mom used to call him One Eye as an example, because he had a lazy eye, I guess, as a child. That was something that Mr. Depp himself said was abuse, his mom calling him One Eye. So we setting aside the evidence of physical abuse in this case, which is already overwhelming, Mr. Depp's claims relating to these two statements should be stricken because of the ample and undisputed evidence in the record of non-physical abuse by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. There's evidence in the record of recordings, messages, including messages written in blood, with his finger, blood and paint, vile names, shouting, menacing and threatening statements. There's the video, the kitchen video in Sweetser. There's the audio of him calling Ms. Heard, like I say, numerous vile names. There's the audio of him asking her to cut him, and whether she wanted to be cut. So there's plenty of evidence out of the words or out of the mouth of the plaintiff in this case that constitutes non-physical abuse of Ms. Heard. Again, under the standards set forth by his expert and the plaintiff himself. Those are far worse than his mother calling him One Eye when he was a child. In addition to that, Your Honor, there's Travis McGivern's testimony from yesterday in which he testified that at a minimum,
The judge is going to decide that? What's worse?
both parties were being verbally abusive to each other. Mr. McGivern also testified about Mr. Depp, quote, rearranging her closet, throwing racks of clothing down onto the floor and throwing at least one rack down the stairs. Now, in California, property damage alone can be a basis for getting a temporary restraining order under California law. So further evidence of non-physical abuse or non-physical toward Ms. Heard. You saw the cupboards in the Sweetser kitchen video. And then Dr. Laurel Anderson, Your Honor, testified that she believed that the parties engaged in mutual abuse and that at least some of the time that was initiated by Mr. Depp. This is all evidence. We haven't gotten to put on our case yet. And to the extent that this case proceeds, and that will start now. But this is all evidence that has come in while plaintiff.
That will start now. You know you're going to lose this motion.
Evidence has come in, and he can't overcome that. In this case, Your Honor, if Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard physically, verbally, emotionally, or psychologically, even one time, then she wins on those claims.
Firmly disagree.
Then
That
she
doesn't
wins.
make her statement substantially true.
And the evidence is overwhelming and undisputed in the ways that I've just described that he did. So for that reason, Your Honor, those claims should be stricken. And I'll just cite the Union of Needle Trades versus Jones case. This is 268 Virginia 512 that states if the
plaintiff's lawyer is like, can I go now? Can I
preponderance
Can I make my argument? Yours is shit. Let me just
he has
clear it
not
up real
met his
quick.
threshold burden. And the trial court should strike the evidence and grant summary judgment to the defendant. That's exactly what should happen here. Now I'll move on to the second issue, which is the headline
He sits back down.
containing
He's
the
like,
phrase
"Oh, God."
sexual
He's like,
violence.
"Oh,
There's
shit."
more.
That should be stricken for a couple reasons. First, Your Honor, the evidence has established that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline.
It is not.
Mr. Doherty from the ACLU, that's the only evidence that's come in this case thus far. Plaintiffs control the evidence.
Well, I understand, but there's also a stipulation that Ms. Heard would not be called in the plaintiff's case because they would then use her testimony for part of their
Which
case.
is another indication
Right, I mean,
denied.
And that's correct. Ron.
If the judge
Yeah,
interrupts you in the middle of your argument,
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that the court should strike because they haven't put Ms. Heard on to say to testify about the headline.
But you are.
I assume part of that would be that they would, but I hope they. I guess
All right,
they
I got to go do my Supreme
get
Court
from
video.
Ms.
I'll try to
Heard
jump
is
back
that
on later. Thanks for having me, guys.
Either
See you, buddy.
wrote it or republished it. I
Yeah,
don't
what
know.
happened the next day is Ms. Heard posted it on her Instagram account and said, look what I published yesterday in the Washington Post. So she adopted
Whoops.
the title and her name was on the article which contained the title.
And Mr. Ron, the only reason I'm
Preview what's
sorry.
coming.
No,
Interrupt
that's fine.
you.
Of
The
course.
only because I know that was a stipulation, so it's hard for me to say that that's all the evidence for motion to strike if there's a stipulation that they're still going to get more evidence in on that particular issue.
I think, and I'm happy to hand the court the transcript of the April 8th hearing, because one of the things that we're not arguing today is that because they haven't put in evidence of I think it was a tweet, but Mr. Chu says it was Instagram. I don't know. Whatever it was, that because there
It
was
was a tweet adopting the op-ed she published
Okay.
the day before in the Washington Post.
All right. So what I'm not arguing today is that because they haven't gotten that tweet into evidence or had Ms. Heard say that she tweeted that we're entitled to summary judgment at this point. I'm not arguing that, but that's all that we discussed on April 8th. And I'm happy to hand the transcript up, Your Honor. And we actually never, it wasn't a stipulation. It was simply an agreement that they didn't need to call her in their case in chief to make that point. And then Ms. Bredehoft said, we'd have to agree on the language of any stipulation. And they haven't proposed anything to us and haven't gotten back to us. So I think that that's only relevant. We're not basing our request for motion to strike here on Ms. Heard not having testified to sending that tweet.
But you're saying for the
You
motion to
are.
strike, the only evidence before the court is that the Washington Post wrote that title.
Correct. And that's very different from what happened the next day. The stipulation didn't go toward who wrote the title. That was never part of anything. And it's undisputed. And Ms. Heard will testify that she didn't write the title.
Well, I understand that, but I
It's
think
not
there.
undisputed, Your Honor. I apologize for interrupting.
And
But
she hasn't
I think
testified
the
yet.
issue is that whether it was republication.
Well, and I'll get to that next.
But I know, but the problem is, how do I do a motion to strike when that evidence isn't before me yet?
Well, the republication isn't. So the evidence
He lost his train of thought even
is
on
that the Washington
Yeah.
Post wrote the headline, or that Ms. Heard
bad.
didn't. And that's the only evidence. And that's
Right.
not going to change. The tweet, which was the only subject of the discussion of the pretrial conference, where there was no stipulation, it was just an agreement that we're not going to base a motion to strike on them not introducing evidence of the tweet. That was what it was. I'm happy to hand the transcript up if Your Honor would like to see that. But that isn't actionable
losing this
because
one.
under the
You can't-
Lakova versus Halper
you can't
case,
testify
995
for her.
F3rd 134, retweeting a link doesn't constitute republication. Now that case
Well,
dealt with
it does if
hyperlink.
you add something to it, but I just don't know the
Your
evidence.
Your Honor, very quickly, it's a judicial admission. They admitted in Ms. Heard's answer, she admitted to the tweet. So that establishes that she adopted
Yep.
the op-ed in its entirety, and it was discussed. We talked about judicial admissions. One was the op-ed itself. The second, and this is reflected.
Your
in the
Honor, if I could
transcript.
finish my argument, I mean,
I
I would
understand.
appreciate.
I can't wait to oppose this.
I
anyway,
know.
so.
And again, we can
I have to
look at the
speak now.
transcript.
You understand my concern.
I do
though.
understand your concern, and I guess
Can't
like
wait
two
to
against
oppose this
one
guy.
right now.
there's two levels. One is there's no dispute, and there's not going to be a dispute that she did not write the headline. So then you look at is the tweet actionable? And the argument here is that as a matter of law, retweeting something isn't actionable. And so
Okay.
as under the Lakova case, 995 F3rd
That's a different
134,
question,
that
though.
case dealt with hyperlinks
And you
how
know
those
it.
aren't actionable. But to be very clear, nothing that was discussed on April 8th, nothing that was discussed at that pretrial conference was in any way relating to any stipulation about who wrote the headline. It was simply that they need not call Ms. Heard in their case in chief to get her to say that she sent a certain tweet. And that tweet's not in evidence yet, but I assume that they'll try to put it in evidence at some point. But
They'll
that's
try.
the tweet doesn't need to be in evidence for you to strike this claim on that basis. So even assuming that the headline implied certain conduct by Mr. Depp, again, Mr. Depp can't meet his burden of proof on this. Third, Your Honor, he can't prove that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice. Mr. Depp hasn't introduced evidence sufficient to permit him to meet this. Now, again, this is a heightened burden of proof. He has to show actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. And as the Bose Corporation case from the U.S. Supreme Court, it talks about the role of judges as gatekeepers of the Constitution, of the First Amendment, and the role of barring entry of a judgment that's not supported by clear and convincing proof. Now, that case was about appellate review of First Amendment issues, but the same holds true for Your Honor here. Here, Mr. Depp hasn't introduced any evidence, and there can't be a reasonable inference drawn that would permit a jury to find that he's proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard wrote the words with actual malice. And again, we go back to the testimony of Mr. Doherty, which was their witness. They put him in, and Mr. Doherty, the only evidence relating to intent or anything relating to this op-ed, which was, again, maybe Mr. Chu will try to say that we stipulated to Ms. Heard's intent on April 8th, which of course we didn't. But the only evidence that has been presented in this case, Your Honor, by Mr. Doherty, was that the op-ed wasn't Ms. Heard's idea, that the ACLU asked her to write the op-ed, and indeed that they even wrote the first draft, and then that Ms. Heard vetted the finished article with her lawyers and with lawyers from the ACLU to make sure that it wasn't problematic. That is the only evidence in the record. And on that evidence, there cannot be a conclusion that Ms. Heard acted with the actual malice that's necessary, particularly when you consider the heightened burden of proof.
I would love to argue against this too.
So reviewing the op-ed as a whole, with the court acting in its appropriate function as a gatekeeper of the First Amendment, we ask that that the court strike plaintiff's evidence and award
credit, he's doing what he can.
to Ms. Heard, either in whole or in part. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Real quick to the audience, these
Good
are
morning, Your
this
Honor.
is
May it please
normal
the court bench you for
after
plaintiff
the
Johnny Depp.
one
It's
side
just
rests
still
for the other
morning.
side to move for dismissal
Your
and
Honor, if I
summary
may
judgment.
approach.
Benchu stands up and unzips his pants.
It's so the idea is right now the other party has an opportunity to win the case outright, even if it's not a very good opportunity. You take
I
it
just handed
because you might
to
win.
Mr. Rottenborn and Your Honor an opposition that we prepared before we had the benefit of seeing Ms. Heard's affirmative motion to strike, but I think we've anticipated the arguments made, such as they are. The court should deny defendant Amber Heard's motion to strike because Mr. Depp has come forward in his case in chief with multiple credible witnesses, documents, and authentic tape recordings of Ms. Heard herself, not only satisfying all of the requisite elements of his claim for defamation, including actual malice, but also going the extra mile of showing that Ms. Heard physically abused him. She's the abuser in this courtroom. Your Honor, going back to the standard, as Your Honor is well aware, in considering a motion to strike, the trial court must view the evidence and all reasonable inferences drawn from the evidence in light most favorable to the plaintiff. Any reasonable doubt as to whether the plaintiff has produced sufficient evidence of the wrong alleged must be resolved in the plaintiff's favor and the motion to strike denied, unquote. And that's the Boeing case, I believe Mr. Rottenborn referred to, 243 Virginia 81 at 81, 1992. Quote, the weight and credibility of the testimony of witnesses are solely matters for the jury. The jury may accept that part of the testimony it believes and reject that which it does not. It is also within the exclusive province of the jury to draw any reasonable inferences from the evidence before it, citing Rate versus Minix, 275 Virginia 579.
Notice the difference in confidence levels between the two lawyers.
In deference and respect to the court's time, Mr. Depp incorporates by reference the legal analysis set forth in the court's opinion letter dated March 27, 2020, overruling Ms. Heard's demurrer to the 3 defamatory statements at issue. And that letter of opinion is attached to Exhibit 1 to Mr. Depp's opposition. That's where the court fulfilled its proper gatekeeping role that Mr. Rottenborn referred to. As a threshold matter, the elements of a defamation claim are the following: publication of an actionable statement with the requisite intent, citing the Shaker versus Bonfalt case, 290 Virginia 81 at 91. As to damages, they are presumed here because Ms. Heard's false allegations of domestic abuse, sexual assault, and rape constitute defamation per se, citing the Tronfield case, 272 Virginia 709 713, a 2006 case. As the court noted at page 3 of its opinion letter, typically an editorial or op-ed column is ordinarily not actionable because it appears in a place devoted to or in a manner usually thought of as representing personal viewpoints. However, Virginia recognizes that, quote, a defamatory charge may be made by inference, implication, or insinuation, citing the Carwell case. And a statement expressing a defamatory meaning may not be apparent on its face, citing Pendleton, with which the court is quite familiar, 290 Virginia at 172. Accordingly, in order to render words defamatory and actionable, it is not necessary that the defamatory charge be in direct terms, but may be made indirectly, and it matters not how artful or disguised the modes in which the meaning is concealed, if it is in fact defamatory. Carwile 196 Virginia at 7. And based on the authority and reasoning set forth in pages 4 through 8 of the opinion letter, the 3 statements at issue are actionable under a theory of defamation by implication. Mr. Depp established in his case in chief that Ms. Heard, in fact, made all 3 of the defamatory statements at issue. As the court admitted into evidence as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, the op-ed Ms. Heard published in her own name in the Washington Post on December 18th, 2018. And let's take the 3 statements and the proof that has been adduced. Statement number 1, Amber Heard, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." Per page 6 of the opinion letter, the first statement could reasonably convey the alleged defamatory meaning, i.e. that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, to its readers without extending the words beyond their ordinary and common acceptation. See Pendleton 290, Virginia at 172, also citing the Carwell case. Resolving every fair inference in Mr. Depp's favor, this statement could reasonably imply that the sexual violence Ms. Heard spoke up against was in fact perpetrated by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp produced several credible witnesses and documents proving that Ms. Heard was implying that he committed sexual violence against her.
No, the jury's
Mr.
not
Depp
present, guys.
himself testified to that, as did his sister, Christy Dombrowski. Mr. Depp's former agent, Christian Carino, testified that, as did his current agent, Jack Wiggum. But perhaps most convincing of all, and most disgusting of all, was the testimony of the ACLU's Terrence Doherty, a lawyer nonetheless. Mr. Doherty testified, among other things, that when they were pitching the op-ed to the Washington Post, they stated, "Hey, Michael, wonder if we might interest you in a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you may recall, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, on what the incoming Congress can do to help protect women in similar situations." Mr. Doherty also testified that everybody understood, as Ms. Heard and the ACLU clearly intended, that this statement and the other 2 statements referred directly to Mr. Depp. Quote, "This is an article that was in USA Today and specifically ties Amber's statement in her op-ed piece to Johnny Depp." And when Jessica Weitz, who actually wrote the op-ed that Ms. Heard later adopted, she says, quote, to Mr. Doherty, "So much for not mentioning JD," when the USA Today made clear that they, like everybody else who read the op-ed, understood that, as Ms. Heard clearly intended, it referred to Mr. Depp, which makes her Instagram post 2 days before the trial began, that she didn't mention Mr. Depp, all the more outrageous. Your Honor, there is Ms. Schulman, also of the ACLU, acknowledged that Ms. Heard's op-ed referred to Mr. Depp. So it's very clear that the ACLU and Ms. Heard intended, that was the whole purpose of this, so that they could get interest in this and it would coincide with the premiere of Aquaman, because otherwise no one would have been interested in anything written by Ms. Heard. Mr. Doherty also testified that Ms. Heard only paid 1.3, actually she didn't even pay all that, out of the $3.5 million that she had pledged to the ACLU. And then they helped her lie about it. And it's one thing, Your Honor, for her to stiff the ACLU, which frankly played a reprehensible role in this case. It's quite another for her to fail to honor her obligation to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles with sick and dying children. And that she failed to do as well. And as Your Honor has mentioned, the fact that she put her name on that article means that she is responsible for all of those statements, which she specifically adopted later. And I'll go through the other 2 statements quickly, Your Honor.
Well, can we stay on this one for one moment, though?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because do you agree that the only evidence before that we've heard in this trial, as far as the title of the op-ed, is that even Mr. Doherty, I believe, testified to it, that it was something that Washington Post wrote?
Well,
for the one online.
He's not our witness, Your Honor. That's a witness from the ACLU.
Well, I understand, but it's the only evidence I have.
I respectfully
Okay.
disagree, Your Honor.
All right.
What the only real evidence Your Honor has is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, which is Amber Heard putting her name on the entire article, including the title. That is the only evidence before you. The ACLU was a co-conspirator with Ms. Heard, and whether they say, oh, maybe the Washington Post wrote it, that's not the end of the story. All she has done is create an issue of fact as to whether she wrote the title or not.
So you're saying just having that exhibit in evidence is enough?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Her name is on the article.
Yeah.
What does an average reader expect?
Bring the Washington Post headline writer in to refute it.
A motion to strike. If they want to come back later and say, gee, she didn't write the title, as if that were a defense, I hope they make that argument. I hope they make that argument to the jury, because it's about as credible as her argument that, oh, I wasn't referring to Johnny Depp. She didn't have to. And the testimony of Terrence Doherty was very clear that when they took out the references to Johnny Depp, no one was interested in this article anymore. So she said, put it back in, make it more spicy so people would read. Otherwise, she couldn't get it in the Washington Post. It would be back in Teenage Vogue, which is the other publication that was considering publishing it, because no one was interested in what she had to say, unless she was defaming Mr. Depp. But if I could go to the second statement, I'll try to be quick, Your Honor. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force
History
of
being
our
made right
culture's
here.
wrath for women who speak out. As for the second statement, defendant called herself a public figure representing domestic abuse, which can be read to imply that she became a representative of domestic abuse because she was abused by Mr. Depp, not just because she spoke out against alleged abuse. This inference can be drawn without extending the language beyond its ordinary common acceptation, citing Carlisle 196, Virginia at 8. Your Honor, quote, to constitute a publication, it is not necessary that the contents of the writing should be made known to the public generally. It is enough, it is said, if they are made known to a single person, unquote, citing Snyder versus Fatherly, 158, Virginia, 335 at 350. Everybody and his grandmother testified that Ms. Heard was referring to her bogus ex parte TRO that she obtained on May 27th, 2016. And it was interesting that Mr.
We're getting a nice glimpse in his closing.
Said that she wasn't even provided notice. So Ms. Heard made very sure that Mr. Depp wouldn't have notice of the ex parte TRO. And Ms. Heard herself, the evidence shows, knew that Mr. Depp, having just suffered the loss of his mother, was already on the other side of the country, was already in New York at the time of this TRO, and was heading to Europe for several weeks. So she knew she didn't need any protection from him. This was just a scam for her to get the $7 million in the divorce settlement that she said she gave to the ACLU. She swore she gave to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, and she pocketed instead. Mr. Depp, Ms. Dombrowski, Mr. Carino, Mr. Wiggum, and the inimitable Mr. Doherty of the ACLU, which lent its once respected name to Ms. Heard's defamation.
Going hard in the
So
paint
while
on the
Ms.
ACLU.
Heard may have avoided any direct mention of Mr. Depp's name, there is extensive testimony and evidence in the record showing that the implication of her op-ed could not be more clear, i.e., that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard during the course of their marriage. Under Virginia law, quote, it is not necessary that the defamatory charge be in direct terms, but it may be made indirectly. And it matters not how artful or disguised the modes in which the meaning is concealed if it is in fact defamatory. Citing Carlisle. Well, we can argue as to how artful it was, but the implication was very clear, as the court has previously ruled, or not law of the case, but as the court has persuasively written in its opinion letter. Let's move to the falsity of Ms. Heard's ever-evolving and ever-escalating change of IPV and sexual assault. Mr. Depp's sworn denial is all he needs to survive a motion to strike, but there's a lot more than that, Your Honor, and I'll try to be brief. 3 police officers, actually 4, but the 3 who testified already, Officers Sines, Haddon, and Gatlin, testified unequivocally that Ms. Heard did not have a mark on her on the evening of May 21, 2016. And I could go through, I'll just go through very quickly. Officer Haddon, strike that, Officer Melissa Sines on jury trial day 10. Question, did you provide a copy of this pamphlet to Amber Heard? Answer, I did not. I didn't identify her as a victim of domestic abuse. The next day, Officer Melissa Sines. Okay, at this time, did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard? Officer Sines, I did not. Question, okay, were you looking to see if she had any injuries on her at the time? Officer Sines, yes, I was. Question, and so you were looking to see if Ms. Heard had any injuries and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate? Officer Sines, correct. Question, okay, and was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination? Answer, yes, the hallway was well lit. Officer Gatlin's testimony was the same, and he had the body cam. Officer Haddon's testimony was the same. The testimony of nurses Debbie Lloyd and Erin Borem, who, like the police officers, did not work for Mr. Depp. In fact, they worked for Dr. Kipper, also belie Ms. Heard's false allegations of abuse. Isaac Baruch and Alejandro Romero both testified that they saw Ms. Heard repeatedly and in the clear light between May 21, 2021, which was the last time Mr. Depp saw her before leaving on the Hollywood Vampires tour. The next time he was to see her was when Ms. Heard begged him to come see her in San Francisco, which is hardly the act of a domestic abuse victim. So we have Isaac Baruch and Mr. Romero saying that they saw Ms. Heard repeatedly in the interval of time between May 21 and May 27th, when she obtained the farce ex parte TRO, and they saw no marks on her face and no swelling. 2 witnesses, Mr. Baruch and Brandon Patterson, saw the video of Ms. Heard and her sister Whitney pantomiming the fake punch after this alleged incident of abuse. Ms. Heard's former personal assistant, Kate James, and several other witnesses, including Dr. David Kipper, saw no violence by Mr. Depp and no injuries to Ms. Heard. Indeed, witness after witness has come forward to testify that Ms. Heard, far from being a domestic figure representing domestic violence, unquote, is in fact a recidivist perpetrator of domestic violence on Mr. Depp and others. We have the testimony, the harrowing testimony of Mr. Depp himself, who described several witnesses. One, as Your Honor will recall, when he was hiding in the bathroom after escaping one of her attacks, and she claims to have hurt her foot kicking the door. Mr. Depp opens the door to see if she's hurt, and then she kicks the door in on him and punches him. We have the incident of December 15, 2015, when Ms. Heard threw punches at him wildly at the back and side of his head. Mr. Depp testified that he ducked and covered to protect his face. Eventually, he turned around to grab her and stop her arms from flailing. December 15 in the Bahamas, during an argument, Ms. Heard grabbed a can of mineral spirits and threw it at Mr. Depp's face, striking him in the forehead, bridge, and nose area, and the jury saw a photograph of the bridge on the bruise of his nose. We have testimony from Mr. And by the way, Tara Roberts, who is the manager of the island, confirmed that the incident with the mineral spirits. You have Mr. Depp's testimony of what happened on April 22nd, 2016. And we've heard testimony today from Erin Borem-Filati that Mr. Depp was very responsive, was very sociable, was not in any way inebriated that day when Ms. Heard says he was, and she attacked him that She attacked him that night as well. And I'm getting to the end of this, Your Honor.
This should be plenty sufficient to survive a motion to dismiss. There's at least a fact question here.
We have Ms. Heard's own admissions. We have her admitting to hitting Mr. Depp, and her only contention was that she wasn't punching him, she was just hitting him. We have testimony from Travis McGivern that on February 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw and hit Mr. Depp with a can of Red Bull and then sucker punched him with a closed fist. Finally, we have the rather stunning testimony of Ben King, quite a credible witness who accompanied Ms. Heard on the flight back from Australia, where Ms. Heard admits to him in a rhetorical question, quote, "Did you ever totally lose it on someone you love?" Which was, we would respectfully submit, an admission of her severing the top or the tip of Mr. Depp's finger. Finally, Your Honor, statement number 3, quote, "I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse." Again, quoting very briefly from page 7 of the court's opinion letter, quote, "Drawing every fair inference in plaintiff's favor, the court can fairly conclude that defendant's statement that she saw how institutions protect men accused of abuse could reasonably convey to its recipients that she saw how Mr. Depp was protected by institutions, that he abused her and spoke up against it." Your Honor, again, we have multiple testimony from multiple people, including Jack Wiggum and all the others mentioned, that this was a reference to that. Your Honor, again, the lies that have already been exposed that Ms. Heard has told about the charitable contributions, the incidents in this case, and again, I'll just cite a couple of more, the testimony of Isaac Baruch. When Mr. Baruch saw Ms. Heard on June 3, after she'd gone through with the sham ex-party TRO, and Mr. Baruch was asked, did she say anything in response? And Mr. Baruch testified, yeah. In response to that, she, meaning Ms. Heard, looks at me and said, "I told Johnny I don't want anything. The lawyers are making me do all of this." And that's what she said. Well, the lawyers are making her do all of that. And apparently she wanted the $7 million for herself. She even lied about the final insult left on the marital bed after her 30th birthday party. And it was quite telling that she admitted to Starling Jenkins, a former United States Marine.
Good language.
That this was a terrible prank gone awry. Well, she lied about that too. In fact, she said Mr. Depp was crazy to even allege that she could have done such a thing. Well, she admitted it to Mr. Jenkins. Per Tronfield, as cited earlier, Mr. Depp does not have to prove damages because this is defamation per se. In fact, these involve some of the most heinous crimes any man or woman can be accused of. However, he has done so. Jack Wiggum tested yesterday that the impact of the op-ed was catastrophic on Mr. Depp's personal and professional life, that it was a $22.5 million loss on Pirate 6 and another $20 million on others. We've had the testimony. So we had Mr. Wiggum testifying as to the 22.5 lost on Pirate 6 and another 20 lost on the other films, the other studio films, the indie films, and the other ways Mr. Depp would have made income. We have Richard Marx's testimony, Douglas Banya's testimony, and the testimony of Michael Spindler just this morning. Finally, Your Honor, none of Ms. Heard's affirmative defenses, which would include, her trying to create an issue of fact on the title, can support a motion to strike, as to which she bears the burden of proof of her affirmative defenses. Quote, whether the defendants have met their burden cannot be resolved when considering a motion to strike. See 243 Virginia at 83. And just to respond to Mr. Rottenborn's citation to the Lakova case, which we hadn't seen until he mentioned it today, I would only note, Your Honor, that defendant admits that she tweeted a link to the online version of the op-ed at paragraph 97 of her answer, though again, the admission of Exhibit 1 is more than enough to survive the motion to strike. And the Lakova case at 995 F3rd 134 holds that republishing a hyperlink doesn't necessarily start the statute of limitations, not that a hyperlink cannot be defamatory. So with that, Your Honor, we respectfully request that the court deny the motion to strike in full, and let's hear from Ms. Heard. Thank you.
Nailed it.
Thank
Yep.
you.
You did a very thorough
Excellent work.
defense.
Thank
That
you.
was beautiful.
I can only assume that Mr. Chu wrote that speech for an audience outside the court because it didn't really address my arguments. I'm going to focus on what our specific
He gets a second
arguments
shot
are
in
for the
Virginia?
motion to strike, Your Honor. Mr. Chu
He gets
spent
his response time, I suppose.
almost 30 minutes of the court's time talking about the disputed evidence of physical abuse in this case, which Ms. Heard hasn't even put on her case. And I can tell you she's not the abuser. And if the case moves forward, she and her witnesses will put on even more evidence of the physical abuse she suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. But that's not the basis for our motion right now, Your Honor. He talks about how Mr. Depp had a sworn denial, and that should count. We read his testimony. He claims he didn't strike her. But again, that's not the basis for our motion. The basis for our motion is the clear and undisputed evidence of non-physical abuse by his definitions, by his standards, by the standards of his expert. There is no dispute that Mr. Depp abused Amber. And therefore, if he did it even one time, there is no dispute that even under their
The
theory of
line
the
in the
case,
op-ed
the
is
implication
domestic
that they want the jury to
violence,
draw from the article,
not
which again,
abuse,
I'm not arguing for the purposes of today, because
I think
under
that
the legal
sounds right.
standard, I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to waste the court's time with that. But even under their standard, the undisputed evidence is that Mr. Depp did commit abuse against Ms. Heard, and therefore that those first two statements were false. That's our argument on that. As to the headline, it's funny, Mr. Chu, we played 2 or 3 hours of an ACLU deposition. Now he says, well, that wasn't our witness. It was his witness, Your Honor. He just spent 10 minutes talking about what Mr. Doherty said. And Mr. Doherty testified that the Washington Post wrote the headline. That is the only evidence, Your Honor. I understand he says, well, Exhibit 1 has her name on it. Exhibit 1 has her name on it. But the only evidence in this case about who wrote that headline is Mr. Doherty's testimony. It is
The jury is free to
undisputed.
disregard
They
that
could have put
evidence or
anyone
not
else on.
believe him.
They could have called Ms. Heard for that
Yep.
because that was not part of
They're
this
the finder of fact.
at the pretrial conference. It was only the tweet that we talked about, Your Honor, and they chose not to do that. Now, Ms. Heard will testify she didn't write that headline, so it wouldn't have helped them. But they've had 3 weeks to put on their case, Your Honor. They've controlled the playing field of evidence. There is no dispute that Ms. Heard did not write that headline. No dispute. Simply saying, well, her name is attached to it, that can't overcome the testimony of the ACLU. They call them a co-conspirator. Of course, Mr. Depp chose not to sue them. But the testimony of Terrence Doherty that she didn't write that headline, that takes care of the sexual violence headline, Your Honor. And I'm not going to take up any more of the court's time addressing portions of Mr. Depp or Mr. Chu's argument that don't go to our motion, unless Your Honor has any specific questions. But I
No,
want to
thank
be
you.
respectful.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. For this motion, I've taken the arguments of counsel, and last night I
Here we
reviewed
go.
all of the evidence that has been submitted in this matter. So as to the second and third alleged defamatory statements, at the motion to strike at this juncture, I view the evidence in light most favorable to the plaintiff and reasonable inferences from the evidence.
Going to get knocked out, or
Until
she's
a
not going to strike.
reasonable juror could weigh, then the matter survives a motion to strike.
There we go.
In this matter, there is evidence in the case that a jury could weigh that the statements were made by the defendant, that the statements were about the plaintiff, that the statement was published, that the statement is false, and the defendant made the statement knowing it to be false, or the defendant made it so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the
Dang it,
truth.
man. She already made her
The weight of that
decision even
evidence is
before
up
they
to the
got it
fact
there.
finder. So the motion to
Oh,
strike.
she knew this would happen. She had this
100%.
pre-thought out.
The motion to strike as to statement 1, I'm going to take under advisement because if it's not a stipulation, I'm not sure what it is, but there seems to be an agreement that the tweet of Ms. Hurd is part of the plaintiff's evidence, which is not in evidence at this point. So I can't rule on that statement, whether or not it is just a tweet or if it's some sort of republication or
an
something.
admission
I don't
in
know
her
because
answer,
I haven't
though.
seen it yet. So as to the motion to strike on statement 1, I'm going to take an advisement because ruling on it now, it would be premature because I just don't have that evidence in the case. Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. Since it's 12:30, we don't, you want to just take lunch?
Lunch break,
Go ahead and let the jurors go to
then
lunch and come back at
Amber
1:30.
takes
Does that
the
sound
stand.
Yeah.
okay?
Ben Chu has to go pound one out in the bathroom after that.
I mean, she knew
All
that
right, you wanna
was
do it
coming.
now?
She thought about this
Sure.
probably over the
Okay,
last
sure.
3 days and all knew
All
what
right.
her answer was going to be.
Oh my God, that was. It's like a lawyer's wet dream right there. Was the plaintiff's response to the, like he said, it was just so beautifully articulated and so well said. I mean, it's so worth coming on today, Nick.
Well,
I'll say that.
his response was beautiful because, well, it seems like he wrote that speech for an audience outside of the court. That's when you know that
Mhm.
he's going home and putting on the butthurt cream. Like, because he got torched. He knows his argument got completely torched. They're still mad that this trial is public because Amber Heard looks bad. And they know that she fired her entire PR team. And she's looking at them going, why haven't you guys made me look good? I imagine there are some really nasty exchanges going on after some of these courtroom days with her attorneys and her, where they're smiling when they're leaving the courtroom. And she gets on the phone. She's like, hey, by the way, why is every headline I'm reading talking about how I'm an evil, abusive bitch?
Mhm.
Why do all of them say that? Like,
This is not
you
what I
guys-
signed up for, you guys. This is not what I heard on the, what is it called? The Me Too movement. Yeah, this is, I'm supposed to be attached to the good side. How did you make me the devil?
Exactly. It is.
This is your fault. You know, the lawyers. I didn't do any of this. This is your fault. I'm sure she's pointing fingers.
Yes. Yeah, because that's what she's done. I mean, she fired Obama's PR team. Like, that's who she had. It's crazy.
That's insane.
Who she had representing her in the court of public opinion, she's getting just brutally killed on it. And if anybody needs any evidence that a jury could find that maybe she's the abuser and Johnny Depp isn't, there you like look no further than the court of public opinion. Doesn't guarantee that a juror is going to find that way, but a massive audience has found that way. And it's not just like people who watch a particular thing. If you're watching here, if you're watching Legal Bites, if you're watching Long Crime, watching anywhere, you're going to find
Anything
typically
further? 1:30. What's the
you're typically going to find the majority of people on Johnny Depp's side, which is crazy to think about. How quickly his reputation has flipped on this thing.
I've noticed several articles, but since this trial has begun, and very just randomly scattered across the internet of, you know, one concept that we're very, very familiar with is toxic masculinity, right? I mean, that term gets thrown around left and right. Now, a new term, and for me, at least from my personal observation, a new term that I've noticed with this trial that's being thrown around is toxic femininity. Trying to attach Amber Heard's treatment of Johnny Depp as such. And again, I think it's a lot of feminists and a lot of these articles written by feminists trying to argue that like female abuse does not exist and trying to defend Amber Heard under any circumstances. Doesn't matter what the facts are, doesn't matter what we hear, doesn't matter what the public opinion is. They have like even a term for people who defend Johnny Depp, you know, and it's really, really sad. I did not anticipate that there is a portion of society that is completely blocking off reality. They just simply, whatever reinforces their ideology, that's what they stick to. And to me, I mean, they've always been around. To me, I've just been introduced to that subsect of society, and it's frightening. And all you have to do is go on the internet and find some of these articles written by the lesser known publications defending, Amber Heard, everything be damned. And I did not anticipate that.
We saw that with Rittenhouse, though, with the same, people who were diehard going to ride that bomb right into the ground. But it's also been interesting watching the people whose position is flipped. Like, we were, they were coming in really hard for Heard, and now they're like, maybe not so much. I think he's winning in the PR battle. Whether or not he wins a single dollar, he's doing pretty good.
I wanna go to so this defamation has this one issue, and it's for me, and it's all about the actual malice standard for public figures and what actually is a public figure in current society, because there's a strong argument that anybody on this panel is a public figure for the purposes of any criticism we may receive to anything we say online at all, which effectively opens us to just about everything, right? So
I'm not admitting that for legal purposes.
I don't. I said there's a strong argument, or I might have said strong, but there's an argument that goes around that way. I think that's improper for public figure status. But this notion that you must present evidence of actual malice, especially in a case like this, where the entire allegation is made about something that no one can attest to other than the two parties.
Mm-hmm.
There needs to be a clear instruction that you can determine that if someone did lie, that they lied with the requisite level of actual malice if they're the only person who knows what happened. Like, because otherwise, hypothetically, I could just say, well, I went to Runkle's house and I saw him abusing a beer can or whatever. Like, and no one could refute it. And no one could prove that I knew I was lying about it, but I would be the only person to have evidence of that other than maybe Runkle. But he can't prove that I was intentionally lying. Maybe I misinterpreted it. Well, really? Like, come on now. The idea that she's accusing Johnny Depp of domestic abuse or domestic violence. However, I don't remember which phrase is particularly used, but either way, she would know if she is the recipient of domestic abuse or domestic violence, and in particular sexual violence. So the idea that she could not make the statements with knowledge of the falsity is ludicrous, unless she had a mental condition impairing her ability to see reality, which that has not been testified here. Whatever medical condition she has, her ability to perceive reality is there. And it's obvious in evidence that's been presented that she can show remorse. She can experience regret and things like that in their discussions. So I don't like the actual malice standard in general, but I really don't like that there's some demand of quote unquote evidence, because I think it puts in the mind of people that you need to produce a document, you need to produce a something. But in this case, if she did indeed lie about it, then she knows she lied. And there's no way around that.
Right.
Ugh.
Yeah, so many people are expecting like a signed confession or something, which you just aren't going to get.
Right.
Right. But you can come as close to it as you can, and it's going to be up to the jury to decide whether or not they actually get there. I mean, that's really the bottom line. Has there ever been any discussion? I know Nick, I don't know if some of you other guys have been following this as closely as I know Nick has. Feel free to chime in. Has there been any allegation or discussion about her suffering from anything along the lines of battered wife syndrome, battered girlfriend syndrome, or anything like that? Or has that been not a topic of conversation?
Not yet. I've seen articles about it on Twitter and stuff like that, that this is that Amber Heard is it's reactive abuse, like her, I think is what they call it, where she's been abused. So she lashes out with violence at Johnny Depp because of her abuse. And that justifies her violent acts towards him, which of course, the interesting irony there would be like, well, that would apply to him if she were the first abuser. Like if she abused him, then his violent would be, and so the reactive abusing, but I have not seen it at trial. I assume we're going to get that from her treating psychologist. Yeah. I think that's very much on the menu. I don't think it's the best argument personally.
I was just curious
yeah.
because it kind of goes along with the lines of the like her actions, what she was doing, and so on that you just touched on, Nick. That's why I was curious.
Yeah, yeah. No, I assume we're going to get that in her case in chief. Depp's team, didn't bring anyone who would testify to that effectively. And they didn't ask the psychologist about that because I think they're worried that she would have said, yeah, she's not a victim of reactive abuse. Victims have a different set of symptoms and she doesn't have them.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Now
they exhibit certain behaviors and certain symptoms.
Right. Her treating physician or her treating psychologist is probably going to testify. And that testimony was interestingly kneecapped by the doctor when they said, yeah, treating physicians and medical care providers must accept uncritically allegations of abuse and treat the abuse. But their job is not to determine whether or not it occurred because their care is therapeutic, not they're not forensic on it. So interesting testimony, but man, I'm juiced up after that argument. That was good stuff.
Same.
Oh yeah, I thought it was very good.
To Rottenborn's credit, I thought he did okay. I think he could have come. Yeah. You mentioned something, DUI guy. Notice the difference in confidence between the two. He knew he was going up to that stand to lose that argument.
Sure.
And
his tonality like completely gave it away. Like I can, in my experience, I mean, it's kind of difficult. Like the smaller the case, demeanor when you're just dealing with maybe a few days, maybe a month in jail is one thing versus when you're litigating a case that has many, many years in jail, potentially on the line for one example. But I can tell you from my experience, making a motion for a directed verdict or in civil cases, motion notwithstanding the verdict, when you get up there, you literally anticipate you're going to lose. That's kind of like a running theme. So everything that happened is kind of anticipated. I have seen a directed verdict granted once in our courthouse in like the last decade from my knowledge and experience, maybe more than once, but one I've seen with my own eyes. And that was just a case that absolutely deserved it. But they're extremely rare to be granted. And when you actually do get one, I mean, there's no better feeling. It's almost like a grand jury returning a no true bill. And, the case doesn't go up to circuit and basically gets dismissed. Again, extremely rare as well. I've only seen like one or two of those. So Rottenborn, when he went up there and to make his argument, he has to sound as sincere and accurate, I guess, as possible. But he knew, and you could tell by the tonality, the frequency of his voice, his attitude, that he has to protect the record. That's his job. Make sure that the argument gets made, and to protect it on appeal, basically, if the case does go to appeal, to make sure that the record is protected. But his, you can sense that the sincerity was not there. He had to say what he had to say, and then I think several times he even said, if I remember, he said not to waste the court's time. I mean, it's a dead giveaway. Like, I have nothing else, so I have to skip, as quickly as possible to finish this up and then call it a day, sit down and let the judge rule against me.
And some petulant shots there that I think were probably for Heard's benefit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's got to be the worst client aside from the fact that she's paying the bills. But I imagine
Elon's
other
paying
than
the
that,
bills.
Yeah. But I imagine that other than the paycheck, she's probably miserable to deal with. And there's probably a certain amount of keep her
See, Amber, I'm fighting for you. I went up there and I gave it to him.
Yeah.
Oh, shucks, the judge didn't buy it.
Yeah, I mocked his prepared speech, which is because he's got the better argument.
Yeah. Their best argument is on that. Actually, I will say it. The fact that Rottenborn didn't get that headline struck immediately in court today is probably that's a demerit to that guy. That statement, how they have not gotten that thing struck is kind of funny. It's entirely based on this retweet theory, and I mean, I agree that when you retweet something, you in some way co-sign it to some extent, but I think you got to have a little bit more to it. But I mean, maybe it's enough. But I just think from what I've seen in defamation cases, it seems like that was a slam dunk, getting that thing knocked off, and he wasn't able to do it. I thought that I've been approaching this case, if you look back, with the idea that only the two statements in the op-ed matter. One thing that annoyed me, though, that Johnny Depp's team has not made the argument on, and it bothers me. The ACLU testified, and they mentioned this, that the ACLU wrote the meat of the piece. They wrote everything. So when Rottenborn says, well, when you look at a publication, you have to take the publication as a whole, I would have made the argument in the alternative to the judge that actually you do not need to do that in this case, because Amber Heard made the two statements, the ACLU made the rest of them. And just because she co-signed them doesn't mean that suddenly she gets to make two defamatory statements in isolation and then claim that it's part of this greater work. She didn't make the words of the greater work. She specifically chose, when she had the opportunity to make statements, to make these two, and they should be looked at as independent defamatory statements, not part of a greater work. Now they didn't need that. They won on the issues anyway, but I would have focused on that aspect of it, because to have testimony that all of the non-defamatory stuff in the article was written by someone else, and only the defamatory stuff was written by Amber Heard is phenomenal. And I think it goes right to the heart of this disingenuous argument that the other side's making. But that's me. Yeah, I don't know. I'm maybe pedantic on it. I hate defamation so much.
Did you know that I was actually sued for defamation once?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Did you defame them?
No. I posted something they really, really didn't like. It was a police officer who searched my client's vehicle and either planted or moved about a piece of evidence inside the vehicle basically was moved from point A to point B.
Yeah.
And I caught it and I publicized it, and he asked me to take it down, and I said no. So shortly thereafter, it was about like 11, 12 months later, he sued me, and I litigated it for about 9 months or so. The judge ended up dismissing it in our favor.
That's a public official, so you get a little bit more deference there. And see, that's where I think if there's going to be an actual malice standard, I think it should apply to government officials acting in their government capacity. I think that is actually maybe appropriate. I don't like the public figure doctrine being applied in the current era to celebrities or anything like that, because I think, man, so Johnny
You'd be a
Depp's
public figure now too,
right? But my point is, that I'm a public figure. In theory, I could cause a sufficient amount of damage by lying about some celebrity. And even though they have a platform, I have a big enough platform and could increase it by lying enough to outweigh any sort of benefit that they would have traditionally had. Public figure doctrine for celebrities came from they would have access to the media. So basically they could go on a news station and just torch someone, and the little guy wouldn't have any recourse. But now everybody has recourse. We've democratized communication so effectively that anybody can build a platform. And we even had that chick who sued Cardi B, or who got sued by Cardi B and lost. I mean, she lost, sure, but she made a fortune and expanded her YouTube channel to over 1 million subscribers by making these defamatory claims. Like, so why should Cardi B have had to prove that she acted with actual malice? Now, thankfully for Cardi B, that chick admitted to lying all over the place. So I knew these were lies. And she said it, I think in court even, because she's super smart. But that lady was able to grab 1 million subscribers, have broad sort of acceptance on these lies, and a whole bunch of people who believed her. And what, Cardi B's celebrity was supposed to overcome that? How? That's what torques me off about the public figure doctrine. I really, really hate it. I think we need to have a relook at it. Also, the public figure doctrine is unconstitutional and was clearly made during the civil rights era. And it was done with what we would call restorative racial and restorative racial motive. I mean, the idea was that this was a New York, or this was a
It was the
court
police officer, wasn't it?
right? A court going, putting it down on a police chief who was going after civil rights movement members. I mean, it was made in that time. It's localized there, and I just don't think it's appropriate anymore. But that's me.
Well, hey, you know, if you ask people on Twitter, stare decisis is a suicide pact. Can't go back.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
no
right.
take backsies.
Take that, Japanese
Yeah.
internment camp.
Sorry, Kurimatsu.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to start reading a bunch of super chats. Feel free to pop in and yell at any.
I'll be back.
All right, buddy. Stormy. Oh, by the way, welcome to the stream. Runkle, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing all right. I'm traveling. I picked the best time to book a vacation.
Are you on a train right now?
I'm in an Airbnb.
Oh,
the
okay.
ceiling above me is like 5 feet tall. There are no chairs in this Airbnb except a couch.
Wait a minute.
Really bizarre.
Are you in a hobbit hole? Like what's going on?
Kind of in a hobbit hole. It's this is not one I'd stay at again, but I'm popping on just as much as I can just because this is such a fascinating trial. It's such a gong show.
Are you anywhere fun?
I'm in Toronto. So
no.
Well, kind of. I got to go see Movie Armaments Group and their vault.
Oh,
and
cool.
They're film armorers. So many guns.
Yeah.
Didn't get to play with any of them, but I did get to pick up something that will be useful for when I'm talking about Alec Baldwin. Because
nice.
I got some actual film-rated dummies. So they're actual film dummies for 45 Long Colt. And
nice.
So I can show people a little bit about, just what had to happen for him to be confused about this and how it could have been avoided. So
how'd you like his police interview though?
Oh, I haven't watched all of it. I started, I saw you were on with the AK guy, and I was super envious because the place I was at that point was a different Airbnb, and the wireless there was super bad. I actually stopped watching just so that I could go in it, and I'll probably try to go and have a look at it fresh. But I got as far as he's in the room, and he's getting, like, he starts making a cell phone call, and he puts it on speaker.
Yes.
And I'm sitting there going, no one else is allowed to have their cell phone in there. So they're already treating him a little differently, because anyone else they'd be saying, like, we're going to take that.
Yeah.
And B, are you kidding me? How stupid can you be? Like,
Well, you may not have gotten to it yet. He does make another call and he goes to headset mode. And the best part is you can hear every word.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That's,
those people don't understand.
It's
Those
mic'd
rooms
up
are
in that place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get guys who've been arrested and they mutter to themselves something like, oh, I'm so fucked. And they say it just real quietly.
Done.
And you could pick that up just perfectly. And then the Crown or the prosecutor will play that back and forth and be like, so why did you say that? And,
yep. When you are brought in to a police station, don't say shit to anybody at all. Your phone call should be to your attorney saying, "Get over here now. I need you. I've been Mirandized. Get me out of this."
Yeah. If you fart in there, the audio is so good that they can tell what you had for dinner.
Adequately put. Well, have fun watching that. It was really it was a phenomenal interview in so many ways, because you're just like, okay. So I think you'll enjoy that. Stormy says, will they cover the witness chair with plastic before Turd sits down? That would be so epic.
Jesus.
Hyperion. Woot woot, 7 months. You make the days bearable, man. Oh, thank you. Dennis Heaton. It's officially Amber Heard Day. May the turd be with you. Coincidentally, it's also poker night. Deuce is wild. Farmhand. Farmhand says, hey, Nick, just another advertisement for Farmhand Tom. You sell it better than I do. Hope you got the sample. I did get the sample. I have not had the opportunity to use it yet, but Farmhand Tom, you can look him up on Google and go check out his store. He has the Amber Heard odor removing spray, perfect for any linens you may have that might have been soiled by a vengeful, vindictive bitch of an ex, or any other reason. Maybe you got pets or something. Check it out. It uses natural enzymes to break down odors, and you can get it on Farmhand Tom's webpage there. Justin Wright says, has Olga always been sitting behind Heard? Who's Olga? Oh, I see. The big chick. Yes. She's been sitting behind her for most of the trial, if not all of it. Yeah. I think she's their research attorney there in the courtroom. Matthew Self, Nick, you have a lot of murdering to do. I do. Multi-jurisdictional, probably multinational murdering is coming for all of your OBS comments, chat. It's, and you're all getting a cat with it. So Dr. Spoon, Nick is going to put you in a live trap and drag you to a pond like that skunk.
Yes. Jesus.
What else are you supposed to do with a skunk? I don't know, man.
You don't have rifles where you are?
It was in a live trap, and I didn't look. I had to shoot a skunk that got stuck in a window well once, and it sprayed everywhere. God, it was a mess.
Now you're talking about a different one that you killed. No, we're talking about the one you did ISIS style in the lake.
Yeah. Well, look, it got stuck in a live trap, and I think at the time I might not have owned a gun yet. I can't remember, but no. So I knew if I tried to release the thing, it was going to spray everywhere, and I couldn't do that. I was driving to Texas that day, so it was either, drown it or it was going to die in the trap while I was gone. Eric P, the abortion thing makes no sense. If liberals want to kill their kids, what's the argument? I mean, I could go into it. I don't know if we really want to. I believe that a government's duty is to protect the life of its citizenry, and I see a baby in a womb as a citizen of the government that has
also
some duty to intervene.
Yeah. And last night, are you asking about people's thoughts on it? I gave you a super chat last night. Those are my thoughts on the whole thing.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Yes, the garden implements of questionable chastity will be very upset.
Yes, garden tools be angry. Wizard Brain Lou, I saw Amber Heard is on Wednesday. I do hope it's today. If you had to bet some money, how long do you think she will last on the stand? I think she will last, but Johnny Depp has to know what will trigger her, right?
He knows.
How long do I think she'll last on the stand? I mean, she testified for 4 days in the UK trial.
I'm hoping these lawyers just are good at prodding her, because I think if they take the right approach, they could get her real wound up and real pissed. But we'll have to see, especially because this judge appears to allow a fair bit of leeway in that regard. And so maybe they could get her spun up. That would be wonderful to see.
Yeah, I think a strategy they might try to employ is something, where they try to limit the scope of cross-examination by having a very limited direct on Amber Heard. But the only objection for outside the scope was overruled in this case. And I think the objection was proper. I think this judge is going to let this one go. It's similar to how Rittenhouse, the judge is just going to let a lot of testimony in. If you can if you can manage it.
It's so high profile, they're not going to want to face accusations that they had an unfair trial because they excluded too much evidence. But of course, then you can get unfairness because you've included stuff that shouldn't have been in there in the first place.
Right. But it's really hard. It's going to be really hard to get any decision in this case overturned on a judge's evidentiary ruling, unless it was abusive. It's abusive discretion, I think, and so it has to be very, very wrong, and the judge has to basically be choosing to abuse their discretion in the favor of one party over another. And in this case, she's been equally bad on objection rulings, so I don't think you can do it.
No.
Let's see. David Hayter says last night's stream was almost as good as when Drex and yourself roasted Jack Murphy for 3 hours. Last night's stream was great. Contagion. Fact that RVW is potentially being, Roe vs. Wade potentially being overturned is shocking enough, but timing is a bit sus as well. What are the chances it's just smoke and some SJW intern supporting Amber Heard cause leaked to try and divert attention from testimony? There is zero correlation. I will go to my grave that there's zero correlation between the release of the potential Roe v. Wade decision and the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial.
Yeah. And nobody's going to fake writing an entire decision, because unless you've done that kind of legal writing, it's a ton of work. And I mean, nobody's going to do that as a prank.
No. Especially
And,
not for Amber Heard.
And if you're if you're looking for some sort of like conspiracy or reason that this could be leaked as a distraction, I mean, actions in Ukraine are far more up the government's alley, like getting us into, for example, hypothetically getting the United States into a proxy war with Russia in Ukraine, or even a direct war with Russia and Ukraine, concealing troop movements or something. Those are things
Lying about weapons of mass destruction.
Right. Well, there's some statement that we would, if Russia were to use chemical or biological weapons, that we would directly intervene at that point or something.
Yes.
And so like, I'm not saying this happened because I don't think it did, but that would be, I would go there long before I would go to, there's a huge line of things before Amber Heard's testimony for me. Ryan says, I guess we know that Amber Heard will be auditioning for the role of the Phantom in the next movie adaptation of the Phantom of the Opera. Ben Hagstrom, I've been loving these streams. Hope it's okay to show my podcast, Good, Better, Benjamin. We talk about escaping monsters like Amber Heard and getting back on track from a guy who put in the work. It's on Spotify and Apple. Thanks. Hey, thank you, Ben. Good, Better, Benjamin, if people want to check that out. NSX.
Hey, Nick, actually, I got to head out.
All right.
I'll see you later this afternoon. See you guys.
Yep. Peace. And well, there's going to be 3 of us once he leaves. Leave! Get out of here! NSX says, Amber watched you school Destiny on Transel culture, Nick, and is now trolling you. Tomorrow she may mirror you with a guy haircut. Oh yeah, that'd be fun. She should do it. She should do that. Jay Frozen says, hey, longtime enjoyer of your streams. First started watching during the Vic case. Cool to see you grow. I'm also a fan of Nick Fuentes, and I don't believe you described his politics well. Bring him on a stream. I probably did not. I'm not super familiar or interested in America First or Nick Fuentes's political positions, not because I have any animus towards them, but because I don't really subscribe to any particular ethos. I'm hipster enough to have developed all of my own opinions on all subjects at all times. So that's just me. But bringing Nick Fuentes on a stream isn't super appealing to me. But you know, it would always depend on the topic. Kevin Exner says, when the Google Analytics expert witness was testifying on cross and was asking for his report to be pulled up, what motivation does the defense have to not pull up sections of his report? Well, they're bad for them. I mean, that's the simplest answer. He didn't want to pull up those articles, probably because those articles were referencing the hit piece, the Washington Post opinion piece. And if any of those articles actually referenced that that thing, it destroys their narrative that that his analytics didn't really factor in that at all. Corn Pop says, "Are you Republican or Democrat? Just wondering." I'm a small L libertarian, and that right now that tends to have me voting Republican more often than anything else. There is a feasible theoretical place where Democrats return to some sanity and Republicans go like full authoritarian, where I would switch. It's feasible. I don't know that it's likely in any new timeline. So if you need an R or D label, I trend R. Let's see. Next, Sarah Moore, welcome to paralegal status. D what? Welcome to paralegal status. Thank you. Winged Paragon, do you think they will have Heard's team's psychologist take the stand first in order to damage mitigate Dr. Mommy before Heard takes a stand? Also, couldn't she be impeached for firing her PR team? No. Witnesses and outside research. I don't see how you'd impeach her for firing her PR team. Her PR team isn't at issue in the case. Has not been raised. I don't see how you get there for anything.
You'd have a tremendous obstacle on relevance. And even if you could get it in there, she could just be like, yeah, I fired the PR team because, they're doing a poor job at, it would be a really dangerous line of questioning, because she could basically be saying, well, the media is, maligning me. Look how much this plays into the whole abuse thing. They're not going to go there.
Yep. It would be a mess for them and of no real profit to go after it. But as for the first question, my thoughts, I would put Whitney Heard first and I would put Amber Heard last. That's how, based on what I do not know, I do not have encyclopedic knowledge of her witness list. I don't know what else. To me, I think there's power in imagery, and I think having the two sisters bookend all of the rest of the testimony with their firsthand accounts of abuse. It'll be the first actual account of abuse of Johnny Depp versus from Johnny to Amber that we've heard would be Whitney's testimony. And then of course, Amber Heard's personal testimony, closing it out with the emotional pull and everything. That's how I would do it. And I think that, again, I think the imagery of the abuse being bookended, also them being sisters, I think that just sells it for me.
They might also want to get a doctor in beforehand to try to frame her testimony and be like, these are things that abused women experience. That might be something I'd try to do. I don't know. I wonder just how much Amber is running the show and how much she's letting her lawyers go. Because if she's smart, she's doing the latter and letting her lawyers run things. But
I'm not so sure that she is.
I'm not sure that she is either. I suspect that she's really wanting to get hands-on. And so we might see her wanting to avoid anything that makes her look bad, which I think is the wrong angle here. I think she needs a psych to lean in and start talking about her diagnoses and mitigate that somewhat.
Yeah. Well, explain her substance abuse away, that she was used it as a coping mechanism for being battered, stuff like that, is what she needs to do, I think, to try and mitigate it. I don't know how well it's going to work. I don't know if anybody's going to believe her, and how she comes across in the stand is going to be critical for her. And I think that's her biggest risk. But the reporting is that she is going to testify first. So that would be right after lunch. We'll see. I would not put her on first. I think unless they think she's going to be really bad, then you put her on first, because then you've got 2.5 weeks to rehab it, because she has to go on. You're not winning this case if you don't put her on the stand, in my opinion. So there you go. Waffles says, "Hi, Nick. Can you help me grift my Twitch? Pool Toy Sierra, where it's been a lot of Elden Ring and a variety of other gaming and goofing around. Also, how about a backhanded toast for this furry degen?" Yes. Let me just a little bit, just a small toast. Okay. To Waffles, an aspiring Twitch streamer and an aficionado of sweaty people in furry suits. No one can or should understand what you like to do in your own time, but may there always be tons of gas in your car. And may it also have fuel. Cheers. Waffles, I'm just saying, if you were in a live trap in my yard, I would throw you in the pond. It's not personal though. Zadok attack. Good afternoon, Rackets. Is a jury present during the mid-trial motion to dismiss? No, they are not. No, they are not. Yeah, they can't have those types of arguments in front of a jury. So I think I said that during the thing. Okay. RPGer 90 says, on a scale of kill yourself to attempted assassination, how mad would you be if the defense reuses the same Depo vids with maybe some slightly different questions and answer cuts? Also, down 5 more pounds to 25 pounds lost so far. Congratulations on that. Keep going, attain your goals, man. I'd be furious if they use the same Depo vids. There's going to be, I hear a lot of deposition testimony from the defense already, which is awful. That should tell you something, though. If no one is willing to travel to test, like not everybody's going to travel to Virginia and sit around to wait to testify for everybody. So you got some of these video depos, but Johnny Depp has had several live witnesses. If no one's willing to do that for Amber Heard, that's going to look bad to me. I also think that the video depositions are horrible. I don't think the jury is engaging in them. They're really boring and they're hard to follow for me. But I have probably some level of ADD, so I don't know. Dutch Panda, hey Nick, I haven't seen my English BFF in 3 years due to effing COVID. On May 1st, we would finally be together, but complications after minor surgery got her fit to fly denied. Can we get a dry toast to enduring friendship? A dry toast? Sure. To Dutch Panda and their English BFF, separated for 3 years by the arbitrary decisions of bureaucrats over something that people could have managed on their own. Hopefully, you'll be reunited again in friendship soon. Cheers. Peter Watkins. So if I'm hearing this correctly, the article wasn't about him and that all the claims in the article were true that Depp did those things. Yes. You get to argue in the alternative when you're before a judge. It doesn't work so well in front of a jury, but before a judge, you can argue two incongruent positions if one of them will work. But again, first question that you have for Amber Heard is, who's the article about? I mean, who's the article about? It's about Johnny Depp, obviously. So make her say it, or make her lie.
And second question is, just how big are those dogs?
Yeah. Ed Saru, what is the over under that her lawyers are going to be happy to not be allowed to talk to her for a couple days? Lancelot 652, someone get lotion for Rottenborn. That little snipe was petty and butthurt. Saber Shock says a turd proves misandry and male domestic violence exists. Male domestic violence victims exist. More unbreaded havoc. See, you know what's interesting though, and I think this is in Johnny Depp's favor in the courtroom. People individually know that male domestic violence exists. They'll acknowledge it. They'll say, yeah, it happens. And when they see signs of it presented to them, I think they're willing to take it. Institutions will ignore publicly male domestic violence is a problem. Male domestic violence victims, I should say. They'll ignore it because it's, for whatever reason, more palatable to take the female side. I'm not sure why that is, but it seems to be the case that you do not see any organizations making big stands against male victims of domestic violence, but you see tons of them standing up for, victims of violence against women, gender-based violence. Gender-based violence is largely a dog whistle for violence against women. And you see that. But I think on individual levels, when you get down to a jury, they're not an institution, and they're going to be able to listen to this and go, yeah, this is horrifying. But that's just my opinion. Let's see. More unbreaded havoc says, thank you for letting Joe Good Logic snipe your stream. Well, I mean, I'll be billing him at my hourly rate for the stream, of course. But that was what we worked out. Don't you remember, Joe? You'd had a couple to drink. You might not remember. Justin Wright, I can swear by Farmhand Tom's product. It works. I got it over the weekend and tested in my truck. COVID has forced me to do new things. Next,
hopefully not the Amber Heard method of testing.
Yeah, what are you doing in your truck that you need to that could go several different ways. Nexus. Turns out some old bit waivers are feeding Ralph info to speed up his downward spiral, and they are the ones funding Ralph with repeated $3 super chats. They're also the ones giving Ralph the docs info on Flam, Rand, Jim, Lol. Yeah, that is a level of internet fighting that I prefer to sit on the sidelines and laugh at. Okay. Charles Johnson says, going to AA with a friend this week. Go get it, buddy. Ryan Woodsmall, are you late because you're sad at the whooping the Wild took last night? No, I don't care if the Wild lose every game. I don't follow hockey. And if I watch hockey, I don't care who wins. I just want to see people fight mostly. That's why I like lacrosse. It's like hockey, but you can catch people easier because you're just running.
Oh, and people go hard in lacrosse, and if you see somebody get pelted with that little, it's pretty brutal sometimes.
Man, I went to when the NHL strike happened several years ago. I think it was probably, gosh, it was a long time ago now, probably 14 years ago. They brought to Minnesota. They just emptied out the ice rink at the XL Energy Center and replaced it with lacrosse field. And they brought the lacrosse guys into the XL and you could go watch lacrosse. That was one of the most fun things I've ever done for professional sports. Like it's not fully professional. So like the announcers are telling jokes the whole time. And these guys are just kicking each other's asses. It was high scoring game, high energy. It was a lot of fun. I liked it. Mr. Chim, late and breaded as always. First super chat for this channel. Hey, thank you. Been watching for 2 years now. Keep up the awesome coverage of trials. I will. Sloth is defecation trial continues. Ogre simping. Is this enough money to join the cuckold society? No. $100 American is how you join. That's the Seminole Order. Nickeram 1030. You need Amica cream for those baggy raccoon eyes. Oh, dude, I'm so tired today. My 100 says hi. The landlord. If Amber lays a poop on a bed and no one is around, does she make a sound? She the silent shitter? I don't know. I think she does. Tucker Dixon, when is the stream discussing the new Republican dictator we all want? Yes, that's true. That's true. Cenk did point out that we're demanding a Republican dictator. Andrew Hansen, the irony about Roe is that the 14th Amendment should be the basis of outlawing abortion at the federal level, as abortion denies persons of life, liberty, and property without due process. That's a compelling argument. Bobby McBobface, on a scale from 1 to 10, how many walls did you want Mr. Girl up against? More than 10. Blue-eyed roof curry in the base. Can we agree the only proper response, period, from the left is demanding every current pregnant Democrat must terminate to own the right? No compromise. Barry Soitoro. Soy and Crime made a clip and edited out Mark's testimony mentioning Miss Heard's previous domestic violence and past relationships. Sofa King annoying. Jade, who do you think will cross-examine Amber and who do you think should? Objection, compound question. I think both are the same. I think it's going to be the chick, Camille. I can't remember her. I can't remember her last name. Camille, the brunette lady who sits next to Johnny Depp. I think she is pretty, which I think will annoy Amber Heard intensely, and I think she's female, so she can actually go after her. I think if you put like Ben Chu on that and have him cross-examine Amber Heard, it'll look bad if he starts just destroying her. Vasquez, that's her name.
The optics on the gender thing, I think the smart play is having her do it.
Yeah, especially because I think I have heard that it's a predominantly male jury. You really do not want with men, you do not want a man quote unquote beating up on a female on the stand. It just will not go well.
And Heard is likely to rely on crying as a sort of defense mechanism to deflect when they start catching her on things. And, you know, this guy making her cry is going to look real bad, but it doesn't look the same way if it's she has a crying fit because she's getting caught in something by the female lawyer. So I think it's just they needed at least one female lawyer there, and they've got a really good one, and they'd be crazy not to at least I hope that they're not going to play around with that risk.
Yeah, I think she's who they'll pick. But even if she takes a stand today, we most likely will not see Cross today. We may not see Cross until Thursday, if she takes a stand today. William Mitchell's School of Law and Crime says it's not fair to make Joe pay you for streaming. He has to give his wife a lot of gas money during these tough times. That's true. I hadn't considered that. I may discount his streaming fee in respect for the gas that he has to buy. Gethralkin, as a witness, isn't Amber Heard supposed to not be discussing researching cases outside the courtroom? Her fired PR team was discussing headlines about the trial. Were they not? Does this affect her qualifications as a witness? For parties, it's different. Party witnesses don't have that same rule. She's not allowed, the party witnesses or the parties themselves are not allowed to discuss the case by order of the judge. In this case, they're not allowed to discuss it on social media. They absolutely can check it. Like, they're in the courtroom the entire time. Them watching witness testimony clips online isn't going to hurt anything. And everybody knows that the parties are motivated to advocate on their own behalf as well. So it's not like they're not going to get a bias that they didn't already have. Like Amber Heard's not going to watch a video and go, "Oh yeah, I am correct in this," and then suddenly change a position. Matthew E. Leonetti, Dr. William Husel found not guilty of murder for all 14 deaths. Yeah, that's kind of old. That's old news. That was a couple weeks ago. But yes, I think it's the right decision. Daryl Smith, isn't the death penalty just extremely late term abortion? Kind of. Totes McPreesh, toaster party in the bathtub. Sam Chadwick, thank you for the donation. Fat Monk 1 says, how much of the super chat is going to support the economy of Colombia? Thanks for all the entertainment. I hope you get good family and rest time. I have never, nor will I ever do cocaine. Things going in my nose is very, very weird to me. I don't like it. Plus, I wouldn't be able to ever do a little bit of cocaine, just one sniff, and it would be all of it every time. Very dangerous. Justin Time says, OBS, drown me like a skunk, daddy. Mesmerizer, have you tried switching to plus 48 volt on the box your mic is plugged into? Yes, it's on. Also try OBS. Again, it's StreamYard specifically, and it only pops up when I share a window on StreamYard. The mic popping issue doesn't exist other than when I use their screen share function. When you hear the mic popping and you don't see here, I'll show you. Because I can do this. Here's the sharing of the screen, and I can remove it, but keep the screen added to the stream. That's what's causing the issue, and I think it's on StreamYard's side. I have heard I'm not the only person dealing with this issue lately. So yes, I have done 48 volts. I've adjusted the bit rate or the buffer size and all of the shit everywhere. I've disabled NVIDIA HD audio. I've done all sorts of troubleshooting. But this is a problem that popped up for a couple different streamers at the same time. So
I have no suggestions because I don't need the cat. So I'll just keep my thoughts to myself.
what about a bath, Runkle? You want a bath?
The crappy Airbnb I'm in has only a shower, so that's not going to work.
Winged Paragon. Good luck with the bathtub cat murder thing. I got the Atlantic Ocean in the way between us. Wait, I'm heading to Minnesota later this year. Crap. Yep, get wrecked. Quicks, you didn't ask for my opinion, but here it is. Catastrophia sent you a Twitter message. RE channel CH assistant, channel assistant still need. I don't have one, but I'm looking into the situation because it is on my list of things to do. Aniston Jade reporting states the psychologist is testifying first by deposition, then heard going. Who knows though? By the way, Court TV used your video and audio last night. Yeah, I heard they did. I suppose I should sue them now. But no, wait, that'd be law and crime. No, great. Good job, Court TV. Just send people my way, would you? Frederick Landon. So I'm telling you, Nick, you have too many exe files. That's why audio is messed up. Delete them all and it will work. Also, get some whiskey from the Swedish distillery Spirit of Heaven. It's amazing. Roland S. Damn default view, you effer. Okay. The St. Blaine. Nick, I was able to purchase a house in this crazy market, bid $40 over asking and beat 16 other bids. I feel blessed. Love the streams. Cheers, friend. Oh, thank you. Leslie Squad, what's with the gaggle of women sitting behind Amber Heard today? Are they paying junior associates to just sit there and make it look like she has support? I mean, they have, for the past several days, her side of the gallery has been full of various women. I think, I don't know that they're particularly on Amber Heard's side or anything, but I do think that, this case has drawn significant public interest and they'll fill the gallery every day.
Yeah, I think it's going to be just a packed house just because it's, why wouldn't you go in and check it out?
Exactly. If you got time and you like either of these people, go see what's going on. Chris Telford, as your attorney, I recommend you get the ether out of the trunk. I ate the juice. Says, oh snap, the lawyer fees are hurting Amber worse than we thought. She had to go get a job as a waitress. She didn't even have time to change her clothes. I thought movie theater hostess. Did you see her weird jacket today? Like the giant lapels?
I mean, I'm sure that's a very fashionable jacket if you happen to be shopping in like an 1800s graveyard.
Yeah.
Or maybe she's going to do like a magic act later on.
Yeah, that's it. It felt like, yeah, like, oh, I'm going to see some sleight of hand in just a few minutes. She's going to come up. She's going to have some of those foam balls and suddenly I'm going to lose $25. Okay.
Yeah. Stage magician, or it's a weird outfit, but I mean, I don't know. She's got more money than style, I guess.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Maybe it's high fashion, which I'll never understand at all, because I always look at high fashion and want to eat razor wire. But maybe it's high fashion. But the courtroom isn't the place for high fashion because no one cares about it there. Like just dress presentable. And she has not done well.
It can also look bad if you are dressing too flashy for court. A simple suit is always a good idea. You don't want people thinking that you're making a game of it or something like that.
Right. Todd Baker, hey, Nick. Took your advice to read Ilium. Unfortunately, I read it too fast, and now Olympus will not be delivered until the 20th. RIP. Oh, man. Make sure, Todd Baker, if you enjoy the books, that you remind that Star Wars girl that she only has the wrong opinion on them. Sarjan Narwan says, I feel like sticking with one inappropriate set of clothing would have been better than continuously changing style. It makes it so bait that she's trying to play the jury. Johnny Arbor, her lizard suit has messed up forehead. The crunchiest onion, This nurse needs to get herself checked for Alzheimer's with all these memory issues. Kind of, but remember that these things are 7, 8 years ago that they're testifying to. I mean, they're testifying to individual days in 2015. I can't even remember 20, like I couldn't tell you off the top of my head any particular event from 2015. I would have to really think into what that was. Oh, wait, except I graduated law school. I guess that was important. I became a barred attorney.
I mean, this sort of thing is really common with medical professionals, with police officers, various things where they're just like, yeah, things happened, but I took notes and I didn't bother, it's probably not as big of a deal for her as it is for, the other people who were there. So
yeah, I mean, she's a disinterested professional.
Yeah.
And she had other clients that were mentioned in there too. So I mean, all of these things, it's like going to your job on any given day. These events are not going to stand out to you unless something really exceptional happens.
Oh, absolutely. I get people who call me up and they're like, "Hey, do you remember you represented me 3 years ago?" And I go, "Gonna have to narrow that down."
Yeah.
So
yeah,
if somebody asked me what happened on a particular day, unless it was a really exceptional day, I don't know.
Exactly. Something has to be really memorable about the encounter. Celine Appledorn greets from the Netherlands. Love your stream. Back now that there is no speaking through the trial. Yes, we have toned that down. There's really only one day where it was really bad. But no, I've wanted to hear a lot of the testimony here, and we've been keeping it largely under wraps. Occasionally we're going to step over a word or two, but we do try to hear the testimony and arguments being made. Coltrane, how great would it be if the poo wasn't from Heard, but was from the housekeeper who hated Heard just as much? Yeah, probably, except like, did the housekeeper go on a diet of hydroxycut and red wine first? Because I'm still like, I've seen that picture, and that is it's an unhealthy bowel movement. It does not look good at all. Like, she needs some of those kefir drinks or whatever. Get some active cultures in your gut, lady. Igor Slagathor, in states like California, an all-party state, how are nanny cams to catch child abuse or theft legal for capturing evidence, or are they not legal? The question is, do you have a reasonable expectation of, this is what's not discussed in the party consent states, but specifically in California, do you have an expectation of privacy in the environment where you're being recorded? A nanny in a house of someone is probably not having an expectation of privacy. Like, they're not in their own house. Now, a husband and a wife inside their own house have an expectation of privacy, but a third-party employee in that house probably does not, because presumably, the owner of the house could show up at any given moment without consent or authorization. Now, a bathroom, different, obviously, like you couldn't do it in a bathroom, but just in a bedroom or a hallway or a living room or kitchen, sure, you don't have any expectation of privacy as an employee in those places.
You've got to be careful, because things like a bedroom, somebody might go in there to change or something like that.
Yeah. That's true.
I mean, the simple thing is probably just to warn, you could be recorded. If you're going to be a nanny here, we may or may not have cameras running. You should know that,
I would suggest that most nannies are going to, in a nanny cam option, they're going to know. Nanny cams are watching the children. So they're going to be in like the child's playroom, the child's crib room, something like that. And they're to specifically assist a person who's watching a child let that child do something while they're remotely doing another task. So they're going to know that camera's there. It's not going to be a secret recording. But yeah, if you just have like security cameras around your house, and you have employees in a multi-party state, you definitely want to let them know. And that's why you have the idea of the cameras is to deter the action, not to catch the bad actor typically. So you'd be like, yeah, we got cameras here and here and here. And just in case anybody tries to break in while we're gone, we've got these cameras set up, which is a nice way to say you're being watched.
The other thing you'd be surprised at is you can tell people there's a camera and they'll forget that they stop worrying about it. And so, I've seen situations where there's somebody who's stolen something while they're working as a housekeeper. And like the housekeeping agreement said, like, there will be cameras, you will be filmed. And they get asked in questioning, like, hey, did you know that there was a camera? They're like, oh, yeah, I did. I just wasn't thinking.
To people who are saying the court is back, guys, I have the court stream pulled up. It's right here. It's not back. Just so you know. I am watching. I even refreshed it just to make sure. Next, Gates of Above. So is the crazy cat Amica Cream lady gonna be the lawyer for Direct with Heard? Might be. I get a feeling that she has. So you have different realms of representation when you have a team of people, but you will have attorneys who do a bunch of stuff, but then you'll also have like the point person who is the relationship manager, so to speak, with the client, and they develop a rapport, they develop an understanding of the person, they build a relationship, and that's a lot of times a good person to ask the questions because it'll make them comfortable in the stand. To me, it looks like Cat Lady is her relational person on the team. Rottenborn seems like, he's a knife that you pull out and stab into whatever's there. And he gets a lot of shit, but Rottenborn, for whatever it's worth, is doing a good job as Amber Heard's attorney on this case. Like, he really is doing well with what he's got. And I think it'll be interesting to see them work on Direct, but I mean, he's making some bad, crazy arguments or whatever, but when you don't have the best fact set for Amber Heard here, because this whole thing is about abuse and she really looks like an abuser. So I just want to point that out, like, cause he kind of gets a little bit of a rap, and when you make shit arguments, you kind of deserve it, but not always. Anyway, Macnan Packin says, God, this is freaking brutal. Kill me already. OBS. Coming for you. Matrix says, how can they rehab the Amica crap when it's already been proven a lie? Well, it hadn't been proven a lie to the jury.
Yeah, it's not in court.
If it was only in the opening, that's not evidence, but Amber Heard's team has brought it up during testimony. Yeah, and well, the answer is to get the rebuttal witness from the company or a business record statement from the company, something like that to rebut it and expose it. One second for me.
Yeah, sorry. I missed the bit where it came out in evidence, so I'm not actually entirely sure what went down. Because one thing that I'd been thinking, and I don't know if you can hear me at this point, but just the way she phrased it, I don't know if you could hear me there. I was just saying I didn't catch the bit in evidence, but the way her lawyer phrased it in the opening, it could have been taken as metaphorical.
Right.
And
she used some sort of cream.
Yeah, like this is an example of what she was using, this makeup. And I mean, if I was her lawyer, I'd be arguing metaphorical all day long right now, because otherwise that's kind of misleading. But
the foundation. Sorry, not the Amica cream. The foundation on that one.
Did they
go ahead
down to that specific product?
She used it in her opening statement. She pulled it out and said she carried this in her purse every day because of the whatever.
Yeah.
So the idea would be she carried something like this, and that'll be the argument. And the jury then gets to say, well, and they get to weigh that on their own. That's what juries are for. That's their job. The Magic, WOATFPV says, while I understand your point about her being an abuser, this is really about defamation and her malice to cause monetary harm. Yes, but the thing you have to remember with with defamation is the defamatory statement untrue? Is it a lie? If you are the abuser, if Amber Heard is the one abusing Johnny Depp, then she cannot say that she stood up against domestic violence. She cannot say that she's a victim of domestic violence if she is in fact the perpetrator. So it goes to, and that's why they're spending so much time on it. It goes to the truth of the claim for defamation. Let's see. Ogre simping, please talk over this BS, Sensei. Entertain us or we'll fall asleep, and so will you. Well, now I'm on the pro vigil. I'm not going to sleep till after the show, but I will be taking a nap, maybe for a day. Brooklyn Towers, this is a great scam. Do the depo, get paid, watch the depo at trial, get paid again. Oh, don't forget editing the depo down. I mean, that takes forever. One hell of a racket right there. Also, what do you think of Heard's lawyer when they are laughed at? Will it affect them? It depends. Oh, goodness. You know, some people can deal with being laughed at and others can't. I don't know that Amber Heard's lawyers have reacted too poorly. I've seen them get flustered a few times. Welcome back, DUI guy. How's it going?
Hey, Nick. Pretty good, man. Had my lunch and now I'm ready to go. Some more
Oh,
rounds.
you think you get a lunch break, huh?
Since I'm not getting paid, might as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. Make sure you expense it to me.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Hannah Goldstein says, why is the last nurse that testified said, I don't recall to every single question, and now the nurse today is doing the same thing? Shady. Sort of shady. These are private nurses that are paid in part for their discretion. I mean, like, not to be too cynical on it, but these are pill dispensers that you pay to have around and dole out whatever pill you want. That's why they're nurse practitioners and they're under direction of Dr. Kipper, who can write any prescription on the planet. So their job and why their services cost $100,000 a month is to be a store. And personally, I agree. I think actually all doctors should remember that they are a store and that their pharmacological recommendations should be limited to what won't kill me. They should give advice on it. But honestly, like, if I want to go to my doctor and get Adderall, I should be able to do it, in my opinion. Now, you can't. There's a bunch of restrictions and all sorts of stuff around it. With these guys, you can, because the doctor will just agree with, they'll diagnose you with whatever they need to prescribe the Adderall. But you're also not justifying it to an insurance company when you're Johnny Depp. When you have that much money, you're spending that much on a doctor, you get what you want. Like, you're going to get it. But these people are paid for their discretion. So it's not necessarily that they don't remember or anything. It's that it's not that they're not remembering now. It's that they're paid to not really notice, I would say. Like, the one person, did you ever observe Johnny Depp or Amber Heard on any illicit substances? No, really. Like, really, none of them? You didn't see them on any, no, wait, that wasn't the question. In the notes, it was like, they advised Amber Heard that their office will not tolerate the use of any illicit substances. It's like, these people she already admitted she's a cocaine head in the previous note. So that they're on illicit substances. But they're paid to not pay attention. None of these people notice Johnny Depp's intoxication or drug effects. Do people buy that? I go, he's just really good at holding his liquor. You could never tell. Come on.
I mean, this is just how the war on drugs works. Is we'll stop the guy on the street corner from getting stuff, but if you're rich enough and powerful enough, during Prohibition, plenty of politicians had prescriptions for medical alcohol because that's just how we roll. And yeah, no, I'm sure they knew exactly what's going on. Like,
yes, the court is late. I've got it pulled up here. You'll hear it when I've got it so that you'll hear the audio come through when the court pops back on. So, don't worry. Even if I'm slow on getting the video back up, you guys will hear it. The audio is shared. KB, Nick, do you know if the court reporter is transcribing these video depositions so that the testimony is in the record at the same as a live witness? When are objections in the depo addressed? Maybe, but they may have just submitted a transcript from the deposition already. See, there we go.
All right, thank you. Yes, oh, you have another, oh, perfect.
Are we
By the
ignoring
way-
dismissal? There wasn't any dismissal.
Thank you.
Hey,
Go for it.
just
And
just
you
to
wanna
go on
vote
a
on the
sidetrack just
resolution?
for a brief second before they get started. I've been trying to find the H3 podcast, the one that you mentioned where he blasts me.
Yeah.
I think Chad is wrong unless I totally missed it. He blasts a completely different DUI defense attorney. So he does blast a DUI defense attorney bragging about winning these cases on TikTok, but it's not me. It's some he looks like a Persian guy. His tag is PANDP firm 2.0. Not it's not
I've
me.
seen that guy.
Unless I'm missing something.
I haven't seen that guy, but now I'm gonna.
I tried to like hunt down for it, and he's got a lot of content in his defense, so maybe it was just like one slide comment.
No, I've got the timestamp for it. Let me see. Oh yeah, this isn't you at all. Yeah, PANDP firm 2.0. That's you, or that's not you.
That's not me. No, he's talking about him. Yeah, it's another DUI defense attorney. He's also on TikTok, but it's not me.
Is he any good?
The defense attorney?
Yeah, well, I know H3 isn't any good. So yeah, the defense attorney.
I have no idea. I've never heard of this guy. He just apparently the reason he was making fun of him is because he was posting like bragging videos with his client like after the trial, and they just make a quick TikTok like, yeah, we just beat this DUI. This was the offer, and we got a not guilty. Shazam! Boom! This is what you get with basically you get hire our firm to represent us. And there's no guarantee that it's even this guy's the one who's trying the case. Maybe it's like his firm, his team. I don't know.
Yeah, I think. I mean,
yeah, if you could, because.
Oh, you want me to DM? Did you say?
Yeah, just I'm thinking of doing a video at some point talking about how we've got so much more restrictive advertising laws here where I am. Like half the U.S. Advertising, we just couldn't do it.
Where are you, Runkle?
I'm well, right now I'm in Toronto, but I'm in Edmonton. That's where I'm
Canada.
normally located. So Canada, yeah.
Yeah, Canada is extremely restrictive. Canada is more restrictive than Florida, in my experience. And Florida is very restrictive. Like they will highlight periods and commas when they don't belong. They're bad.
I put the link in our private chat with the time code.
Awesome.
There, so.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, man.
A place I used to work got a radio ad, and by the time the Law Society had sort of reviewed it and decided what was acceptable or not, the radio company didn't want to play it because they thought it was too boring and that people would switch off their radio. It basically was like, hi, we're a law firm and we exist.
That'd be great.
That's
we can't
awesome.
tell you to look us up even, so don't.
Yeah. We're no better or worse than other law firms because you can't actually advertise that that other law firms might be worse than you. It's ridiculous.
To KB, who says, when are the objections in the depositions addressed? Well, they would either be the edits that are being made would either be stipulated. All of the objections themselves are going to be removed from the deposition. I mean, they miss some like object a little bit from time to time, but generally speaking, the lawyers in depositions sometimes object to almost every question. They just object to form, because they're going to resolve it later. It's really annoying, but some of them do that. But in this case, they're going to remove every objection. It will be edited out no matter what. And then as appropriate, either because of stipulation or because they go to the judge in a pretrial and say, hey, we need a ruling on this objection, and they get a ruling. Those questions and answers may be removed, or the answers may be questions and answers may be removed if they're improper.
Yes.
But that's all done in the preparation of the materials. Rooster Cogburn, Amber Turd is most definitely a do you know who I am kind of person.
Do you know who I am?
Skotsky 02, depositions are a violation of the jury's and our Eighth Amendment rights.
All right, we ready for the jury? Okay.
Bookham Dano says, thank God I married a Filipino woman. We're going to retire in the Philippines. Sarah Moore, welcome to paralegal status. Brian Alleman, here's your $9.75 hourly rate. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Light giver, money laundering expert. Let's send him to Ukraine to find the money the Democrats sent there. Caroline Ann, hey, Nick, did you hear this judge said he didn't think Johnny Depp got a fair trial in the UK? Yes, I heard that. D. What? Welcome to Paralegal. Roland S. J.D. Doodle for the win and for the wine. Roland also says, oh, no, it's all about the money per hour. Robert Willing, I don't understand this. Everything after the op-ed was the cause except the op-ed itself. Talk is all but saying the op-ed led to all this. Roland S. says, Pirate 6. Ricada starts coughing. Well, that's because my voice still hurts from yesterday. I was up way too long, streaming way too much.
Oh, I was thinking something completely different, Nick. I'm glad you clarified why your throat is feeling better.
Case, your witness?
Your Honor, I'd like to call Dr. Don Hughes to the stand.
Dr. Hughes?
Dr. Don Hughes.
It's not Amber.
At least we got a live one.
I mean, calling a doctor before Amber, I think, is the right call.
Yeah, I agree. I just think calling her first would have been a massive mistake. Oh, the other doctor's there in the courtroom, though. Dr. Mommy's there observing this testimony for rebuttal potential purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name?
Dawn Hughes.
And what is your profession?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And where is your practice located?
I practice in New York City.
What is a clinical
New York
psychologist?
City. Sorry.
Sure. So a clinical
Big
psychologist
Apple.
is somebody who assesses, evaluates, and treats individuals who are suffering from a variety of ailments or problems that they have in their lives. It could be a major psychiatric disorder, and it could be problems in living. Clinical psychologists also participate in training, in education, and in research ventures.
And what is a forensic psychologist?
So a forensic psychologist is someone who applies the science and principles of clinical psychologists to a particular legal question at hand.
And please describe your background in terms of your education for us.
So I received my bachelor degree in psychology from Hamilton College, which is in upstate New York. I then received my master's degree and my PhD from Nova Southeastern University, which is in Florida. I then had to complete my year-long internship, and that was at Yale University in the School of Medicine in the Department of Psychiatry. And there I did 2 full-year rotations. I did a year rotation in the Substance Abuse Treatment Unit and another year rotation in the West Haven Mental Health Clinic, where we saw individuals suffering from a wide array of difficulties and psychiatric illnesses. After that, I had to complete my postdoctoral fellowship, which is another year that's required in order to get licensed. And that was back in New York at Cornell Medical College in the Anxiety and Traumatic Stress program there.
Please describe your training and experience in psychology and trauma.
So my experience in trauma has been predominantly throughout graduate school. I started at a domestic violence program that was housed within our community mental health center of the university. And that program, we saw both men and women who were coming through the program. The majority of the men were court ordered for batterers intervention programs to participate in mostly group therapy because of their behavior in intimate partner violence, domestic violence. We also treated the female victims who were victims of intimate partner violence mostly in individual therapy, but we did run some groups there as well. After that practicum experience, I went to work at the Veterans Administration in their outpatient psychiatry clinic. And in that clinic, I treated mostly, this was Florida, so they're much older adults. So we saw a lot of Vietnam era veterans and actually World War II veterans in that program, and a few of veterans who served combat in the first Iraq War. Sort of overlapping in that time, I also was the research coordinator for the Child Sex Abuse Survivors Program, and that was also a treatment program that was housed within that same community mental health center. And we saw individuals, both men and women, who were coming for treatment to deal with the consequences, the psychological after effects of having been sexually abused as a child. After that, I completed my internship when I was at Yale at the substance abuse program, because we know there's a high concordance, a high rate of trauma-based disorders with substance abuse. I put together a group, a women's group of female heroin addicts, recovering heroin addicts, who also had either domestic violence or childhood abuse histories. So we did a dual substance abuse harm reduction model with the healing from the traumatic effects of the violence that they experienced. On my postdoctoral fellowship, I was in the anxiety and traumatic stress program. As the name sounds, we saw individuals who were suffering from trauma-based disorders and anxiety, mostly late adolescents and adults, men and women, from rape, sexual assault, violence. Some were simple assaults on the streets, being mugged, and things of that nature. I also did teaching and training for Victim Services, which is New York City's largest victim-based organization, who runs a lot of services for victims of domestic violence and shelter-based programs. And I did some education and training for them and teaching for a number of years.
Thank you. Let's talk about your current occupation. What positions do you currently hold?
So I currently have a private practice in Manhattan, and I also have a faculty position at Weill Cornell Medical College. I'm a clinical assistant professor of psychology in the Department of Psychiatry there. This is what we call on the voluntary faculty, which means you don't get paid, but you participate in bringing in the interns, selecting the interns for that year. In that program, I teach, I think for the past 7-8 years, the ethics seminar to the interns, and also participate in other didactics that they have. I'm also called upon to sort of troubleshoot difficult scenarios that clinicians, either trainees or full-blood clinicians, might have if there's an issue of intimate partner violence or child sex abuse and they don't really know sort of what to do in that situation. I get consulted to do that. And then most recently, I was part of our program's COVID response team, where in pretty much March, April, May, June, July 2020, where New York City was the epicenter, we sort of mobilized and were really doing psychological first aid and helping our hospital-based workers deal with the stress and the trauma from seeing so much death and destruction because of COVID in those first months of New York City's COVID wave.
What does your independent practice entail?
So my independent practice is predominantly, I say, 3 things. The bulk is I see individuals in therapy, 2.5 days. I see people who come to my office who are mostly dealing from, the traumatic effects of victimization, childhood abuse, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, domestic violence. And I see these individuals in therapy. I do have a percentage of individuals who do not have a trauma history, and that's usually the anxiety disorders that I see. They may have panic disorder or generalized anxiety disorder or other difficulties in just relational difficulties or problems in living. The second big part of what I do is this, forensic psychology, like I am doing here today. I evaluate individuals who were involved in legal matters. I consult with prosecutors and district attorneys and U.S. attorneys on their cases, and just something that has to do with the legal system. And then the other smaller percentage is the engagement in professional activities in the profession.
Do you have any areas that you specialize in?
Yes, I specialize in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
And what is interpersonal violence?
So interpersonal violence is the umbrella term for
It's violence
when
that's interpersonal.
one person does something violent or abusive toward another. And that includes domestic violence, childhood sexual abuse, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, physical assault. All of those type of behaviors we understand as interpersonal violence. And then traumatic stress is the consequence of that. What happens to individuals when they experience these sort of life-altering events, these really adverse life events? Traumatic stress is one of the outgrowths and the psychological consequences that people have when they've been exposed to these type of traumas.
So intimate partner violence, rape, and sexual assault are major areas of your focus of practice?
That's
Is that fair
correct.
to say?
Objection leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll just move on.
There it was.
What types of patients do you treat in your private office?
So I treat adults, mostly men and women in my practice. I sometimes will treat late adolescents, 17 or 18. They'll come to me usually after a rape or sexual assault, and I'll treat them in short-term treatment. But mostly adults who are, have sustained some kind of traumatic event in their lives.
Approximately how many victims of interpersonal violence have you examined or personally interviewed over the course of your career?
Hundreds upon hundreds.
And how many years have you been practicing?
Well, I started practicing in graduate school in 1992, and I was licensed in 1996, so 25, 30 years.
Okay. Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
Please describe to the jury what board certification means and what you are certified in.
Board certification is the highest degree of postdoctoral certification that a psychologist can obtain. And I am board certified in forensic psychology, and that means that I have just amassed a competency in the area of forensic psychology.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
Yes, I am.
And in how many states are you licensed?
I'm licensed in 3 states, in New York, North Carolina, and Connecticut. And then I have some temporary licenses in other states as well.
Have you published in the area of your specialization?
I have. I am not predominantly a researcher or somebody who writes. I'm a clinician. I'm doing direct clinical service. But over the course of my graduate school and postdoctoral time, I have published some things, yes.
And have you published a book chapter relating to rape and sexual assault?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Oh, you
yes, I
overruled
have
that
rape and
one?
sexual assault in adult women.
And have you published any book chapters relating to structured or clinical assessments?
Yeah, that's leading, but it's debatable.
Yes, I co-authored a book
It would have been
chapter entitled
consistent to
this is
sustain that
Structured Clinical
objection with
Assessment of Risk
other
and
leading
Violence.
objections.
Yeah.
Have you given any other trainings or presentations to mental health professionals in the area of trauma and abuse?
Yes, I've given many trainings at national conferences, at legal conferences for attorneys, for mental health professionals, on understanding trauma and how trauma may show up in the courtroom, on understanding what a victim of intimate partner violence might look like, of understanding the difficulties that a rape victim might have to come into court to testify. And training just regular sort of mental health professionals on how to understand trauma, how to look for trauma, what does it look like when it comes into your office, how do you treat it, how do you assess it, all of those factors I've done a number of trainings on.
Have you been invited on any occasions to train attorneys and judges on trauma and violence?
Yes, I have. I was invited by the Judicial Conference to be part of the training curriculum to train our New York State Supreme Court justices on issues of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress. Some of the things that I've just been talking to you here about how to understand what happens in those situations, how to understand the myths and misconceptions that may abound in these situations, and how you can sort of more accurately understand what a victim is talking to you about and telling you when they come into your courtroom.
Have you given any presentations to judicial symposiums on domestic violence?
Yes, I've also been contacted by, sometimes judges will have symposiums in their courtroom. They will make a decision to hold a particular symposium on particular topics, and I was asked to come to presentations for judges on numerous occasions.
And what, if any, presentations did you do on understanding women's use of force in IPV?
That was a recent presentation, and I think that was invited by one of the one of the judges is of the Office on Domestic Violence in New York. And the title of is When Women Use Force in Situations of Intimate Partner Violence. And my topic was to talk about the complexities of that issue and
Here it
what does
comes.
that look like and how can
This
we
is what the testimony is going to
differentiate
be about.
if both people are
Reactive
fighting, how do we
abuse.
know that this is intimate partner violence? So what are the,
matter
what does the
what
research
force
tell us
used
about that? How do we
against the
understand that and how can we really accurately assess that? And that was sort of the bulk of what that training was about.
What professional organizations do you belong to?
I belong to a number. I belong to the American Psychological Association, which is the largest body of psychologists in the United States, over here, headquarters in DC. Because it's so big, there are subdivisions of of American Psychological Association. So I belong to the Division of Trauma Psychology. I belong to the Division of Psychology and the Law, the Division of Psychologists in Private Practice. I belong to other organizations, the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, which, as the name says, it's an international society where we are interdisciplinary, mostly psychiatry and psychology, researchers and clinicians, to really understand and further our awareness about trauma and traumatic stress. I belong to the International Society for Trauma and Dissociation. I belong to the Anxiety Disorders of Association of America. I'm a fellow in the American Board of Forensic Psychology. I don't know if I'm forgetting any.
Okay. Are any of these specific to interpersonal violence or trauma?
Well, clearly the trauma division of the American Psychological Association, the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, and the International Society for Trauma and Dissociation. And then also the Anxiety Disorders of Association continues to talk about trauma because prior to this new DSM-5, it was PTSD was originally categorized under the anxiety disorders. So there are still colleagues and researchers in the anxiety disorders organizations who talk about PTSD and trauma.
Do you hold any leadership roles in these organizations?
Yes, I am currently the president-elect of the Trauma Division of the American Psychological Association. That is an elected position. You have to be elected by our membership. And now I serve as with the presidential trio. So there's three of us. You serve with the immediate past president, the current president, and the president-elect. So it's a 3-year term. And what we try to do is continue to disseminate best practices in trauma psychology and also interface with the larger American Psychological Association organization to continue to disseminate best practices and have just a voice for trauma psychology with our larger body and policy making. I've been involved in the Trauma Psychology Executive Board since its inception. I was
Experts
a
do
founding member
so
of that
much shit,
division.
it's ridiculous.
I served as a membership chair, a program chair, an awards chair. I
that's
was the
a lot of this
APA Council of
do is
Representatives,
part
which means I was also elected to
the
serve a
test
3-year term and sit on the governance board of APA,
credentials. It's
representing the Division of Trauma Psychology. So I've been very actively involved in the trauma division.
And what is the Division of Trauma Psychology?
So the Division of Trauma Psychology are psychologists who come together who want to disseminate best practices in trauma psychology. We want to make sure that we have our finger on the pulse of research and evidence-based interventions for people who are struggling with traumatic events that have happened to them.
Having trouble hearing
Have
you with your
served
mic,
in
Runkle.
leadership
I don't know.
positions of other professional organizations?
It was real choppy there.
Yes, I was. There's a New York City-based organization. It's called the Women's Mental Health
All named
Consortium,
crappy
and that's
laptop,
also
so
an
it's not ideal.
interdisciplinary organization,
That was a little
psychology,
clearer.
psychiatry, nursing, social work. And this was formed in order to give women sort of a referral base and more information about mostly like reproductive psychiatry. We know that certain difficulties and psychological difficulties that you have can erupt when you're pregnant or postpartum. So we wanted to have a number of resources available to women in the New York City area. I was a membership chair there for a number of years, and then I was the president of that organization, I think 2009 to 2017. I don't have my CV, but I think that's about right.
Why is participation in professional organizations important in your field?
Well, it's important to me because I do believe very much in service. I do believe very much in giving back. I do believe that it's important as a psychologist who believes strongly in trauma psychology and helping people that I can be part of a voice at the table, part of that push to get policy and understanding, especially with the insurance companies, to make sure that people are getting, the appropriate care that they deserve. So it's something that just has always been part of my life in varying degrees. And as a psychologist, I feel like it's a very rewarding part of my job.
Do you attend professional conferences?
Oh,
Yes, I
God.
do. Typically
Don't list all your
multiple times a
conferences.
year. Of course, COVID threw a little bit of a wrench in that since some things are virtual, but yes, I routinely attend conferences.
And why do you think that's important?
It's important to stay abreast of developments in the field. It's important to meet with your colleagues across the country and see what they're doing and what they're hearing and what's working and
What if
what's
you don't
not
like 'em?
working. So when you're at a conference and somebody's presenting new or novel research, then you can take that information and bring that back to your clients and bring that back to my forensic work. So it absolutely enhances the work.
Okay, just
that I do.
qualify. She's
Have you
qualified
ever
as an
been
expert. For the
qualified
love of
to
God.
testify in the field of psychology as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I was first qualified in 1998, so since then,
Sometimes
about
this is
50
why
times.
we were just admitting
And
qualifications.
how often in that
You have
50
all this.
times has the specialty been
Yeah.
in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress?
Probably more than half.
Okay. Have you ever worked for or testified for the prosecution in criminal matters, like the district attorney's office, U.S. attorney's office?
Yes, I have, frequently.
Okay. Do you testify for both sides in lawsuits, plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever worked on other cases that didn't go to trial?
Many.
Okay. Have you ever found an individual that you evaluated did not suffer from the effects of interpersonal violence or PTSD?
Frequently.
Okay. Have you ever not been qualified in court where you have been proffered to qualify as an expert in the court?
No.
Your Honor, I would at this time move to qualify Dr. Hughes as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialization
finally
in
we can get to
interpersonal violence and
Any
traumatic
useful
stress.
testimony.
Any
here.
objection?
No objection to qualifying her as an expert in forensic psychology.
All right.
More specifically,
about the
for forensic
specialty?
psychology with a specialization in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
Any objection?
No.
All right, so moved.
Oh, that would have been funny if they
Thank you.
objected to that.
Dr. Hughes,
Give me 10 minutes in a
please
room.
tell
I'll
the
show her
jury
interpersonal
what
violence.
domestic violence, intimate partner violence means.
Sure. So I'm probably going to be interchanging the language, domestic violence and interpersonal violence. And for purposes here, these are the same thing. So intimate partner violence is a pattern of manipulation, fear, and coercive control that happens within an intimate relationship. It constitutes using a variety of abusive behaviors, and that can be physical violence, sexual violence, psychological aggression, emotional abuse, stalking or surveillance behaviors, and economic abuse. The abusive behaviors occur over time, not all at once, and they're also interspersed with very normal times, times without violence, times with love and happiness, and it's this interpositioning of the violence with the love and the abuse, with the love and the care, that makes it very difficult for a victim to extricate herself from that situation and from that relationship.
And what would you say is the overarching
Subtle.
dynamic of these relationships?
So the overarching dynamic is the abuse of power and control of one person wanting to have dominance in that relationship, say over most things that the couple or that the victim does or does not do.
Please tell the jury what coercive control means.
So coercive control is a tactic of victimization. The goal of it is to establish dominance. What coercive control does is that it imposes negative consequences for noncompliance with your partner's expectations or demands. And what that does is it erodes away at the victim's autonomy and her independence.
What?
What is physical
Okay.
violence?
Back to.
So physical violence is when one person uses their body against the body of another with the intent to cause injury or harm. That can be push, shove, slap, kick, punch, beat up, meaning multiple types of physicality in one instance, throw, slam into a wall, push into something hard that you could hurt yourself. Clearly, use of a weapon would be a physically violent act as well.
Does size and strength matter between the parties?
Yes, very much so. This is very well documented in the literature about violence and abuse in relationships, and that's just physics. That's just proportional force. That if a 185-pound man is going to push a 120-pound woman, that's going to feel quite different than a 120-pound woman pushing a 185-pound man. And it's just about proportional force and the size and strength differential. And that is why specifically, if you look at wrestling or boxing, they match weight class.
Is a 120-pound woman pushing or striking a 185-pound man
if
violence?
Somebody is bigger and stronger than the other. So it's certainly not the only factor, but it is a factor that one has to consider if a relationship is.
And her consistent use of pronouns suggests that maybe she's
psychological aggression is
she only has one lens.
Position of threats with the intent to.
There's this whole school of thought that
So
doesn't
it's doing
acknowledge the
doing a threat so that you will modify your behavior and do what your partner wants.
I suspect
Some psychological aggression techniques are intimidation. Slamming your hand on a table, punching a wall, throwing something, mumbling under your mouth, cursing, screaming, sort of these high emotional balance type of activities that can cause a victim to feel afraid and feel intimidated. And then if there has been an act of physical violence where that contingency has already been established, that this person, your partner, has said, okay, I will not only have the ability to use violence against
We
you,
know
I
about
also
his
have the
mic. We're trying to
willingness
fix
do
it. He's going to come back.
The intimidating tactics take on greater flavor. They take on greater salience. They mean more because you know what could be coming down the pike.
What is emotional abuse?
So emotional abuse functions to denigrate a person's sense of self-worth.
He also needs to just not talk while she's talking because it overpowers
name
him.
calling, being very mean-spirited, putting yourself down, using gender-based language that's offensive, racial slurs, all types of behaviors to really make a person feel less than they actually should.
And what is sexual abuse?
So sexual abuse in an intimate relationship functions to establish dominance and establish power. What it is simply in the psychological and psychiatric communities is forcing someone to do something sexual against your will when you did not want to. It can be forced sex, either forced vaginal, oral, anal sex, and be forced to engage in any other type of sexual act that you may not want to do. And when I say force, it doesn't mean it has to have physical force. There's a lot of psychologically coercive tactics that are used that many times when violence has already been established in the relationship, the victim often feels that she can't say no for fear of reprisal, for fear of retaliation, for saying no to those acts. So sexual abuse, does happen in intimate partner relationships. A lot of people don't want to talk about it and they don't want to ask about it because it makes people very uncomfortable.
Is digital penetration of the vagina sexual abuse?
Leading.
What, if any, role does digital penetration of the vagina play?
What, if any, question?
Sexual abuse.
If it is non-consensual, then it is abusive.
What, if any, penetration of inanimate objects into the vagina plays a role in sexual abuse?
Again, the operative word is consensual. If you are not consenting to those acts, then it is sexually abusive.
Is there a distinction between sexual violence and sexual abuse?
Digital means fingers, y'all.
Not really. Sexual violence
Your
is
digits.
a term of art. It is the overarching umbrella that we in the psychological and psychiatric communities talk about. So if we are looking at our diagnostic and statistical manual and say, what are the traumas that could cause PTSD, it's listed as sexual violence. So it's an umbrella term that allows us to understand it could be childhood sexual abuse, it could be a rape, a sexual assault, it can be sexual abuse in an intimate relationship. So it's really just an overarching term that we use in the field.
What are
So I'm sorry. So it doesn't mean, I think people often mistake it to mean that when you are being sexually abused, that someone's punching you or someone's hitting you or someone's doing something like that because you hear the violence. It does not mean that. That could happen, but that term does not require that, nor does it mean that.
What are stalking or surveillance behaviors?
So stalking and surveillance behaviors are a common tactic of typically men who use violent behaviors in an intimate relationship.
Typically men,
What
sure.
they do is
Oh,
they
yeah.
allow the woman to know that wherever she is, wherever she goes, he's going to know. I'm going to maybe look at your phone, see who you're talking to, track you on Find My iPhone, look at your Instagram, look at your emails, really having a way of knowing all of the personal information about you. And what that does, it again erodes the victim's autonomy and it erodes her sense of privacy. She doesn't feel that wherever she can go, that somewhere he's not going to be part of her life in a very objectionable way. Sometimes there's the pop-ins. They'll show up at places that they're not supposed to be and that we don't want them to be, just as a way of checking. Sometimes they'll have friends or family check up on their partners to make sure where they are. What time did you get home? But you didn't turn off your phone at
Chat
this
is
time, but you
lit
came in the door
today.
this time. Like all of the sort of constant questioning and interrogation about an individual's whereabouts.
What about economic abuse? What is that?
So economic abuse is a way to, again, continue to maintain control over your intimate partner. Sometimes it's withholding information about the finances, of not letting you have access to the finances. If you can't have access to a credit card or a checking account or, Apple Pay on your phone, then you're rendered usually much more economically dependent on your partner, and that limits tangible options for you. For individuals where that sort of tangible options isn't there, we see the economic abuse or the economic restriction when one partner refuses to share any information about the funds. So it's not like I can't go shopping because I won't have money, but I don't have any decision making in our family money. I don't have any idea of what we're doing in our family vis-a-vis our finances. So it's a way of definitely keeping that very separate and not in a consensual. Some couples make that choice. One person does all the money, that's fine. But when it doesn't come from a place of consensual choice making, it can be abusive.
So you just described a number of these abusive behaviors. Are all of them present in every domestic violence relationship?
Right. No, they're not all present in everyone. And that's why it's very important to do a thorough assessment of a relationship that may be mired in violence to see which ones are present and which ones have a great impact in the relationship, which ones are sort of making the structure of this relationship.
After a sexual assault in an intimate relationship, how might a victim in those circumstances interact with her partner?
So this is one of the myths that people say, well, if she was sexually assaulted by her partner, she would have just left. And nothing could be further from the truth. That's not what happens, especially when it's your husband or your boyfriend or your partner. So what women do is they bury it. They compartmentalize it. They put it away. They avoid it because then they continue to reach out for the kind and the loving man that they got into this relationship with. The problem is that it does fester belief and causes more sort of psychological distress in the victim.
What, if any, role can shame or humiliation play in this coercive dynamic?
So that's one of the emotions that the victim is usually trying to suppress and compartmentalize and avoid and put away. One of the most frequently felt feelings after something so incredibly humiliating and violating is shame. And shame is a very sort of difficult emotion for people to have to live with and to have to experience. And then a lot of times what we see in these relationships, especially ones where sexual assault is perpetrated, there's typically the emotional abuse as well. So now if you're called names like a whore and a slut and easy and fat and you're feeling the shame from the sexual assault that just happened, it sort of acts as a compounding effect, and it sort of kind of slowly deteriorates the psychological functioning of the victim, and where they're just really trying to get back to the good guy, get the good guy to come back, but they're suffering these symptoms underneath.
What about intimidation? What role does intimidation play in the
Oh, God.
coercive control dynamic?
And intimidation is one of the huge factors that we see in coercive control. Again, the goal is to get your partner to do what you want them to do. And if you've established that you can use
I don't want them to do what I don't want them to
violence
do.
and physical violence, slamming your hand on a table, throwing a glass, breaking a door, throwing anything, causing a fit, yelling and screaming, that can rise the fear level in a victim that she may modify.
This is what they have to do based on what they have.
Not need to use physical violence because he's already established.
Because there is no physical or sexual violence.
What, if any, role could writing obscene messages play in being considered
With the blood from his severed finger.
Objection leading.
I said, what, if any, Your Honor?
Overruled.
What, if any?
I mean, certainly writing obscene messages to your partner could absolutely be an intimidating.
What, if any, is more leading than
What,
just
if any, role does emotional abuse or degradation play in the dynamics?
So emotional abuse and degradation, as I stated before, functions to decrease your sense of self-worth. It decreases your sense of agency. It makes you feel bad about yourself. And when you feel bad about yourself, you're less likely to actualize and see options for leaving. You're so sort of mired in this dynamic of abuse that
Bonnie saw plenty of options for
sometimes
leaving.
to believe the bad things that the person is telling you about. So, maybe I am not talented and fat and lazy and stupid, and it interferes
washed up.
with that ability to problem solve and figure out, can I get out of this relationship? And sometimes you feel you don't even deserve to get out of the relationship when the abuse is so chronic and so repetitive.
What role does surveillance as a means of control
What
play
role
in
does
that dynamic?
defecation play?
So
in
surveillance-
coercive
Objection
control
leading.
relationships?
They should ask all the stuff that shows that Amber actually does all of this.
Surveillance
Yep.
functions to let the victim know wherever you are, there I am. So it makes
Kind of
her
like secretly
feel,
recording.
not secure in her movement, feeling that she has to
Her,
restrict
always her,
movement.
and she
movement is
specializes
not
with
hers
females.
alone.
Yep.
It usually increases hypervigilance. It increases fear. It increases the need for yourself to mark where you've been and what you've done so that you can go back and prove it to your partner, because you know that there is going to be an interrogation later. When this pattern has been established, show receipts, show me your iPhone. Where were you? What's your Google location at? Those are some types of surveillance behaviors that puts the victim very much on edge and increases that level of anxiety and trepidation.
What role does possessive jealousy play in these relationships?
So possessive
Have you ever
jealousy
found
is
a
a
man to
very
be a victim of
difficult
intimate
dynamic
partner
in
violence?
intimate partner
How many
violence.
times?
It's very common.
So that
in
throws out your
situations
whole
of
weight
coercive
threshold
control.
argument then,
It's
right?
rooted
Doc?
in
Yeah.
possession, that the gentleman feels that he can possess her and that he can have her whenever he wants. It's very possessive dynamic.
The
But
gentleman
the
feels like he can
accusations,
possess her?
the problem
Not
is
much of
when
a
you make
gentleman.
the accusations, the woman's forced to refute the accusations. So they're continuing in this dynamic where she's trying to prove, I didn't do what you said, this didn't happen. And then unfortunately, sometimes it escalates because the man is not taking the no for an answer, because this is a perseverative obsessive pattern that's very difficult to penetrate, that often these type of conversations lend themselves to physical and sexual violence.
Does this dynamic happen overnight?
No, it doesn't happen overnight. It happens over time. We don't, a woman doesn't get into a relationship with a man who's beating her up and sexually assaulting her and calling her names and doing all that. She gets into the relationships for all the right reasons, just like we all get into relationships, for love, for companionship, for kindness, for a future. But then slowly, all of these behaviors start to take form. And I always say it's sort of like sucking the oxygen out of the room. And then before you know it, you're suffocating.
So, and that brings me to my next question. What role do physical abuse and coercive tactics play interspersed with normalcy and positive moments?
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
I hope my audio is a little better now.
Figure this out some way.
Yeah, I
Um,
think
what
also your mic
role
does not like
love
competing
and
with the stream.
normalcy play in these dynamics you've been describing?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
Thank you.
It was the same question.
So love and normalcy are almost always in these relationships that, when you are in a lull and the violence is not happening, you're back to sort of the loving man that you wanted, the person who you wanted to be with. And when you pair sort of this violent dynamic, physical violence, sexual violence, with love and attachment, it creates a trauma bond. It creates a psychological bond. An emotional dependency is created. So it makes it very difficult for the victim of the abuse to sort of extricate herself from that relationship, and for her to even believe, frankly, I mean, that takes a lot of time to even believe that she can and that she should.
And what, if any, role does
No
that
bias
dynamic you've
detected.
described have in the victim
Oh,
thinking?
I hope they slaughter her on cross.
So what do we know from the research? The research with working with battered men who come into treatment is that the only person who can change the abuse is the abuser. So no matter what the tactics that the woman uses, she's trying to do all these different things to fix him, to have him not be violent, to have him not be sexually violent, to have him not be obsessively jealous. And all those things don't change his behavior because it's up to him to change his behavior. And this was played out a million times in the batterers intervention groups that I led. And the men would tell us, it doesn't matter what she does. I don't care. So the problem is that the woman continues to think that she can fix it, and yet she can't. But she's the one who's then rendered sort of helpless and hopeless because everything that she's trying to do is failing.
What is the cycle of violence?
So the cycle of violence is one way to describe this domestic violence pattern. Typically what we see, and the cycle can be different in a variety of relationships, but typically what we see is in the first phase, so sort of multiple 3 to 4 phases. In the first phase, there's a tension building phase. You're sort of starting to feel that apprehension. He may be throwing his papers on the table a little more. He may be slamming the fridge door a little more. He may be mumbling under his mouth a little more. He may grab a glass a little more forcefully than he normally is. And then there's the incident phase. Then there's the blow up where the violence, the abuse, the screaming, the sexual violence or the physical violence, all that occurs. Then we come to the contrition phase. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It wasn't me. I'm not going to do it again. The
There's recordings of Amber Heard doing exactly
and then we
this.
sort of slide into the calm phase where, this isn't going to happen again. I'm back to stable ground. I'm going to live in this place, this sort of honeymoon place. The problem in the calm phase
It literally sounds like she's talking about Amber.
Rationalizations and the justification.
Are we back to the plaintiff's case? What did I miss?
Basically, the man is taking full responsibility for what he did, but it's calm because there's no, violence and no sort of tension at that moment. And then it recurs. And then it recurs. So you're stuck in this vicious cycle of trying to figure out how can I be with this man who hurts me, and yet I love him so much.
And what, if anything, does the term love bomb mean?
So the love bombing is, it's more of the colloquial term for
What,
for
if
love
anything?
emotion.
Like, does it not have a
You know, when
meaning?
you shower someone with affection and love, in this contrition
What, if
and
anything,
calm
to what
phase where,
degree,
you're-
if any?
everything about
Those
you
are
is
how they
special. You're the
magic
best thing
words
in the
to
world.
avoid
I'm
leading
never going to do
questions.
anything
The
to hurt
evidence
you
will
again. I would
show.
never let anyone hurt you. And it could be sending flowers and buying gifts or going on trips or your favorite restaurant. And that is, a way of where the man is trying to make those amends. And then it gets the woman hooked. So they get
Or
hooked
leaving
on
a
the
turd on the
kindness, they
bed.
get
I
hooked
mean,
on the love. They don't get hooked on the abuse.
that's how I
I've
show
never
love.
met one woman in the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds that I've evaluated who was
Hey,
not
whatever
concerned
you're
about
into.
that. They're all concerned about the violence, but they go for the love.
So in your experience with these dynamics that you've described,
Johnny Depp's
does
just
the
drawing
victim ever
murder
yell
pictures of
at a
this lady.
partner?
Absolutely.
Why?
We know from the research that women use verbal and physical acts of aggression in these relationships. That's not uncommon. This has been researched for 5 decades. And a woman may yell at her partner because she's angry. And anger is a very normal emotion to having been abused. She can also be afraid, but they don't have to be mutually exclusive. We can absolutely, as human beings, feel 2 or 3 or 4 different emotions at once. People do often say to me, oh, she would never yell at him if she knew he was going to hit her. And that's not true. That's just patently not true. That's not supported in the research, and that's not supported in my clinical practice. The problem is there's a classic double bind.
She's describing this perfectly. She's just got the pronouns wrong.
In the relationship now, she gets hit if she does yell, she gets hit if she doesn't yell. So for women who feel at certain moments that they need to preserve some sense of their autonomy and their independence and stand up for themselves, they will yell and they will fight back, even though the risk of violence is there. So it doesn't mean
I'd like to know how
that
much she got
she's
paid
not
by
afraid and
Amber
that
Heard's
she's not
team.
concerned about the violence. And it doesn't mean she doesn't also use placating and compliance strategies most of the time as well.
I don't think this is a money thing. I think this is an ideology thing. You see it in the industry.
Experience. Does the abuse typically take place in front of others?
No, I mean, this is classically what we talk about behind closed doors. Most of the intimate partner violence, the domestic violence, happens, in the privacy of your own home. So sometimes we see the remnants of it, the after effects, or victims talk to their friends or family about it, but very rarely are you seeing it happen, the actual blow up phase happen in the middle of witnesses and other people.
What does the term bystander effect mean?
So bystander effect means what happens when people are aware that domestic violence is happening. What happens when they're aware, even if they're not seeing it,
It's just going to be up to
that
the
it could be
plaintiffs
happening.
to
And
tie all this
what
to Amber
happens
Heard's
is we
behavior
know that it's very
specifically.
difficult for people
Also,
to
this theory she's
stand up and say
advancing
something.
is
It's very
discredited.
difficult, especially in situations where there's a larger community of folks and the person who perhaps is perpetrating the abuse is the leader of that community.
Go on, say
It becomes
Kate
very
Genovese.
difficult to
Go
go
ahead and
up
do it.
against that, to go up against the
Sounds
sort
like
of
R.
the head
Kelly's
honcho of
RICO
the
charges.
community. People are very fearful of losing their jobs. I've seen this time and time again in the cases that I've worked on, either the Boy Scout cases or the clergy abuse cases, all of those type of cases where the USA Gymnastics, where when we go back and we look, we see people knew, but the secretary doesn't want to lose her job. She has kids to feed. The guy who, checks you in, he doesn't want to lose his job because he has a mortgage to pay. So people
Look
are
for those
quiet.
pearls.
You don't say anything. And then other people are very, it's a very worrisome dynamic.
Is the
They don't
psychologist
want
an
to
expert in
put
this?
their foot out there if they're wrong, and maybe I didn't see it right, or I don't really know what happened. I certainly am not going to jeopardize my job if I don't really know what happened behind closed doors, even if I see a trashed room or a bruise. And then people still believe it's a family matter. It's between Amber and Johnny. Let them figure it out.
Oh,
I'm not
whoa, what
gonna
are you
get in the
doing?
middle.
You just
So
became
those are
an.
dynamics that
I would
happen.
object. She's not an opinion witness. She's an expert.
Motion to strike.
Thank you.
What's the
Yeah.
objection?
We identified 2 names in the answer.
In her generalizations.
Overruled. Thank you.
Overruled.
Did you finish your
She's
answer?
not a
Yes,
fact
I believe so.
witness.
Okay.
That's the objection.
What about mutual abuse? What is that? What role does that play?
So mutual abuse isn't really a term of art that we use. What we look at is situational couple violence and intimate partner violence. And when we look at situational couple violence, that really does characterize the majority of types of violence and abuse that happens in relationships.
It's not
That's when
horrible
a
judging.
couple
That was bad
gets out of
lawyering.
hand. They may push, shove, slap,
Well, both.
yell, say some things that they don't want. And it's not that those behaviors are okay, but those are sort of what our larger scale community-based studies say happens in these relationships. That's distinguished from intimate partner violence, what I'm talking to you about, that has this constellation of symptoms and is rooted in the abuse of power and control.
Is there research that addresses this mutual abuse?
Yeah, there's research that addresses what does gender symmetry look like. male and female? Are they the same? And there's certainly, as I said, research that on the lower end types of violent behaviors, push, shove, slap, we may see similar rates between men and women. In psychological aggression, yelling, name calling, putting down, in some of our big community scale studies, we may see similar rates of perpetration in those behaviors. But then there are other situations where we don't have gender symmetry. And what the research talks about very clearly is you have to examine context. You have to examine the differential of power and control and coercive control in the relationship to make a full determination.
And wasn't there already
Women
testimony
use
that she was the one
violence
that was
in
wearing the pants in the relationship?
Absolutely. Again, we've known this for 5
Yeah.
decades in our research. We've been studying this since the 70s. And when we look at what happens, women do report their use of violence. The majority of violence that we do see is what we call reactive violence or self-defensive violence, or
This is
sometimes violence
amazing.
that's perpetrated independently of an assault, of something that's going on.
I
But
just
mostly
jury
when the
seeing
partner
exactly
begins to
what we're
become
seeing.
violent, then she may become violent and fight back. And that's not an uncommon dynamic, that if somebody is being pushed or shoved or hit, that a person would fight back. That has been established in the research.
And what, if any, effect does that have on changing the power dynamics or the structure?
Well, you have to find out, does her use of violence change the overarching power structure of coercive control and violence and abuse in this relationship? And you have to examine those variables to see, does it or does it not?
Can men be victims of intimate partner violence?
Absolutely. Certainly, we know that we have to be careful of gendered stereotypes. We can't go in and
Do
think,
you?
oh, only the woman is the victim.
We know that we have
the
to,
man
but
is
I
the
choose not to.
perpetrator. That just does not comport with the research. We know that the research also shows that we can have domestic violence in same-sex relationships. My very first case was a same-sex domestic violence homicide in Brooklyn. That was in 1998. So I've been examining and treating individuals in a variety types of violent contexts. So we have to be careful that bias doesn't get in our way when we're evaluating a particular situation in a particular case. That said, we do know that there still are differences. In a heterosexual couple, in a male-female dyad, the research still is clear that there are differences. Men still perpetrate more severe acts of violence. Women are still more likely to be injured. They are much more likely to suffer sexual violence at the hands of their partner. They're more likely to be intimidated, afraid, and they're much more likely to be killed. So we know that those differences exist, but we do examine, in those individual circumstances, knowing that either one could be a perpetrator or a victim.
So how are you able to determine whether a relationship is a situational violence or intimate partner violence?
So I thoroughly examine all of those other variables. I look for the coercive control, who holds the power in the situation, who's able to say no, who makes the decisions, what are the consequences if you don't follow the decisions of your partner? Is there sexual violence? Is there intimidation and fear? Are there statistical factors that are associated with severe and lethal domestic violence? So there's a lot of data that we have in the field that we can use to assess a particular relationship and really find out what's going on.
Does alcohol and substance use cause people to be violent?
No, it certainly doesn't cause people to be violent. We have plenty of people who can be, struggling with substance abuse and addiction, and they're not violent. But when you have a substance abuse and addiction and you perpetrate domestic violence, it does create a much more disastrous effect. It is a co-occurring variable, and we know that also from the research that the majority of the women will report that when their partner is drinking,
Again,
the
back
physical
to the
violence
women.
goes up. So a lot of the times when he's physically violent is when he's been consuming drugs or alcohol. When he's not consuming drugs
you
and
can
alcohol,
see your
he's not
assumptions.
violent, those other behaviors continue to persist. The coercive control, the surveillance, the obsessive jealousy, the possessiveness, the psychological abuse, those usually persist. But the alcohol can just throw lighter fluid on a flame in a situation of domestic violence.
Is there research that looks at how women cope with the violence and abuse in their relationship?
I would object to
That's
relevance here because she's talking about all this stuff in
So there's
general
been a lot of
terms, but
research
she's
to
not
talk about what
applying
do
it
women
to the
do.
Amber
That's
Heard
the
Johnny Depp
question that everyone
dynamic.
wants
Like
to know.
she's
Why
talking
doesn't she
about all
just
these
leave?
abstract.
And in asking that question, why doesn't she just leave? We actually are able to say, well, let me tell you what she does do. And what the research shows is women do a lot of things in that relationship. So sort of three main categories. One are the formal responses, the formal things.
Reminds me of Inglourious Bastards.
Call the police, participate in prosecution.
When he
of
throws
the
three like
partner,
this.
Go see a therapist, go to a shelter, go to a hospital. These are sort of the very formal strategies that women can use. Then there are the informal strategies, and that's talking with your best friend, talking with your mom, talking with your friends, trying to get that emotional support from your social network. But the most common one is these personal strategies. And the personal strategies are really talking with your partner. They're trying to fix the relationship from within the confines of the relationship. Trying to get him to go to counseling, try to get him to go to church, try to get him to understand his ways, try to get him to get into AA or sober counseling or harm reduction model to help with his addiction, compliance with his demands, anticipating his demands, all these coping strategies that are sort of, embedded within that intimate relationship.
Let's talk about the calling the police. Is that a common response?
It's not a common response. Many women do not want to call the police on their partners. Using criminal justice interventions in crimes of women and children are the least likely to be called into law enforcement. And most of the time when the police are called, it's because a particular incident has got out of hand and she feels unsafe. And the only way that she feels I can get this incident to end and stop is by calling law enforcement.
And if police are called, does the woman typically participate in the prosecution?
I mean, this has been a problem and a difficulty for prosecutors across the country since
They have
I've
to
been doing
explain
this
why when the
work.
cop
Actually
showed up, she
frequently
didn't do
called by the
anything.
prosecutor to testify about a fact pattern.
They don't care about
They
women.
won't come in and testify. So dropping restraining orders, not participating in the prosecution is a very common dynamic in situations of intimate partner violence, domestic violence. And what we know from our law enforcement data and colleagues is that when you get that 911 call, they're very specifically trained to say, that's likely not the first episode. The chances are there have been more severe episodes before you get this call. So you can't go on the scene and think that this is the first episode.
She's serious?
And that's why
This is how cops are trained?
Is supposed to be done when police officers arrive on
She
scene.
should be an expert in the
So
police
usually that
abuse
episode that
cases.
calls the
That you just
police
assume this is not the
off
first
that
time.
incident in that moment to get a sense of safety, but most women don't want to participate and go forward with restraining orders.
Why do women in violent relationships stay in the relationship when the man's
Battered
dead?
women syndrome incoming.
I mean, they stay for
Stockholm
all the
syndrome.
reasons we talked about in the cycle of violence. They stay for the loving man. They stay for the man who's kind. They stay for the man they decided to marry and had hope and promises for their future. So there's a lot of sort of love and attachment is why they're connected.
I know he
to their
loves me
partner.
because he beats me
Some
every
people
day.
stay because they have economic reasons and they don't have tangible resources to leave. Some people have children in common and they don't want to deprive their children of a father. So some people fear retaliation.
Inadequate
if I
resources
leave, I'm
and
going
no
to
children.
get seriously hurt. And frankly, the statistics bear it out. The most dangerous
back to
time
generalities now,
for a woman is when she's leaving that relationship.
under
Her
10
likelihood of
million
being killed
dollars
grows substantially at that moment.
It's a real hard
leaving
life.
Sometimes isn't a best strategy. Staying keeps her safe. So there's usually a whole multitude of factors of why a woman decides to stay in the relationship. And again, as I said previously, it doesn't mean she's unconcerned about the violence. It's just she hasn't figured out a way out yet.
What, if any, role does emotional attachment and love play in that?
That's, probably the biggest one, is that you have
Asked
this,
and
we talked
answered.
about that trauma bond
She
that
already
has
gave a
developed, that
5-minute oratory on
psychological
this.
attachment to your partner.
The sad
You
part is
don't
there's
want to
real,
leave him.
there
You
is real
connected
stuff
with
in
him on
this.
so many
She
other
just
levels
missed the
that
boat, because
giving
like
that
there's a
up
lot of truth
feels
in
like
some of
that's
this,
your
but yeah.
integrity. You're just sort of
It's so biased that it's
because you're just so
distorted.
intertwined and attached.
Yep, slanted one
What,
side.
if any,
I
role does
agree.
hope and optimism play?
Hope and optimism are really what keeps victims alive in these situations. That's what gets them
Let's reread
going
Johnny's
from one
text
episode to
about
the
how
next.
things
to
are
get
going
up the
great
next
now.
day, and
Can't
maybe
believe
he's
it's
not
so
going
much
to drink
better
today.
now.
Maybe it's going to be on his good side. Maybe he's going to come home and not disappear for 3 days. Continuing
blind
to hope that some
with
type of change is coming down the
See if
pipe.
she noticed anything.
Now,
Because
you
I bet that
mentioned
would
lethality a little
Exactly.
earlier. Can you please explain to us what that means?
So lethality is means death, means fatality, and we have very well validated instruments and data that looks at what factors happen in a relationship where a woman ends up dead. And we do that through
Where a
looking
woman ends up dead.
retrospectively,
What's
saying,
to happen is
here's, this person ended up dead, killed by her partner in a homicide, and let's see what factors were there so that we can work at preventing it. It's very methodologically sound over different case controlled designs over multiple cities used by the FBI and law enforcement. So these are a number of factors that tell us that somebody is in a very dangerous situation. So some of the factors are an increase of frequency and severity of the violence, threats to kill, choking behavior, sexual assault, obsessive and possessive jealousy, controlling behavior, the perpetrator's use and abuse of substances, alcohol and substances, the perpetrator's threatening of suicide himself, right? Those are some of the top factors, and there are more that are very, very dangerous. When we hear that and we hear a woman is in a situation where those are present,
A woman.
then we are moving out of situational couple violence.
What, if any, role does destroying property?
And destroying property, destruction of property, personal property is also one of the risk factors for danger and fatality.
And what, if any, role does leaving threatening messages play?
Yep. That's also a risk factor for lethality.
What are the psychological and traumatic effects that such interpersonal violence has on victims?
What if she actually
Objection
is
compound.
cheating when he accuses her
Psychological
of
and traumatic
cheating? Does
effects
that
of
come into play at all?
changes.
Yeah.
What are the psychological effects that such interpersonal violence has on victims?
So these have also been well researched, and they are wide and varied. We see depression and depressive disorders, sometimes with suicidality. We see anxiety and anxiety disorders, a lot of stress. We see post-traumatic stress disorder. We see substance abuse and substance abuse disorders. We see trust difficulties and difficulties in interpersonal relationships. As a result, we see a lot of shame and humiliation. We see anger and rage, a whole sleep disruption, a whole host of difficult psychological consequences having sustained a relationship of intimate partner violence.
What, if any, role does low self-esteem play?
Well, low self-esteem is a very common after effect, and that, when you're embedded in the relationship, it also makes it just very difficult for you to climb your way out.
What is emotional dysregulation?
Emotional dysregulation, so it's a DYS, dysregulation, is when you sort of don't feel that you have control of your emotions. You feel like you're fluctuating, from one to the X, it's one to the next. It's not the same as a bipolar disorder. It, can happen in short moments that, it's really because your central nervous system is so out of haywire from being exposed to so many traumatic events that you may feel things deeply and with a short trigger and in a very quick time.
In your experience, is there a particular way victims of intimate partner violence remember the violence they endured?
Well, memory for traumatic events is something that has been well researched. Sometimes people have what we call dissociative amnesia, where because of the physical or psychic pain of what they're going through, a portion of the memory either gets blocked or it can't get retrieved. Whether it's stored or retrieval, we're not really sure. But most of the times, the memory is really about when you have multiple repeated events of the same type of thing. So if you are abused multiple times and the abuse is very similar, it's very common for the victim to lose discrete details of a particular incident. They may not retain the memory for the complete incident, and that might not be to dissociative amnesia. That just might mean to forgetting because you have so many chronic events that have happened to you.
Are there common myths or misperceptions about domestic violence?
Oh, this should be good.
There are. I hope I've dispelled some of them here already, but I mean, the myths, certainly are that women are
Johnny
meek,
laughs.
are passive, are, just sitting there and letting the abuse happen, that women don't fight back, that women don't yell back, that some old ones, that they like the violence, they're not concerned about the violence, that if it was really bad, she really would have left. If it was really bad, she really would have told the police. All of those myths and misconceptions that just don't comport with the research.
Are there also myths about trauma survivors? How trauma survivors present?
Yes, there are. And what we say is, how lay people think someone who suffered a traumatic event is supposed to act. So in the immediate aftermath of a trauma, people think, oh, they should be hysterical and abreacting and emotional all over the place. And that's typically not the first reaction of a trauma survivor. The first reaction is, suppression, emotional numbing, emotional constriction. How do I get through this? Women who are beaten, they get up the next morning, they get their kids dressed, they get them to school, they go to work, they do a presentation in their office, they go on with life. The most normal thing that a person does who've experienced trauma is to get up and try to be normal. They're striving for that all the time. So sometimes if you see somebody who is more emotionally constricted, looks maybe stoic, looks like they're not feeling, it doesn't mean that they're not having internal reactions. We say this in the field of clinical psychology all the time. The inside doesn't match the outside. What you're seeing on the outside may not match what's going on for the person inside, because they have to be so controlled, because the fear is that if I let out a little of this emotion, I'm not going to be able to put the floodgates back on. It's just going to be too overwhelming. And that's true for people who are involved in litigation, and also true for
So she
my private
snaps? Is that what
patients
she's
who are,
saying?
even though they're coming to me for help, they try very, very cleverly to not want to feel the difficult emotions of the trauma that they experienced.
And is it also possible that they can look very friendly and smile and laugh and things like that?
Yeah,
Compound.
Sustain.
You didn't give the answer I wanted, so please also talk about how it could be literally
Can
anything.
hide that, as you just testified to.
We call that the appearance of normalcy, the appearance of competency, right? And it doesn't mean that they're not. It doesn't mean that they're not normal and that they're not competent, but it doesn't give you a bird's eye into their inner experience. And that's what we do in the rooms of therapy, where we really help people deal with that they keep to themselves. But yes, someone can be smiling and happy. It doesn't mean that they're not suffering inside.
Is there a single
I'm suffering
profile that
inside.
fits all women in domestic violence situations?
No.
Is there a single profile of a man who perpetrates intimate partner violence?
No.
Your Honor, I'm
Except
at a
for
point
Johnny
of
Depp.
Moving to a new topic area. I don't know what Your Honor wants to do, because I know we switched the lunch around. I'm perfectly happy to keep going, but if this was a good stopping point, we could make that for the break.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes, okay? Just do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? It's a little early.
Look at the judge's face. The judge has some thoughts about this witness, I think.
I mean, how could you not? The bias is insane. I mean, and it's an expert that you hire. There is bias,
All right,
right?
Dr.
But
Hughes,
like,
since you are testifying, please not discuss your testimony,
should be
including the
masking
attorneys
it
at this point,
better.
okay?
Yes.
All right,
Yeah,
we'll come
she's
back
a
in 15.
crusader. That's
Thank you, Your Honor.
what's going on.
Well, gentlemen, how do you what are you thinking about this testimony so far?
I think she's amazing, best witness ever. I think she's super credible, and the jury is probably eating everything out of the palm of her hand. And I think Amber just won based on this witness.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Just
No.
kidding.
I think like everything she was saying the entire time, I was picturing Johnny rather than Amber as being the victim in her, literally in her testimony.
I
And
agree,
I
'cause we
imagine
got all
like,
those facts first.
yeah, is the jury thinking the same thing? That's the only thing going through my mind.
I
What's up,
hope so.
Andrea?
Yeah.
I can't hear you at all. Are you muted on your end? Yeah, you're
We
not
can't-
muted on StreamYard, but we can't hear you. It might be your mic.
Wouldn't know anything about mic trouble.
Still can't
Nope,
hear
still
you.
nothing.
I wish I was trolling you because it'd be funny, but I'm not. Oh man. Yeah, I'm curious to get her impression of this
For sure.
this witness.
Yeah,
100%.
for sure. I mean, just the pronouns that she uses is a bad start. I would have worked with her on that from the jump to say
Yeah.
they or he or she, just to not sound so gender biased based on, saying that she is always the victim and he is always the perpetrator. In all of her examples, that's how she used those pronouns, which I don't think is great. And then, I think there was some good in what she did to explain why Amber may be joking around or happy or going to Coachella on MDMA and mushrooms with her friends post being abused. But, I think there is something to the Stockholm syndrome. There is something to not wanting to call the police on your partner. Like, a lot of that stuff is true and does happen in lots of domestic violence cases where they don't want to report it. And Johnny did the same thing. Johnny didn't want to report that Amber cut off his finger. He didn't want to report that she abused him as well. So I don't think that's, too far outside the box. So she could have used a lot of this, I think, to help Amber, but they just went so far, in my opinion, to where if you're with Amber on the jury, you're saying yes every time. You're pounding the table for this lady. If they said no, if you don't like Amber, then I think you're ready to vom on the jury at this point.
Hi, Andrea.
Hi.
Oh, there you are. Perfect. So, were you witness to this testimony?
Indeed, I was. Yes. How do we love the gendering of the process of domestic violence?
Yeah, that's.
Oh, I mean, I'd be super happy with this. No, she was so biased. I knew that they were going to bring in somebody like this, like somebody with that sort of mindset, but she is like neck deep in the Kool-Aid. She's just it's bizarre.
Yeah, her proclivity to frame things as females is always victims, men always perpetrators. And then, well, can men be the victims too? Oh, well, yeah, of course they can. I mean, well, of course they can, but everything you framed, like, then you're talking about women being murdered by their male partners and all this stuff. And it's like, I mean, this is going a little bit beyond. Was someone murdered in this case? I don't know.
Oh, I love how she brought out these statistics that, men perpetrate more severe acts of violence, et cetera, et cetera. And the one statistic that she fails to mention is that the rates of perpetration, generally speaking, are even. Men and women perpetrate at equal rates. Didn't mention that one.
No, it's.
And when they tried to rehab her a little bit, like, well, I mean, men can be victims too sometimes, right? She's like, oh, yes, that does happen, but they're just a lot less likely to actually be abused and sexually abused and killed. It's like,
yeah,
okay,
and murdered.
The problem with all those likelihood things is that it falls to shit once you actually have specific facts to take you into a scenario.
Right.
It's the thing of, if you look outside your window, I'm here in a city, I'm much more likely to see a dog than a bear. But if it's 800 pounds and it's eating the garbage and it's, got claws as big as my fingers, it's probably not a dog. Those specific
It's Amy Schumer.
Yeah. So, at that point you go, so all of this statistical crap is fine until you start looking at, who cut whose finger off? Who ashed out a cigarette in whose face? And then you're looking at a very different scenario.
That was just reactive partner violence. Now, we don't actually have any evidence of what that was reactive to, but we do know that it was reactive to something. So, Runkle, that was very hateful of you.
Every time somebody yells at me or takes some clothing and throws it to the ground, I ash a cigarette out in their face. That's just how I roll.
I also think that
that's the most badass policy I've ever heard.
She also ruined or just totally minimized real sexual violence. Like we've handled rape cases, and as a prosecutor I handled them, and what happens in those cases and the real PTSD that's felt. And she says that if your partner gets angry with you or yells at you and intimidates you, that's sexual violence. And if they take it to a certain level where you don't feel like you have enough money to leave, that's sexual violence. Like by definition, that's not sexual violence. I knew they were going to try to turn this into, and I thought, again, I won't mention Aziz, but stuff like that, where you didn't want to have sex, but you didn't say you didn't want to have sex. And then later you felt like you were abused. Okay. If they went that line and you go get into their head and say, she felt like she was being verbally abused, but she didn't even say that. She just said literally that if Johnny Depp gets mad at Amber Heard and Amber Heard feels like she can't leave because she doesn't have enough money because she's a woman, that's sexual violence, or she can be a victim of sexual violence there and intimidation.
Well, there's two options I see on the table here. One, they're just running the sexual violence screen because of the headline in case they can't get it stricken. Two, we may get some really spicy testimony from Amber Heard with brand new allegations under that beautiful litigation privilege, where she gets to make claims that can be obscenely defamatory, but they're made under oath in court, and so they're protected from defamation. But that'll be. Oh, I almost hope it goes that route. If she just goes like, nope, I'm going nuclear, and I'm gonna accuse Johnny Depp of a bunch of sexual violence from the stand. Now that I know this thing's being there, that'll be, why have you never brought this up before? Is going to be the question.
We were promised that in opening, weren't we? We were told that's coming. I mean, they pretty much have to deliver now, or they've got a massive credibility problem.
Oh, that's going to be good.
They got the massive credibility problem, whether they deliver or not. That's already in the evidence.
Yeah.
This witness, I mean, again, she goes through her qualifications, which are 18 miles long. They're very impressive. It's one, okay, you're a great expert witness. And then you get up there, like, shouldn't you have gotten someone who maybe at least has some interest in talking about intimate partner violence versus men and dispelling the myth of violence? Like, that's who I would want. I would want someone who actually practices in that and saying, yeah, we actually didn't identify this as intimate partner violence against Johnny Depp. We identified this as reactive partner violence, that he was a perpetrator. And I'm a specialist in this type of thing. And I deal primarily with male clients. And in this case, I don't find it, something like that. But she's coming across so overtly biased.
They want somebody who at least looks like they can consider the question. Whereas, she's coming off like she has one answer for whatever question you want to ask her, and it's always going to be the same thing. And I hope the jury's sitting there having the same reaction everybody I know is having, which is, ooh, like this is a bad witness.
Yeah. Well, we'll see as we go. I'm going to read a couple of these super chats, but if anybody has anything, feel free to step in and offer. Amazing Wireless 2 says, jury is back. That was a lie, you liar. Mark Gee, can I get a quick shout out to a coworker who is watching this in the data center's break room? Don't know who you are, but I see you watching this. What's up to that guy? Tom Grawl. Oh, shoot. It just skip down on me 1 second. Where did we go?
Anybody have a guess as to what she charges? I didn't hear it if she said it.
They haven't asked yet. I mean, they'll ask her on cross.
They'll ask her on cross for sure.
What
yeah.
do you think?
One string of pearls for every.
New York. I'm guessing 950.
Wow.
You think it's that high?
Yeah.
I thought Dr. Mommy was going to be really expensive, and she was like $350 an hour or something like that. Or no, they didn't even ask her, I don't think.
I would guess $650.
I'm going to say $750.
I'm going to lowball it at $400 an hour.
I'm thinking 600. That's my guess. It seems to me she might be doing a lot of this at a discount just because I think she's a crusader. I don't think she's a hired gun in the sense of I don't think she'd say anything you wanted her to just because,
But
you're
you
the one
know
who
when to
hired.
pick her, you mean?
Yeah, she's somebody you go to when you have a particular thing because she's always, crusading on this one issue. That's
Her opinions are consistent.
yeah, she's never had
Her bad opinions, you mean, are consistent.
They
she had
are
one opinion, she
consistent.
loves it, and she's never felt a need for a second.
Look, there's usefulness in consistency. Tom Grawl, can I get a toast to my 3-year-old son, Robert Patton? He is a blessing later in life. Every year I buy a bottle of bourbon for when he turns 21. Hey, that's a cool gift. I'm not liquoring because of the Provigil. But yes, Tom, cheers to your son, 3 years old and so much life left to go, and a father who is planning for his future, evident in the gifts that he is giving. Cheers, buddy. Fadi LDD says that's 15 minutes establishing credibility already. Geez, enough. Joe Cooley, as a magician, I resent that comment on her jacket. Also, I'm close to being an affiliate on Twitch where I play Dead by Daylight and sometimes do magic. Joe the GRE4T. So like great with a 4 instead of an A. Yeah, what do you think of Andrew, what do you think of Amber Heard's outfit today?
I can't say I have a real strong impression of her outfit. Is there something I was supposed to have noticed?
It's
lapels
like a
are
tuxedo jacket. I hate it.
I'll pay attention to it closer after the break. I mean, she's come off of the SS type of costume, which I think has been to her advantage. But obviously, she has still been presenting a fairly masculine style. I think she thinks maybe it, makes her look professional. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Nothing has beat those brass buttons yet, in my opinion. That was just such a terrible suit. It made her look like she sat down at the trial, after arriving from Dachau.
Gates of Above says, oh, so she helped all those doctors and nurses here in New York City with their TikTok dances and videos? Awesome. Fluffy Cakes Lives, does she have any connection with either Johnny or Amber? I mean, her connection with Amber is that Amber's team hired her to deliver this expert opinion. Mechanical Elizabeth, Dr. Karen is clearly biased in that only women can be victims, which to me means her professional opinion is flawed. Fadi LDD, oh, maybe they're trying to establish that any kind of antagonization that might be called abuse can be called violence, excusing her use of the word violence in the op-ed. Oh, yeah. That's definitely what they're trying to do.
Mumbling
is
an example.
And the other thing, it's funny that one of the first questions for this expert witness was the weight differential between men and women generally, as if a 120-pound person hitting a 185-pound person isn't violence. Like as
That's why they have
if
boxing
that
classes, Nick. Okay.
Yeah.
That was
It's
her
like-
explanation.
And it is funny that she picks 120 and 185. Just like because Johnny Depp isn't a big guy. So if she would have said 225, which would be much different than 185. But if she would have said 225, everybody would have been like, what? But 185, yeah, that looks about like Johnny Depp's weight. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess she's plus minus 5 pounds on each of those numbers.
I'm also going to guess she doesn't know jack about punching technique and the importance that hip rotation and other factors play in the ability to recruit force into your punch.
When the other thing is, she's speaking in the terms of this coercive control environment. The physical violence doesn't have to be physically devastating to implement coercive and control sort of ideas. A woman slapping a man. I remember this. One of my very, very good friends. We were at a wedding of our other friend, and at the reception, his girlfriend was mad at him because he went out with all of his friends to smoke a celebratory cigar. And so when he came back inside, she stood up in the middle of the reception, and we were, at one of the main tables, so right in the middle, and she slapped him across the face. Did this hurt him in any way? No. But it was like the most shameful look I've ever seen on his face. And he said, "Let's go home." And he left. She controlled the situation thoroughly with that one move that was not physically damaging in any way. And so to suggest that the weight differential matters. I mean, sure, if we're talking about catastrophic violence, but there's no evidence of that in this case. There is no evidence. Even if you go with maybe Johnny had struck Amber at some point in time, there is no evidence of a broken bone, of a severe contusion of some sort, any sort of like tangible effect of heavy violence. So the violence from either side is going well, except for that whole missing finger thing for Johnny. But the typical violence that's been talked about in this relationship from either side is more about the control, the shame, that sort of presentation. So again, trying to draw these parallels is pissing me off.
And she seems so willing to suggest, there's all these different ways that these abuse dynamics manifest depending on the gender, right? And so why not acknowledge how emasculating it is for a man to be struck by a woman?
Yeah, that'll be up to Cross. Joy May says, abusers do not just start abusing one partner after having multiple prior partners that they never abused. Depp's attorneys need to ask the expert about this. Abusers normally abuse every partner in relationships. And maybe that's on the plan. The Depp's team is just begging to kick the door open on her 2009 domestic abuse charge. They're begging to get that in some way.
I hope this is the opening.
Andrea, how'd you like Ben Chu on the dismissal argument? Going, I can't wait to argue against this.
We were all Ben Chu in that moment.
It's like, this is some bullshit, and I'm ready to call that out. Oh, that was good.
By the way, a totally unrelated note. I noticed somebody in the chat was talking about this. I don't know if this has been discussed yet, but right at the beginning of the pandemic, Amber Heard was seen with girlfriend Bianca Buddy. I don't know.
You see that? Right.
So she did swing the other way at some point. I don't know if we all knew about
Dr.
this.
Hughes, did there come a time when you conducted a forensic
She's back to being a lesbian
evaluation of Amber Heard?
Right now, like today,
Yeah.
as of today. Okay.
Please tell the jury what a forensic psychological evaluation is.
Could you turn it on at the bottom base?
Okay. A forensic psychological evaluation is an evaluation that is conducted for the courts to answer a particular legal question. It contains multiple parts. Ms. Heard is not a client of mine. She's never been in therapy with me. She's not under my clinical care. It is an objective evaluation to determine a particular legal question. Forensic evaluation follows a methodology that what we say it's a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven methodology, which means I look at a variety of different documents and data using multiple hypotheses. It's not just one hypothesis, one theory of the case. You're going in looking to see, what possibly could be going on here. And then you use the data to arrive at that opinion. You look for consistency across the data to arrive at that opinion. And the forensic psychological evaluation has many parts. It has the clinical interview part, a structured or semi-structured clinical interview where I'm asking Ms. Heard lots of things about her life, both before Mr. Depp and after. It involves a psychological testing component of the evaluation, which allows me to do a good broad scan of different symptomatologies that people might have in their lives, as well as to have indicators of how she approached the test. Is she defensive? Is she malingering? Is she feigning? Is she exaggerating? It gives me indications about how she approached the evaluation. I review a number of documents, medical records, psychological records, the text, the audio, all the different things that we've had in this case. And then I conduct collateral interviews.
So, Dr. Hughes, just to be clear, do you assume everything the victim reports is true when you conduct these examinations?
No, of course not. I always approach a forensic evaluation with a healthy dose of skepticism. With any forensic evaluation, there exists a motivation that the individual may be telling you something that is not accurate. It doesn't mean that that's there, but you have to control for that and know that you're looking for, again, what does the data tell you, the external data, about what the person is also telling you.
Did the forensic evaluation follow a standard methodology, or was it specific to Ms. Heard?
No, this is my standard methodology that I would use with any individual who's in a forensic matter, and I would be called to evaluate them.
When did you meet with Amber Heard?
Okay, so I met with Ms. Heard for a total of about 29 hours. I met with her for the first time in September 2019. I saw her for 4 visits in live
I'll be right
in
back.
my New York City office. That's about 21, 22 hours. And then I saw her twice over Zoom. One was in January 2021 and
New approach, okay.
"29 hours is a lot of time for Amber to clarify what she needed to tell this doctor."
Yeah, and it's interesting because she's obviously not doing a CME, so she, subjected herself to this for the betterment of the case because it's not her treating psychologist. So she's meeting with her literally just to prepare her opinion for trial to combat what the CME doctor said. Basically what this is.
And I'm guessing her test for malingering is, well, I thought she might be making some stuff up, but then I remembered that she's the woman, so I decided against it.
Curry, in answering that question, were you consulting anything?
Dr. Hughes.
Dr. Hughes, I'm so sorry.
She called her
Hughes,
Dr. Curry.
Consulting anything. Dr. Hughes here, I guess, as well. That's what confusion I saw right there.
I'm consulting my cheat sheet of the dates that I saw Ms. Heard so that I could accurately report to the court. I also have my final designation in front of me so that I could give the most accurate information to what I put in that report.
Okay, okay. And do you want to see that? Okay, should we just take the break now and have him look at it, or does he want to?
Would you like to look at it now or before cross?
It's just a post-it.
Okay, before cross examination.
Okay,
All right,
that's
that's
fine.
fine. Thank you.
Okay.
It's good lawyering.
Please
You're
continue.
allowed
I
to
just
see
was
it if she
telling
carries
us
it up
when
there,
you
so
saw
let us
Ms.
see
Heard.
it. Might as well.
Sure. So there are 4 dates in person. in
Elaine's
New
a
York
little
City,
shook, I think, now.
for a total of
with the
about
Curry
21 and
thing.
a half hours. And then I saw her in January 18th, 2021 over Zoom for 3 hours, and then December 27th, 2021 for 4 hours over Zoom.
And what did the evaluation consist of?
So as I stated, the evaluation consisted of psychological testing, a semi-structured clinical interview with Ms. Heard, a review of a whole host of documents relative to this case and medical records and psychological records, and then 3 collateral interviews, 2 with her treating therapist, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also with her mom.
And in the semi-structured clinical interview, what were you assessing?
Well, when someone comes in for the evaluation, you sometimes don't know what you're going to see or what you're going to get. So you absolutely have to do a full clinical interview and have a sense of their life patterns, things that have affected them in their lives, where they have worked, where they have lived, just get a full sense of their sort of being before the incident for which they're talking about. Then I do a full intimate partner violence assessment, looking at all those characteristics that I talked to you about earlier to get a sense of the full structure of and the dynamic of this relationship. I also did looking at what were the effects, what were the psychological consequences of being in that relationship. And I also looked at the psychological consequences of some of the statements that were made by Mr. Depp through his attorney that are part of this, the counterclaim in this lawsuit.
At the end of that process, considering all the data, did you arrive at any expert opinions?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'd like to start with your main expert opinions and then go through those. Can you please tell the jury what your main opinions were?
So like I said, there are opinions embedded within them, but the main opinion is that Ms. Heard's report of intimate partner violence and the records that I reviewed is consistent with what we know in the field about intimate partner violence, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors.
And what was the other main opinion that you had?
The second main opinion was that that Ms. Heard demonstrated very clear psychological and traumatic effects or the exacerbation of trauma from those statements that Mr. Depp made through his attorney. There were 3 statements that we evaluated to see how they affected her emotionally and psychologically. And it was my determination that they did.
And did you arrive at any diagnostic conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I diagnosed Ms. Heard with post-traumatic stress disorder.
And what, if any, etiology was associated with the post-traumatic stress disorder?
So the etiology is the cause. In order to meet criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder, you have to have an actual cause. It's one of the few diagnostic entities that we have to have a cause for. And the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. That was what was pushing the symptoms. That was what's related to the intrusive phenomena. That was related to her avoidance. That was related to her differences in her mood. That was related to her avoidance efforts. So it was the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp.
Now, let's first go back to the forensic evaluation.
Dr. Curry's coming
You
back on
mentioned you
rebuttal,
reviewed
y'all.
Documents. What documents did you review?
So I'm going to refer to my list of documents so that I can be clear for you all. It is a 4-page.
All right, if you want to approach.
So now we have competing PTSD diagnoses. Dr. Curry said no PTSD and actually signs of feigning symptoms. We have this lady who's all in on the PTSD and specifically links it to the intimate partner violence of Johnny Depp. I'm curious which traumatic event or what traumatic series of events specifically would be linked to that intimate partner violence that leads to PTSD. I wonder.
Dr. Curry just made it extra spicy up in this courtroom.
She was present when somebody got their finger knocked off.
Yeah, it was very traumatic seeing all the blood fountaining like Vesuvius out of his finger. So yeah, that means that whenever we get to rebuttal, almost for sure, Dr. Curry's going to come back and roast this chick's diagnoses. Dan Goodwin says, Runkle, would love to see some of your leather work. My wife is an artist who designs leather tooling patterns and carves beautiful tooled leather bags. She sells her patterns and goods at KG Western Designs on Etsy. Cheers.
Well, I'm actually wearing a belt I tooled, so I don't know if it can be seen here.
Oh, here, just a second. Let me. Nice. That's cool.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
And it's got
the Kraken.
I love that we got Runkle to take his belt off.
It wasn't that hard, if I'm being honest.
No, not at all. A little bit more effort, and we're on OnlyFans.
Normally it takes a couple of drinks, but
Adam says this expert witness keeps describing the violence Miss Heard perpetrated against Johnny Depp in video and audio recordings. They probably should have put in some of their own evidence that the jury didn't only have Johnny Depp's evidence in their memory to consider. I think they should have led with Whitney. I really do. I do not. I agree. I think the doctor going before Amber is ultimately probably a good move. I agree with Runkle when he said that. I think that was Runkle, but I really think they should have started with Whitney and maybe ended with Amber.
Give the jury some facts that the expert can take from Amber's point of view without it being Amber, and then she can apply those facts, as opposed to all we have is Johnny's witnesses explaining the facts. And now we hear this doctor explaining this intimate partner violence, and we're all thinking Johnny's facts, and they didn't get to get Amber's facts in before this doctor. I agree with you 100%.
Dr. Curry.
By the way, if you guys like the
if
stream,
you- I mean,
click
Dr.
like
Hughes.
on the
Dr.
stream.
Curry, she did it again. She did it again.
Dr. Hughes.
She's
The
shook.
confusion of having her in the court.
Dr. Mommy's giving her the hots.
Dr. Hughes, if you need to consult your notes to answer something, let us know that you need to consult your notes. Otherwise, try to answer to the best of your ability. And then if you need to do that, just let us know you're consulting your notes, okay? The concern is that you not read from them, that you consult them as you need to, okay?
Correct. I just don't want this to be a memory test of having conducted many documents, 80 pages of notes,
But you
and 12
can-
psychological testings to.
You can reference your notes, just don't read from them, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, great.
Ben
So
Chu
please
is throwing
tell
his
us
hands
what
up looking at the
documents
jury. He's mad that she just had that conversation
Okay,
with
so
the
I
judge.
reviewed a number of documents, a plethora of documents, most, and I obviously won't read them all, but I reviewed certainly all of Ms. Heard's testimony that she gave in her deposition testimony in this case, her deposition or her trial testimony in the UK case. I did the same thing from Mr. Depp. I reviewed his deposition testimony as well as his trial testimony in the UK as well. I reviewed a number of the depositions that were put forth in this case. I reviewed the psychological treatment notes for Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, Dr. Laurel Anderson, and Dr. Amy Banks, although she did not have treatment records. So I reviewed not only their records, did collateral interviews with some of them, and also read their deposition testimony, and also read other medical records in this case, nursing notes in this case, in the highlights. And I also listened to the audios that were put forth in this case and read the text messages and emails.
And what, if anything, did you do with respect to any videos?
And I also saw the video in the kitchen. Yes.
Okay.
With respect to the videos, what did you do?
The
I watched
collateral
them.
interviews that you conducted, why did you conduct those?
What, if anything, means it ain't
Collateral
leading?
interviews is a standard part of a forensic evaluation. It's an opportunity to hear from another treating clinician, the person who's actually treating the individual you're evaluating, and get a better sense from that person of what they saw, what they knew, how they experienced this person. Sometimes our clinical notes don't give the full breadth of what really was going on in that therapy, because the notes are meant to be sort of short and to the point of what happened, who was there, and what was the plan. So it was really helpful to talk to these two clinicians who really were with Ms. Heard throughout the duration of her relationship with Mr. Depp. So they give us sort of a
And who were
contemporaneous
required to take her word
look
for
at
what
what was
happened.
going on for her emotionally, and then what was she reporting? What
I'm
was
sure
she
that was
saying
helpful.
about the relationship to her therapist?
And you mentioned the name Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Please tell the jury who Dr. Bonnie Jacobs is.
So Dr. Bonnie Jacobs was Ms. Heard's therapist, and may I refresh my recollection with my notes, Your Honor?
She's allowed to
For the
consult her
dates,
notes.
if you'd like me to tell the dates.
If she's asking me a question,
Oh,
I'm not gonna answer.
You're right, Your Honor. Yes.
May I?
Yes, you may.
Ben Chu did this by getting upset last time.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
She can't testify without consulting her notes at all, like to anything. Like, this isn't a specific question.
Yeah, she can just say I met with them or I looked at it and this is what I saw. She doesn't have to tell us it was exactly 2 hours and 23 minutes on April 14th. Like, she doesn't need to say that.
Ben Chu is pissed.
Yeah, he's
And-
really pissed.
And usually you'd want the witness to at least try to answer the question. And then if they can't, then the jury can see that and then they go back to their notes.
It's like, get me a
Well, the fact that they
citation.
talked about referring to her notes before the cross makes it sound like there may be issues with production, which you would assume she has produced her report. She's required to produce her report. But if she's referring to notes they haven't seen, that would certainly make me upset.
It seemed like these notes were just dates, and it seemed like they actually weren't that important because they didn't even care to take a break and look at them during her testimony. So normally I would agree with you, but I would think, wouldn't you think at that point they would say, let's stop everything, give me a copy of those notes so I can look at them and have a
Go ahead.
second to
Oh,
prepare. I would think if it was something about production, but I don't know.
So
Ben
she
Chu ain't
I gotta
got
get
it.
going,
Dr.
guys.
Bonnie Jacobs,
Thanks for
who's a
having me.
psychologist from
See ya.
October 2011 through August 2014. She actually was seeing Dr. Jacobs somewhat earlier before she got in the relationship with Mr. Depp. And then she transferred care to Dr. Connell Cohen, who was referred by Dr. Kipper, who was the treating physician for Mr. Depp, and then later for Miss Heard. And she treated with Dr. Cohen from after she left Dr. Bonnie Jacobs in September 2014 to June 7th, 2016.
Okay, thank you. And so and I guess you got ahead of me there. So you also talked to Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also spoke with Paige Heard, did you say?
That's correct.
And who is Paige Heard?
Paige Heard is Amber Heard's mother.
And when did you speak with Paige Heard?
I spoke with all of these individuals at the end of 2019. Again, I can check my notes and let you know the exact date if you'd like.
I think the end of 19.
Yeah, they all were
2019
in
is
the
fine.
end of 19, yes.
All right. And you are you aware that Paige Heard has since died? She died 2 years ago.
Yes, I am aware, sadly.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the psychological testing. You stated that you conducted psychological testing, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you,
Overruled out loud.
can you please tell the jury how many psychological assessments you administered to Amber Heard?
I administered 12.
Can you please tell the jury which ones you administered?
So I am going to refer to my designation that has the list so that I don't forget anything.
Okay.
So I administered.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
She can refresh her recollection.
As long as she's not reading it.
Right, you just can't read, that you're not supposed to read from it, but you can refresh your recollection as you're speaking.
So I can look and just look up and that's refreshing my recollection.
Didn't
Okay.
she say,
Right, we
is,
can
is she not the one that testified in 100 trials?
Oh, look at her. That now
She looks
she's like
annoyed.
taking her head towards the jury.
Oh, Dr. Narc has come to testify.
Oh, she looks.
But yeah, she just wants to like read her report. There's a reason the report can't come into evidence. You can't just sit up there and read it. You have to actually prepare and testify.
I bet
Yep.
she's never gone a day in her life without speaking to somewhere's manager.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
My God, the smirk. It really is. This is becoming clear.
Funny thing is, so if I'm not mistaken, I've heard that the majority of the jury panel is male. And if you're going to sit there and testify that men are the perpetrators of domestic violence and then act Karen-y when things don't go perfect for you, you're losing the men on the jury really quickly, I would suspect. Because you've just insulted all of them, even though you maybe didn't try to.
Tell the jury the tests that you administered, please.
Yes, I can. I administered the personality assessment inventory, which is a broadband instrument to scan for psychopathology and psychological symptoms that people have. I administered the trauma symptom inventory too, which is an instrument to scan for common traumatic effects that people have. I administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, which is a measure of malingering. I administered the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist for the 5th edition for the DSM-5. I administered the clinician-administered PTSD scale for DSM-5. I administered the Beck Depression Inventory, the Beck Anxiety Inventory, the Mood Disorders Questionnaire, the danger, I did 3 intimate partner violence measures, the conflict tactic scale, the abusive behavior observation checklist, and the danger assessment scale. And then I also did the life events checklist, which scans and gets us to ask about a lot of traumatic events that an individual may have experienced and we administer that typically before either doing the PCL or doing the CAPS.
Thank you. Were there any tests you administered to Amber Heard that were designed to reveal malingering or feigning?
Yes, there were.
Okay, can you please tell the jury about those?
So malingering is the false production of psychological symptomatology for the purpose of some external material gain. Feigning is the false production of psychological symptomatology with no identification of what that gain may be. So basically feigning is saying your mental health is worse than it actually is. So I administered 3 of the tests had validity indices built in that could allow us to address that question. The MFAS, the Miller Assessment, a Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, is a specific malingering instrument. It looks at malingering psychopathology. Is this someone, malingering psychopathology? She scored a 0 on that scale. So on that test, sorry, not the scale, that test. So on that test, there was no evidence of malingering. On the TSI, there are 2 validity indices, and she scored within the normal range on those scores as well. One was slightly elevated, but when in testing the limits, because it has rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms, I determined that also was a valid measure. And then finally, the PAI, the large scale 344 question instrument, has very robust validity scales on it to test for exaggeration or feigning or malingering, and she did not score in any of those scores and those scales at all. Those were not elevated. So the combined results between those 3 tests suggest to me that Ms. Heard is not malingering her psychological symptomatology.
Now, Dr. Curry testified that one test showed, quote, intentional exaggeration in the 98th percentile, meaning that she engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration, end of quote. Do you agree with that?
I do not.
Why?
Because that test, the scale that she is referring to is it's called ATR. It's the atypical response scale. As I said, that combines rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms. It's very frequently elevated in people who have high levels of distress. And then importantly, on this test specifically, it says, do not use the percentile rank. It is in the manual, it is in italices, because the way that this test was normed, it was normed on people who have trauma. So it's what we call negatively skewed. That means it falls on the tail end of the continuum. It is not a normal curve where we would normally think of how a percentile would work. So you would not use the percentile rank on this test.
You want to approach?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Judging all the objections. Mutters under her breath. Dr. Curry is
it just me,
seething.
or was that not a very effective explanation for a jury talking about the tail of the curve?
Yeah. Well, it says it in the manual. It says it in the manual.
I mean,
what in the manual? Like,
she's quite possibly correct, but she could have explained that a lot better.
I feel like Dr. Curry might have
Dr.
a
Hughes, please
response on rebuttal.
So that is a very inaccurate way to describe that scale and that test. And so the ATR
Very
scale on
inaccurate.
this test is probably the least robust of our validity scales. So you would never make a comment like that based on one scale if you don't have consistency across data. And when you look at the consistency across the testing with the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAS, and there's research to support that when they go together, you have a higher degree of likelihood that this is not feigned PTSD, that this is not feigned symptomatology. And then actually, if I look at the validity scores on the MMPI-2 that Dr. Curry administered, those scales are not elevated for exaggeration or malingering either. So if I add that, now I have really robust data that Ms. Heard is not malingering or feigning her psychological symptomatology.
Thank you. Did you administer any tests that are specific to domestic violence?
Yes, I did.
Which ones?
So that was the conflict tactics scale, the abusive behavior observation checklist, and the danger assessment scale.
And what did they show?
Would like to refer to the testing.
To refresh
To
your
refresh my
recollection?
recollection, just a glance so I
Yes,
can
you may
be
do that.
clear with the jury. So what the
Is Johnny Depp just giving her sultry
overall
eyes?
gist of the testing was that, and the benefit of these tests is that they allow me to ask for what Mr. Depp did to Miss Heard, and then also what Miss Heard did to Mr. Depp. So it was asking about both sets of behavior. And what the-
Objection, Your Honor. We're back to reading.
She wasn't even looking down. She was looking at the judge.
She's got the paper up.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Please continue.
So
This is good.
what these
Keep
tests
doing it.
show was that there was a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. There was violence more on the mild level perpetrated by Ms. Heard toward Mr. Depp, with one severe indicator, which was the punching that she indicated to
How about
me.
the finger?
There were scales about negotiation, about how much this couple tries to figure out their problems. They both scored, again, this is Miss Heard reporting that, but they both scored in the high range where they're both saying that, yes, we're trying to figure this out. We're trying to work out this relationship. There were scores on the psychological aggression scale where Mr. Depp engaged in more severe acts of psychological aggression, whereas Ms. Heard did engage in also some mild and severe acts of psychological aggression. The amount of injury that was reported was significantly higher and more severe by Ms. Heard, what she was subjected to, and then she was subjected to sexual violence where Mr. Depp, based on her report, was subjected to none. And then the other, on the danger assessment scale, that there were a number of factors that were related to severity in violent relationships and a risk factor. When we look, as I said earlier, when behaviors come up on this scale, they're very worrisome, very scary, and we have to take them seriously. So there were a number of behaviors that came up on this scale, such as Mr. Depp threatens to kill her, the increase in severity of the abuse, the forced sexual activity, the choking behavior, his obsessive jealousy.
Objection, foundation.
Talking about the test results.
Overruled, go ahead.
Please continue.
The obsessive jealousy, the control aspect, and his threatening of suicide to kill himself. So those were risk factors that placed her in the increased danger range. And this is a range that, you know, says that we certainly have to advise women of their risk and consult with law enforcement
Women.
if they're involved, or judges if they're involved, because this means that a woman is at risk for more serious or lethal domestic violence.
So did the
Except
results
the
of the
fact that I
psychological test
ones
you
that the jury's
administered to Amber Heard support a diagnosis of PTSD?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, psychological tests
hate
did
it.
you administer that supported a diagnosis of PTSD for Amber Heard?
Sure. So there were 4 tests that supported that diagnosis. One was the PAI, which was that 344 question large scale personality inventory. On that test, her largest subscale, her highest subscale was the one that measures traumatic stress. So that was clinically significant. On the TSI, 2 of her scales were the intrusive experiences dimension and the defensive avoidance dimension, 2 of the classic scales of trauma and PTSD. On the PCL, which is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist 5, that she scored in all 4 domains of PTSD. And that's an instrument that says how much are you bothered by these symptoms? And in all 4 clusters, which would be the intrusive experiencing, when things about the abuse or the trauma enter your mind when you did not want them to. Sometimes they're cued, sometimes they're uncued. She answered in the avoidance category, which is a second category of PTSD, that I do things to try not to think about this, to try not to feel this, to try not to get upset. Sometimes I avoid certain people because they become a trigger for me. She scored in the what we call the negative alterations in cognition and mood, changes in her thoughts and feelings as a result of the abuse and trauma, and also in the physiological hyperactivity, the hyperarousal, the hypervigilance, the startle response. So on the PCL, she endorsed symptoms in all 4 of those categories, saying, you know, some of these symptoms are bothering me a lot. And then finally, the clinician administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5. And what that allows me to do, unlike the PCL, is really look at symptom severity and symptom frequency. How is this really playing out for this individual? And similarly, she scored in all 4 categories of trauma and of having intrusive experiences and nightmares and avoidance efforts and physiological hyperactivity and changes in her mood and her thoughts. And her total score was a 28, which falls in the moderate range. So that means that she has experiencing a moderate degree of post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology. And those tests allow me to make that definitive diagnosis that she suffers from PTSD.
Thank you. What, if any, consideration did you give to Amber Heard's history of childhood abuse in making your diagnosis?
I mean, that was a significant consideration, given that we know that childhood, well, first of all, we know that people can experience multiple traumas across the lifespan. And we wanted to make sure that the symptoms that she was experiencing were related to what she experienced with Mr. Depp and not her childhood. And certainly, you know, earlier on in the evaluation and when I evaluated and spoke with her, that was true. And that was also true on the latest measure, the clinician administered PTSD scale for DSM-5, the CAPS-5. And that's because the content, you have to look at what is the content of the symptom. So it's not that someone says, oh yeah, something traumatic comes into my mind. No, what is it? What comes into your mind? What bothers you? What are the triggers? And those were all specific to Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. The reason the childhood is also significant is that we know that if somebody suffers childhood abuse as a child, they are much more likely to have an adult re-victimization. And they're much more likely then to be more vulnerable to obtaining a PTSD, to getting PTSD if they've had that prior vulnerability. So it's a very strong vulnerability characteristic to obtaining PTSD when you have a subsequent trauma. The other aspect about her childhood abuse is that she was raised in a family of violence. She was physically abused by her father. She saw her father abuse her mother. Her father was very explosive and had violent outbursts. And both her parents also struggled with substance abuse very significantly. So she had learned from a very early age how to caretake, how to live in a situation that is mired in chaos. How do I take care of a parent who's passed out, knotted out from heroin? And how do I get up and get my sister to school? She learned at a very early age that she had to figure out how to do this in this scenario. And I would say lastly, what that environment taught her was that she learned that she could love someone who hurts her. She knew that people who hurt her also can love her. And she learned how to have this tolerance for cognitive inconsistency, this tolerance for two should be diametrically opposed emotions. But she grew up knowing or believing perhaps that this could happen. And she also believed that she could fix him, just like she tried to fix her father and just like she tried to fix her mother. She truly, truly believed that she could fix Mr. Depp and rid him of his substance abuse problems. But that did not work.
She's just
You reviewed
Camera was ready.
CAPS-5 that she administered to Amber.
There it is.
Heard.
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, agreement did you have with Dr. Curry's interpretation of the CAPS-5?
I didn't agree with her interpretation, having been a trauma psychologist for over 25 years and administered hundreds of these. I found that there were flaws in how she chose to administer it and then some of the coding. Ms. Heard on that CAPS-5 to Dr. Curry certainly reported trauma-based symptomatology related to the abuse by Mr. Depp, but somehow that was not coded as such.
And did you review Dr. Curry's MMPI too that she administered on Amber Heard?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with her interpretations on that test?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Because this profile is a normal profile. There are no clinical scores elevated above 65, which is 1.5 standard deviations of the mean, which is what we use to determine clinical significance. And if none of those scales are elevated, it becomes very difficult for us to make assumptions about a person's psychology and their functioning. Now, remember, the psychological testing generates hypotheses about a person that we then, using our clinical judgment, have to make a decision about. We have to make an assessment about it. And if none of those scales are elevated, it just doesn't give us rich information to make those determinations. The one scale which is accurate that was elevated was one that measures defensive responding, sort of a protective responding, an unwillingness to admit minor faults. That was elevated, and that was true. But the result of that is you have a defensive profile. You have somebody who's not giving you a lot of information. So the scales are all low. So there's no way you can take that MMPI and then say it meets, it's consistent with borderline personality disorder. You just don't have the symptom expression on it in order to do that.
And that's my next question here. What, if any, diagnoses did you make of personality disorders for Amber Heard?
None.
based
She's
on your
perfectly
testing?
normal.
I did not make a personality disorder of Ms. Heard.
Why not?
For a number of reasons. Number one, a personality disorder requires a pervasive pattern in a variety of contexts. Two key words: pervasive pattern, variety of contexts. That means if her emotional instability, her affect dysregulation, or her fear of abandonment is
would
only
it matter if
occurring
she
in the
took that?
relationship with Mr. Depp, and we don't have evidence of it before, and we don't have evidence of it after.
So you're saying
it
if
is
she
not-
beats multiple partners, that would count?
And are they opening the door to prior abuse?
They're getting there. They're getting close.
I sure think so based on that.
I'd ask the judge about it right before cross, Your Honor.
Don't pull a binger.
Yeah, you don't want to binger this one up.
She just basically testified that outside of her relationship with Johnny Depp, there's no instability that's there. But Your Honor, we can show instability and violence. Is that, wait, did they must have,
I think that's what's happening right now.
That's what I'd be doing.
Me too.
Man, this is, let's see. Here we go. Let me read some of these. David A. Hamilton, why can they not object to this doctor only referring to the victim as female and the perpetrator as male? No, let her do that. It's obvious. Let him do it. Like, the jury isn't dumb. I mean, they might be, but the same as everybody else. It's just a group of people. So as many of them as are likely to be dumb are just as likely to be smart. So they're sitting there listening to the same thing. Zadok Attack. I didn't know Johnny identified as a woman and Amber identified as a man. Weird. Siumara, I knew this expert was a raging insert words I can't use. Her language is completely gendered and oriented towards women beyond bias as well. How is this person allowed to practice? Well, she's got her licensure, and that's what you need to practice most things. The license doesn't guarantee you'll be good at anything. Hence why I'm on YouTube. Joe Everyman says, of course, men can be abused too. Anyway, men are never really abused, and it's always worse for women. So, just believe me and not your lying eyes. Doug Murray, rackets. Why in the wide world of sports does Amber Heard's defense team let her dress up like the background singers in Robert Palmer's Addicted to Love video? That being said, she is very handsome. Brandon Lesko. What blows my ducking mind is that nobody calls out Stahl's 5th edition prescriber's guide inciting the DSM-5. Modafinil is on page 453, Nick. Remember to share the wealth. Please explain digital penetration in Richard's FML. Well, you see, members of the jury, digital penetration, you might think has something to do with that virtual reality stuff that's going around right now. My kid's got an Oculus. It plays Beat Saber. That has nothing to do with digital penetration. We're actually talking about using fingers as an appendage to stimulate sexual organs internally. I hope that helps. Next, carbon based. Why is she speaking directly to the jury and turning towards them? Seems like a manipulation technique. Talk in generalities without implicating Johnny directly. Well, she's an expert witness, so she's supposed to kind of do that. Also, Runkle, fix your audio. The earbuds aren't working. But the turning to the jury is because she's testified in a whole bunch of courtrooms and she finds it effective, is my guess. It's personable. Lots of people do that. You'll see it with police a lot.
I tell witnesses, you want to testify to the jury or the judge, whoever's making the decision. Just you don't want it to be quite as obvious as that one guy in Rittenhouse or one person in Rittenhouse who was always
everything was this number every 2 seconds. But yeah, naturally turning towards and addressing the person who is supposed to be hearing your testimony is kind of a normal thing. But yeah, if you're just answering yes, no, and you're like, yes, that's weird. That's weird. But when you've got a longer explanation, you turn, you maybe use some hand gestures and you communicate with them. That's fine. Charles a Hammer, what part does defecating in your husband's bed and mocking him after his finger is severed play? Sarah Kirk, one thought I had was that she was prepping the jury for what Amber Heard's demeanor may be on the stand. Example, that she might be very uncomfortable talking about the abuse and show that by being friendly and happy. Ray Marshall, that witness lost credibility once she said she worked for the VA. Being medically retired, I have dealt with them enough to know most just say or do whatever they can to advance instead of properly diagnose or help. David Kingsley, psychologist, men are less likely to be murdered. Amber thinking, but more likely to lose a finger. Wolfram, if the majority of the jury is male, then this doctor just told every one of them they're abusers by default. If you heard it, they heard it. Fubar again, what if anything happens in this court when a lawyer says, what if anything, in front of this judge? I just hate that she has that has become the catchphrase to get past leading question. To what degree, if any, did you? To me, that's more leading than just did you.
The judge blew that though from the jump. Like anything that starts with did is leading, not the case. But the judge has kind of blown that and said code words is how you get through in my courtroom, in my opinion. So they're playing by the judge's rules.
You could just frankly lead on cross. Not because now both sides have done it. And she defended. That was my favorite. Elaine says, but I said, what if anything?
Literally. That's what she said. That was her argument in response to the objection.
It's not leading because I said, what if anything? Oh my gosh. Paul Wolf, you can say it was mutual, but when Johnny left, he tapped out of the fight. It was Amber that chose a slander route for a mutually bad relationship for her profit and sympathy because of her lost control. This guy he's up there. He's animated.
He kind of seems like their expert direct and cross lawyer. Seems like he's done a lot of their experts.
Yeah, I can't remember. I believe
he's the one that we thought they brought in for Curry specifically.
He came in late with his appearance, but he's like the partner, lead, litigation group guy for Brown Rudnick, so he's probably just one of the top litigators at the firm.
Man, I'm just wondering if they're going in on this prior abuse. If they can get that prior act from 2009, it shatters the case. Because
well, and they've deposed Tasia, they've deposed Bianca. So yeah, if there are other incidents of IPV that came out in those depositions, this could be bad for Amber.
Oh, this could be the end of it.
First question: if someone engaged in domestic abuse in 2009. Or did Miss Heard disclose domestic abuse in any prior relationships from either source, her or the other person?
or use her own words against her. You said you have to have prior abuse, and you said you have to have a, whatever she said, a pattern of it. Can you explain what a pattern would mean? Would that mean in a prior relationship, somebody accused you of abuse? Did that happen with Miss Heard? Oh, it didn't. Well, what about in 2009 and impeach her with the judgment and sentence or whatever it is? I don't even know what it is because I haven't followed whatever happened prior to this case. I've just heard inklings of there's prior abuse. I've tried to kind of wash my mind as much as possible to be as much of a juror as I could, but I've heard about the prior abuse, and I would love it if they were able to impeach her because I do think it comes into play with exactly the diagnosis this doctor is trying to put on Amber Heard.
Yep. The question would be, did Amber Heard disclose it to her? Right. But if you can get that in, that it was there and it was undisclosed, then you shred her testimony without actually going to the expert's credibility, because then you give the expert a note.
The other piece of this too is her prior abuse of Whitney, and that was something that we knew about from Jennifer Howell's statement.
He's smiling. I don't know if it's a good smile.
Oh man, I hope this would be entertaining as hell.
Dr. Hughes, what, if anything, did Dr. Cowan say to you about any type of diagnoses of personality disorders?
Dr. Cohen did not diagnose Ms. Heard with any personality disorder.
And what, if anything, did Dr. Bonnie Jacobs say
You're
about
saying
diagnosing Amber Heard with any personality disorders?
And Dr. Jacobs similarly did not diagnose Ms. Heard with any personality disorder.
Thank you. Now, let's turn back to intimate partner violence. What types of physical violence were reported to you?
So there were a number of physically violent behaviors that were reported, that Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp perpetrated.
It's not
He
hearsay.
pushed
It's
her, he
within her
shoved
expert
her,
materials.
He slapped her with the front of his hand and the back of his hand. He choked her. He slammed her into the wall. He pushed her and she fell down. He kicked her in the back. Again, without looking at my notes, that's what I can recall.
Okay. And what type of injuries did Amber Heard report to you?
She reported mostly bruising, pain, some cuts. She reported vaginal pain from some of the sexual assaults. She reported that she did have some scratches and cuts on her from broken glass. She reported that she believed she may have lost consciousness 2 times, once in the Australia incident and once in the December 15th, 2015 incident.
What type of coercive control was reported or did you find?
Leading.
Yeah, you think?
Sustained.
What, if any, coercive control was reported to you?
So the course of control that was determined in this relationship, I found to be quite significant. There were many, many instances where Mr. Depp tried to control how Ms. Heard went about her career. He didn't want her to show nudity. He didn't want her to show boob. He didn't want her to act with certain actors because of this obsessive jealousy. He criticized her ambition. He'd rather she not work. He called, the ambition as something as a negative thing. It made her very fearful to have to look at scripts or talk about movie roles, because he persistently put those down and told her she didn't need to work and she didn't need to do that and she didn't need to show her tits and ass. He didn't necessarily.
So that's abusive? That's abusive for a husband to do that? Yikes.
He appeared in her fucking soft porn movie.
That she had to work with, males and females. So no matter what show she was filming or shooting, he would call the leading actor. He would call the director. He would tell you, I got eyes down there. I got eyes down on the set. So she never felt safe to be herself and be an
hearsay
actor
within
in these
hearsay within
films
hearsay.
or productions, because she'd have to come home and then endure his anger at her for doing something or for not doing something. When she was filming and he was in the same town, she feared that he would show up on the set and, to know what her call sheet, what she was filming that day. She, even told her assistant, don't give it to him. Don't let him see it so that he won't show up. And sometimes he did. So it was very trepidatious for her and very anxiety provoking that he continued to do this. He tried to control what she wore. When she was going out with him, things were fine, but he told her often, no woman like mine is going to dress like a whore, and didn't want her to wear revealing clothing, or revealing clothing according to him. She recalled an incident when she was going on a job
She should wear some
audition,
revealing clothing
and
to
he
court and
said,
protest.
you're going to go out with those tits and ass, and she had to sort of go in and put on what she said mom jeans so that she didn't look sexy, so she didn't look revealing, and continued to try to plead with him about what jobs she could take and she could not take. This made her be very sort of restrictive and try to conceal things. She would hide her scripts because she couldn't read them in front of him because he would
The
put them
internet
down
sleuths
or
have a
want to see
massive
where there might be
dossier of
nudity
Amber's red
or there
carpet
might be something that
outfits
she's
with
doing
Johnny
behind the
Depp,
scenes. And
many
then
of which are quite
almost every
revealing.
person that she was in a film with, there would be those barrages of the consistent accusations of infidelity. And we saw that on the Australia pictures, the Billy Bob. He was one person that he continued, to berate her about having an affair with. That's what obsessive control looks like, those messages on the mirror. When you look at how he wanted her to there was some interference with the family, with her sister, when some things were leaked, he was obsessed believing that it was Whitney who did it, and eventually Miss Heard had to
The
succumb and say,
vaginal
okay, yes,
bruising
it
is
was,
something
and
that
then
I hope is
alienate
not
herself
just
from
like
her
glossed
sister
over
because she just couldn't take the fights anymore.
on
She
cross
just
for
couldn't
Johnny
take
Depp's
the
lawyers.
constant barrage of criticism. So there were many instances when, in terms of their interactions, of she would have to text him right back, but when she would text him, he could not answer for days. And it's this sort of what we talk about,
Have you
the
considered that he was
ghosting.
cool,
It's like
though?
your husband doesn't ghost you. Your partner doesn't ghost you. And there were so many times of this sort of withdrawal of affection, which was on his terms and when he wanted to do it. I'm aware that there is, testimony in this
Would you
case
ask
that,
her if she was a
Mr.
victim
Depp
of intimate
decided to
partner
leave because he
violence?
didn't want to be violent. And I do think that's true sometimes. I think he did leave in times where he didn't want an altercation. He did leave after an altercation. He did leave and then came back and continued the altercation. So leaving wasn't the defining variable. The problem was that, with this obsessiveness and this perseveration that he had, the fight would always come back. So leaving might end the argument for that moment, but Miss Heard knew he was always going to come back and he was going to, start the interrogation once again.
Yeah, that was the concern
And
she
what is
expressed in
effect of
the
coercive
audio
control
tapes.
on Amber Heard?
I mean, the effect was drastic. She talked to me that she, her roles consistently dropped over the time that she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp, just because it was so difficult to go on auditions, to want to be in a different location with him. Whenever she was not on location,
That is easily
with him, it
debunked.
was very stressful. It was very
She got
anxiety provoking.
the most work she
because
ever
of the
had during her
accusations of
relationship with Johnny.
infidelity. We heard that through Isaac Baruch's testimony when she called and was saying, babe, there's no one here. There's no one here. That was something that she had to do repeatedly and constantly over the course of the relationship. So it
But was
caused
there
a
someone
significant
there?
amount of anxiety, of distress, of having to try to conceal and maneuver around him to try to
She
have
is
him do what
literally
he wanted
testifying
to
for
have,
Amber. I just saw somebody say that's what
hypervigilant,
I've been thinking is
and
this is
definitely
them just getting
contributed
the
to sort
first
of her
time hearing
psychological
Amber testify.
symptomatology getting worse over
Yeah.
time.
What about sexual violence?
So there was a number of incidents of sexual violence reported in this relationship. Those are documented early on in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, where when Mr. Depp was drunk or high, he threw her on the bed, ripped off her nightgown, and tried to have sex with her. There were times when he forced her to give him oral sex when he was angry. These weren't in loving moments. These were angry moments, moments of dominance, moments of him trying to get control over her. There was a time when they were in Hicksville in the
Sound like her
trailer,
fantasies,
not
if
the
you're
trailer
asking
park,
me.
but I guess it's trailer park. It is a trailer park. where
You
he
can say
was
that.
accusing her of a woman hitting on Amber, and that was the problem. Amber got accused of women hitting on her, and it got accused of men hitting on her. So there were so many targets that
Women and men
came
probably
through
were
in
hitting
his
on her.
obsessive jealousy. But when he, on that incident when Kelly Sue
Oy.
was accused of hitting on Miss Heard, and they went back into the trailer, Mr. Depp performed a cavity search and ostensibly was looking for drugs and felt it acceptable to rip off her nightgown and stick his fingers up her vagina to look for cocaine. Thought that maybe
No,
she was
that's
killing him.
hilarious because
And
even
again,
the UK
these
court
incidents
did not
often
find
happen
that that
in a
happened.
drug-fueled rage. There was another incident in the Bahamas where when he got angry,
We all know
took
he
his
was doing
fingers and
that
he
while
put them
saying,
in her
"Where's the
vagina
rum?"
and moved
Anyway.
her around violently in the closet. Again, an act of sexual violence. And of course, the incident in Australia.
Nick was absolutely
the
right
most
about
severe
the
instances
slew
sexual
of
violence
additional
that, Miss
defamatory
Heard had
stories
to
coming out.
endure, in which when he was
Because this is wild. For
beating
somebody who
her
doesn't
and
know about this
choking her
case,
and
all
telling
this
her, "I'm
sexual
gonna
violence
fucking
now
kill you.
coming
I hate
out.
you. I hate you. I'm gonna fucking kill you." And he
Forget about
grabbed
the
the
simple
bottle that was
defense.
on the bar and penetrated her with that bottle. And Miss Heard
Oh, that's
reported
the
to me
story
of
from Gone
dissociating
Girl, right?
and going outside
The
of her
bottle story?
body. And the only
It
thing
was
she
from
was
opening.
thinking is, oh God, I hope it's not the broken one.
What, if any, psychological abuse did you find?
There was a number of psychologically abusive behaviors. As I stated, Miss Heard admitted to me and reported that she engaged in those behaviors as well. She reported that she
I don't know what's going
did call
on.
him
There's two of
names
you.
and offensive comments.
The other
and said
one,
things to him that
my
were
system
horrible.
crashed. This
And that
laptop
he
is
was
dying.
incredibly saddened and horrified by her behavior. And looking back, she, at this point, not being in the constant barrage of abuse, does not recognize her. The abuse by Mr. Depp, he called her a number of names, frequently whore, slut, cunt, lesbian camp counselor, easy, ambition. Ambition was a weaponized term in that relationship. So he called her a lot of names and humiliated her. And of course, I think we talked about the intimidation tactics that, Mr. Depp was often banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, which sort of got the tension to rise up very significantly, very quickly.
Can you tell me how you conducted your analysis to arrive at these conclusions?
Sure. So what I did was look at the incidents that were reported and look at the corroborating data around it. So as we stated, most of these incidents of intimate partner violence happen behind closed doors. Not everyone is going to witness what the parties are reporting behind closed doors. So you look at what is the data that surrounds it. Is there any data before it? Is there any data after it? Is the victims telling somebody in real time about what's happening? Are there therapy notes? Are there pictures? Are there text messages?
She's relying on
that
Amber
allow us to
corroborated
fill in the
herself.
pieces of the
Yep.
picture, even though we don't have exactly
That'd be the
what
therapy
happened at
notes.
that moment. The more collateral that we have and the consistency across those data points, it gives us greater confidence in our results.
Can you give us some examples?
Sure. So
Vague.
Overruled.
So, for example, the Boston plane incident, I believe, without looking, I know May 24th, 2014. This is the incident where Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp were going to fly back to LA and spend the weekend together. They were shooting at different sites.
So the one with
Ms. Heard is
multiple
on the plane
eyewitnesses
waiting for
who
Mr.
said
Depp
nothing
to
That
happened.
don't
come on in the
corroborate.
tarmac. He's reportedly sitting in the
one that they
SUV,
talk about on
smoking
audio.
and drinking, smoking weed and drinking. She is filming with James Franco at this point, and she gets on the plane and he starts talking about James Franco, making a lot of derogatory comments about her, and I hope you had fun with your escapades, and some more inflammatory language. And then
That's
in,
inflammatory?
an argument, when she got up to leave, he kicked her in the back and she went forward on the plane, to the front of the plane, because he sat in the back of the plane. So if I look at what is the corresponding data to this, there's a therapy note several notes in Bonnie Jacobs records that talk about Mr. Depp's increasing use of alcohol and his obsessive jealousy around James Franco.
How is that
before
a
this
corroborating
cross-complaint
note?
incident. After the incident, Ms. Heard told her friend Io, she told her friend Savannah, she told her friend Rocky. Ms. Heard did not go home. She was afraid to go home. So she went to a hotel because when
She
Johnny was
partied
in
at the
the
Chateau
state, he would
Marmont.
often show up because he's still in that drinking and drugging phase. And he talked about that. That was the roxycodone before he detoxed. He was still in that, high substance abuse phase that he would often show up at night, and that did not feel safe. There was a text from Stephen Duders, Mr. Depp's assistant.
Objection hearsay.
All right, you want to approach?
They're allowed to use hearsay, but it still has to be reliable on what they're trying to testify for, right? She can't just read every text in Amber's phone aloud for the jury to hear for every single person that, may have said something negative about Johnny. There are still things that are inadmissible even for an expert to testify to. And I think that's what they're getting annoyed about at this point is she's just basically, she just said as corroborating evidence, Amber told Io and Whitney and Rocky, but it's still just Amber telling all of them. So I don't understand why that's like addition. She's acting like that's 5 people who know now because Amber told all 5 of those people.
And a text from Stephen Duders that has not been admitted is being used here as evidence. He's not on a witness list, or he might have been on the witness list, but they didn't call him, so he's a rebuttal witness potentially. But
so I believe Amber has listed all of Johnny's witnesses on his witness list as a line item in her witness list. So technically he could be a witness considered on her witness list, but
okay.
That's always a catch-all we do, and all witnesses listed on plaintiff's witness list or defendant's witness list. Did you notice in the argument mid-trial how they agreed and stipulated that they weren't going to call Amber during their case in chief? It was interesting.
Yeah, I caught that. Everyone's getting out their evidence books now.
Exactly. Hey, so they basically were saying, like, if you guys aren't going to call her, we're calling her. So you guys better call her or else we're going to call her, which I think is an interesting tactic.
And if that was a stipulation, it was very odd for him in his their arguments about the directed verdict there to say, well, they could have called her. It's like, except you agreed that wasn't going to happen.
I agree. I thought the same thing.
Yeah, and they have to call her now because if they don't and they just let Johnny call her in rebuttal to get in that text, he's going to very much limit the scope of what he asks her and not open the door for her to, relate her entire fantasy story here. She's got to get on the stand now if she wants to get this out, first person.
This is amazing though, because they're utilizing this doctor to testify for everybody, to testify for her treating physician or clinician or whatever, to testify for right now, Io and Rocky, to testify for Stephen Duders, who would be an adverse witness normally. Like they're utilizing Amber Heard or this lady as an expert reviewing these materials to get in whatever they want. She just testified about a whole slew of sexual violence and she can't be cross-examined on any of it.
And normally I would expect a judge to shut that down, or at least would here.
I believe, I have to double check, but I believe that there is a limiting instruction that the jury gets when the evidence is entered. It's for a limited purpose. It's because it's the basis of the expert's opinion. And so they can't consider it for substantive evidence. Now we can obviously debate about, how much the jury would take that seriously and rigorously apply that. But at least from a technical standpoint, I do believe they are going to be told, look, this is only for purposes of evaluating what this doctor had to say. You can't consider it as proof of whether any of those allegations actually took place.
There's the Court TV chick.
Well, and hopefully they get the also the instruction of, to the extent that you find the facts are different than what the expert relied on, the expert's testimony might be given more weight, or it might be complete horseshit. Because she's relying on a lot of things that I don't think the jury's going to agree with.
It's just amazing how much she gets to just test it. Like, I know there's a limit.
Usually it wouldn't go this far. I mean,
this is a bit much.
All right, so Dr. Hughes, let's go past that text and talk about, go past that
Skip.
text and continue after that text.
Sure. So there was, Mr. Depp apologized to Ms. Heard for that incident. Mr. Depp said in his UK testimony, well, I only maybe playfully tapped her on the back with my foot. Mr. Depp texted Paul Bettany and talked about how he was so drunk and out of control and engaged in bad behavior. He texted his friend Patty Smith a very similar type of text about how drunk and out of control he was. And then finally, Amber Heard wrote an email.
She wrote an email
talking about how distressed and heartbroken she was.
Objection, hearsay.
I mean, I don't agree.
I know. Sustained.
I know you
Sustained
don't.
the objection. Next question.
Nailed it.
Sustained.
So this is scary that they haven't been objecting the whole time now, and the judge is
Those are
sustaining.
all I can remember at this point.
Okay. What if any, sorry, I'm going to have to go a little bit further here. So
I'm saying the
you
magic word,
concluded
Jeff.
that Amber Heard used psychological abuse and some reactive physical violence. I think I heard you say, is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Can you please explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Yes, that is correct. That, Amber Heard reported to me some of the behaviors that she used that were psychologically aggressive, the name calling, the putting him down and calling him very bad names and insulting his fatherhood. And she was very shamed and remorseful about that. She also indicated, using, and as
See how
some
shamed
of
and
the tests
remorseful
showed,
she is
minor
on the
forms
stand
of
when they play her
violence,
the
pushing,
audios.
shoving, throwing objects. We see that a lot with women when there's not proportional force. Women are more likely to throw objects. And then the more severe act of punching him, which a punch falls in the more severe category. And the context, as she explained it, was that he was coming after Whitney, and she stood, her sister, and she stood in the way and she punched him.
Now, does that make Amber Heard a perpetrator of intimate partner violence?
No, of course not.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
So that was one of the
Yes,
tasks that I had to
yes,
consider. That was one of the hypotheses that I had to consider. And given all of the other data, that was not my opinion.
Now, you stated that you read a number of therapy records. Please tell the jury.
Remember that
why
name
are
calling
therapy records
was
important?
severe violence from
Therapy
Johnny
records
Depp,
are
but not from
critical
Amber
for
Heard.
a forensic psychologist.
It's because
And we
she
have
was
the
ashamed of it,
opportunity
Nick.
to go back in
Yes.
time and see what a person was dealing with, what the content of their distress was, and what the symptoms of their distress was. It really gives us a snapshot in time. So they become very critical as part of the overall forensic psychological evaluation, because we as psychologists understand how people sort of treat in therapy and what to look for. So in looking back at Ms. Heard's therapy records, we see sort of real time unfolding of this dynamic in this relationship. We see early on in her notes in her report with Bonnie Jacobs and in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, reports of constant concerns about Mr. Depp's substance abuse, constant concerns about him
reports of
passing out and
violence in the
vomiting,
notes, you're
constant
conflating
concerns
here.
about not
Objection,
wanting
Your Honor. Hearsay.
She can characterize that and say she relied on that.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
constant concerns about how do I get him into treatment? How do I get him help?
Gee, that
Ms.
sounds a
Heard's
bit
just going
controlling,
down
doesn't
one.
it?
at this point, early 2012, in the beginning of the relationship, because she has to figure out and wants to figure
Where
out
are
a
the
way
notes
to
about the
support
violence?
the man that she's dating
She's
right
trying to
now and the man
conflate
who
these
she's
two things
falling
together. It
madly in love
pisses me
with.
off.
There were reports in Dr. Jacobs' notes early on about his controlling behavior, about his jealousy behavior, about him not wanting to do certain jobs, of not wanting her to wear certain clothes. So this is going back to 2012. With no indication of why would she be saying that, but for the sole purpose of trying to get help and trying to get guidance in this relationship that she finds so difficult. There are indications, as I mentioned before,
Or because she has
of
a
the sexual
personality
assault
disorder.
and the sexual abuse, and how he would, when he was angry and when he was drunk, it was mostly drug and alcohol fueled rage, when he would, throw her on the bed and try to have sex with her. And then, if he was not able to perform, he would get more angry at her and blame her. So we have this dynamic of blaming her for his inability to take responsibility for his behavior. Those themes were throughout Dr. Jacobs' notes.
Did Dr. Jacobs assign any diagnoses to Amber Heard?
She did.
Which
Early
one?
on, she diagnosed her with panic disorder, and then later with post-traumatic stress disorder.
All right. And did Dr. Jacobs diagnose Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder?
No, she did not.
Histrionic personality disorder?
No, she did not.
And is that important?
That's very important when we're trying to figure out the course of somebody's illness, the course of somebody's psychiatric difficulties. As I stated, well, I don't think I got to state, personality disorders usually start in adolescence early.
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Okay.
She set him up there. I don't think I was
You
allowed
also
to say
stated
it.
that you reviewed
Yeah,
Dr.
that was
Connell
dumb.
Cowan's
He didn't
treatment
even give a
notes,
proper
right?
objection. Just
Correct.
objection.
You also read his deposition testimony?
Correct.
And you had how long of a collateral interview with him?
I believe it was 2 hours.
Okay. And what did you get from all of that data?
So by the time that she gets to Dr. Connell Cohen, which is 2014, I believe, September 2014 is when Dr. Kipper comes on the scene. Ms. Heard's psychological functioning is significantly deteriorated. She's suffering more anxiety, more sleeplessness, more agitation, more emotional dysregulation, this fluctuation in moods. And when you sort of look at the records of what happened in those first 2 years from Dr. Jacobs, and now we have up to Dr. Connell Cohen, and we see all of the incidents that she was exposed to, including the sexual violence and the coercive control, it makes sense to me that her status, her psychological functioning has deteriorated. And in Dr. Connell Cohen's notes, that's what he's always trying to do. He's trying to help her, help Mr. Depp, help her act in a way so that Mr. Depp does not hurt her. Mr. Depp, Dr. Connell Cohen was very concerned for Amber Heard's safety, as was Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Dr. Jacobs was very concerned for her safety, and she continued to talk about safety aspects for Ms. Heard, as was Connell Cohen. They did, both of them, both therapists, understood, and Ms. Heard talked to them about it, that there were times that she fought back and she used violence, and times that she screamed and she said things that she didn't want to. But nevertheless, that did not change the balance for them either. And they were very concerned that because of Mr. Depp's significant substance abuse and his sort of poorly controlled anger, that at some point he was going to seriously hurt her.
Did Dr. Cohen provide Ms. Heard with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
Or even death.
No, he did not.
Did he diagnose Amber Heard with histrionic personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Is that important?
It's important that you are
You're
have
skipping
an
over what you did
individual
diagnose her
who's in
with.
therapy for over 2 years with one therapist and over 2 years with another therapist,
Oh,
and
absolutely.
you're not seeing those characteristics of a personality disorder.
Cross,
If the manifestation of a person's
Cross is going to be tomorrow.
difficulties and illness
Yeah, I
and
got a flight
symptomatology is better
They'll make sure of that.
explained by another disorder, then you don't qualify for the personality disorder. You can't get the diagnosis. I mean, that's part of the criteria. So if it's not a pervasive pattern in a variety of contexts, and it can't be better explained by her trauma experience and the exposure and the symptoms as a result of that trauma, then you don't get a personality disorder. And that's why they didn't diagnose it.
Did you read Dr. Amy Banks' deposition testimony?
Yes, I did.
And what were her findings?
So Dr. Banks had one session, one couple session with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard. Dr. Banks is very reputable. She works up at the Harvard Medical School Cambridge Victim of Violence Program, which is a very well-known program for understanding.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
It's non-responsive to the question.
Bolstering.
The question was, what was the findings?
All right.
Tell the jury who Dr. Amy Banks is.
And just like I said, so she's somebody who has a wealth of experience in understanding intimate partner violence and the dynamics of violent relationships. But she only had one session with the couple, and it was her determination when they were both there and the violence was talked about that Mr. Depp did not deny the violence that he perpetrated toward Miss Heard. She also did, as everybody has, all of our other therapists, because Miss Heard admitted as such, that she also used low levels of violence as well. So Dr. Amy Banks had that opinion.
Low levels.
Did you review Dr. Laurel Anderson's treatment notes and read her deposition?
Punching is now low
yes, I
level
did.
again.
Okay, and what was the significance of what you learned from Dr. Anderson?
So Dr. Anderson similarly thought that there was violence and abuse in this relationship. She was the one therapist out of the 4 who qualified it as mutual abuse, which the termination I've talked to you about, I don't necessarily agree with. But she did see and did understand that there was violence and abuse by Mr. Depp. What was most notable was that after the December 15th, 2015 episode, Ms. Heard called her in addition to calling Connell Cohen and reached out to a number of people, but she saw Dr. Anderson in her office, and Dr. Anderson saw 2 bruises on her face and told me, my husband kicked me and he pushed me and he punched me in the head. And should I call the police?
Objection, Your Honor.
What should I do?
She's not reading, Your Honor. She's just saying the significance.
Sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Hearsay
Right.
has nothing to do with whether or
What
not she's
were
reading, you
your,
dummy.
What conclusions did you make as a result of what you reviewed for Dr. Laurel Anderson?
My take of reading Dr. Laurel Anderson's deposition and seeing her, redacted notes was that, from my professional opinion, this was a very serious incident and a very serious allegation of intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. If a patient comes into my office with 2 bruises and alleges being pushed, shoved, and kicked by her partner, I'm going to be very concerned, and I'm going to mobilize a lot more resources to help that individual. And for some reason, that did not happen for Ms. Heard.
For some reason,
She didn't
treating
believe
psychologist
her.
didn't
Overall
do it.
clinical impressions from reading these notes from Amber Heard's treatment providers and their couples therapists.
Objection, compound.
All right, sustained.
What are your overall clinical impressions from reading what you told everybody you read?
Objection, compound.
I mean, I don't know how to get it less compound, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
That one wasn't
So
compound.
my
the
overall
second one.
impression of the treatment notes was, there's significant support for the fact that there was intimate partner violence in this relationship. It was consistently reported over time, and there were couples therapists who saw and understood that. So, there were, Mr. Depp also attended a session with Dr. Connell Cohen with Ms. Heard. And in that session, he was very belligerent and mean and yelling and intimidating. And he even got up and stormed out, rolled a joint,
Accusing me of
and then
violence I
came
didn't
back
commit.
later. Dr.
Can't be
Connell
mad, though.
Cohen's impression was this is somebody who's poorly controlled. That's the same thing that Dr. Laurel Anderson said about him. And he stormed out of one of those sessions too. So there were a total of 6 sessions, couple session, but Mr. Depp stormed out of 2 of them. So there were only 4 couple sessions for these 2 individuals in this just highly volatile, highly damaging relationship that was, punctuated by the coercive control and the intimate partner violence.
What, if any, observations did you make about Amber Heard's psychological status over that period?
I mean, the record was very clear that her psychological status deteriorated as she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp. She kept getting worse. She was losing weight. By the end, she was down to, I think, 105 pounds from about 125, 130. She was taking significantly more
was not
medication than
130
she's ever
pounds.
taken in her life. She was having more panic, more anxiety, more distress. More affect dysregulation, just really an inability to regulate her mood, more anger outbursts. So it can significantly deteriorate over time.
You talked about weight. What, if any, diagnoses did Bonnie Jacobs make about Amber Heard having an eating disorder?
That is
There
the
was
most
no
leading
evidence
question.
in the record that Ms. Heard had an eating disorder.
What, if any,
Aaron
observations did you make
Gorham's
about whether
notes
Dr.
should have been in
Helen
your record.
Connell thought she had an eating
Reported by Amber
There was
Heard,
no
right?
indication in his record that she had an eating disorder.
Now, what, if any, observations did you make about the impact of Mr. Depp's substance abuse?
So the substance abuse was a
Not her
very
substance
relevant and complicating factor to this relationship. When you pair that level of substance abuse with the level of intimate partner violence and coercive control, it's a very, very disastrous mix. And one of the things that happens with the substance abuse is a very similar dynamic that happens with the intimate partner violence, that there's the lying, there's the hiding, there's the cheating, there's the obfuscation, the rationalization about the drinking, the rationalization about the violence, the trying to, promises, I'm going to do better, I'm going to get clean and sober, I'm not going to hit you anymore.
He literally did get clean and sober.
approach?
Like he went to detox. He hired a private doctor who specialized in sobriety and detoxification. Like it's not like he was just manipulating and controlling. He actually did that. The person who didn't was her. And when he asked her if she would, which I'm sure would be intimate partner violence in this lady's opinion, when he asked her if she would do that, she said, no, I love the cocaine. I want to keep doing it. Oh, this is frustrating.
I mean, they literally just saw a note that Amber Heard is doing MDMA and mushrooms in Johnny Depp's apartment with some strange man without his knowledge, and yet he's paranoid and has a drug problem. It's mind-boggling.
It's insane. The level of dismissiveness. Well, he called her names, which is extremely controlling and terrifying. She engaged in low levels of psychological violence, like name calling. Wait, what? How do you reconcile holding those two positions at the same time? And her violence is all reactive. It's like, well, is there any evidence that any of her violence was actually reactive to anything at all? Like,
Yeah,
where's her violence?
Where's the evidence of his violence that caused her to react? Where is it?
Is it because if it's name calling that she's reactive violencing to, then her name calling would be him reactive violencing to. Like, again, these positions are so wildly biased that it's insane. And I hope the
I'm
jury's
sorry,
clean.
but if she is reacting to name calling with physical violence, that's an assault. That is
Yeah, I
not
agree.
self-defense.
Well, did you consider though that she really wants to win this case?
If you put the genders of the people she was at, you can tell that she'd get to the other result. And there's no way she'd interpret these facts the same way if you flip the genders on what was going on.
Oh,
here.
yeah.
What, if any, dynamics and coping styles are connected to the substance abuse by Mr. Depp?
So they share similarities. There's a lot of lying when somebody's a substance abuser. There's a lot of hiding. There's a lot of concealment. There's a lot of rationalization. There's a lot of blame, blaming your partner for your inability to stay clean and sober. There's a lot of the promises to change and the promises to get better. So a lot of these dynamics sort of co-occur, in a situation of substance abuse and domestic violence. They're very similar. The difficulty in this relationship was that the majority of the violent episodes and the sexually violent episodes were in these alcohol and drug-fueled rages. That was predominantly when those happened. When he wasn't in those stages, we still saw the obsessive jealousy and the coercive control and the possessiveness. That still persisted. But when the alcohol and the drugs came together is when Amber Heard was more in danger of being hurt by him.
Why didn't Amber Heard leave the relationship sooner?
I mean, why.
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
What have you formed, based
An
on your
expert opinion
experience and based on
why she
your
didn't leave?
29 hours of clinical evaluation of Amber Heard, what is your understanding of why Amber Heard didn't leave the relationship earlier?
Objection beyond the scope of the disclosure.
It clearly is not. I mean, it's clearly in the disclosure. Point to where
That's just an indication of something they argued about at sidebar, going through what her
Did you hear what
disclosures
she
are.
just said? Point to where you say it's not. Well, just point at the disclosure.
Right.
It's not there.
But this is what they're arguing about that we didn't hear, is what they actually disclosed was going to be her testimony as an expert, which you have to give the other side kind of something to work with as to this is what she can testify to. And in your depo, we always start with, are all of your opinions contained in your report? Okay, so now you can't say anything that's outside of your report, and it's for this reason they're trying to cage them in.
Yeah, it's
That was funny. Point to where it's not, please.
This doesn't work. She's looking for it in the disclosure right now. But again, yeah, this is frustrating because anything about Amber Heard's reasoning as to why she didn't leave should come in through Amber Heard. Any testimony, like Amber Heard is there available as a witness. And so if you're going to testify as to why she didn't leave, it's got to be from the person who decided not to leave, not from a psychologist's determination.
Unless
in
it's
my
an evidence.
opinion.
Like you said, she testified, it's an evidence, go for it.
And I mean,
Yeah.
there's room for like testifying about why people leave and
You
so.
indicated that your main opinion was that Amber Heard's report of violence and abuse in her relationship with Mr. Depp is consistent with what is known as intimate partner violence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And why did you believe that Amber Heard, what formed your basis of that opinion in a nutshell?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled now.
Objection
the basis
cumulative.
of the opinion was looking at all the dynamics in this relationship, looking at not just the hitting and the yelling, but looking at how much more hitting was done, looking at the coercive control, the obsessive jealousy, the possessiveness, the sexual violence, the choking behavior, the threats to kill. Those are all, as I stated, very significant and often found in cases of lethal domestic violence. Those were significant severity factors. And looking at all those, that's what tipped the scales, that even though she yelled and said some horrible things and hit him, it never was able to shift the balance of power and control in that relationship.
Now, you have discussed with Amber Heard and you have reviewed and evaluated the emotional impact on Amber Heard.
Elon Musk wore
as a
this outfit
result of
yesterday at the
emotional
Met Gala,
distress
and I'm not
as a
kidding.
result of the 3 counterclaim statements, correct? The 3
Seriously? The same-
alleged defamatory statements made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Waldman,
She's
correct?
trying to wind
correct.
Depp up.
Okay.
Objection,
And-
compound leading.
Just
Overruled. I'll go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Could you please tell the jury what psychological impact these statements had on Amber Heard?
Yes, so there were 3 statements that I evaluated. May I check my notes to give you the dates and my recollection so that I can be clear?
Since I couldn't put it in, this might be the fastest way, Your Honor.
I'd rather she not address the court.
I'm
Since
sorry,
I couldn't
I'm sorry.
put it in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So there were 3 statements on April 8th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, and June 24th, 2020 that I queried her about and asked her about. The one that, what happens is if somebody who, like Ms. Hurd, has trauma-based symptoms and PTSD, we say that PTSD is a cue-based disorder. There are things that happen in the environment that trigger it and make it worse. And having to refute that your report of violence and abuse is a hoax makes that trauma activated. So it makes the PTSD symptoms at that time become more intense and more severe. So she would have more intrusive thoughts, more nightmares, more sleeplessness, more difficulty engaging with other people, depression, sadness, stress. All of that would happen when one of these statements came out. The one that was, the most difficult was the one where they said that her sexual violence
Objection, Your
was
Honor.
a hoax.
Oh,
What's the objection?
hearsay?
Going to the, to.
Oh, I'll overrule objection.
Please continue.
The one that was most difficult for Ms. Hurd was the statement about calling her sexual violence a hoax. As I stated earlier, most women try very diligently to put that sexual violence in a box, bury it down, not want to talk about it, not want to have anything related to it come up. And she's done, by my estimation in her coping, although she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, she also has a high degree of coping strategies. But when this would happen, it sort of would just, everything would deteriorate. And this is the one thing that women are always afraid of, that no one's going to believe them. No one's going to take them seriously. And when somebody comes out in the popular media and calls your experience a hoax, that lended itself to more severe psychological and traumatic symptomatology for her.
Dr. Hughes, are all of your opinions that you have provided today within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Do you think your own opinions are crap?
I think this is a good time to go ahead and break for the
Probability
day.
or certainty, usually it's just one or the other is the
of
standard.
this witness, of Dr. Hughes. So if you could have a good evening, do not discuss the case with anybody, and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you in the morning. Thank you.
You gotta give it to the defense there. That's a banger of a first witness. I mean, there's all sorts of problems, but she just got into evidence. Well, not into evidence specifically, but
She
got into
explained the whole
minds of
case.
Yeah.
She got
to
it in the jury's mind.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Dr. Hughes, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, please don't discuss your testimony with anybody, including the attorneys, okay? And anything that you looked at, referenced during your direct examination, if you could just turn that over so they can review that before cross-examination, okay? All right, thank you,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, may I just, I presume she wants to be able to take that back with her. and
We can
review
get copies
overnight.
of it. We'll get whatever it is.
Okay, good.
We'll make sure you get copies of it. So make sure you get copies of it so she can keep her originals. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
I have copies of everything that I looked at. Other than
Okay,
my
well, no, we're not talking right now. Court's in
Other
session.
than my
Thank you.
post-it note that
All
I
right.
read.
So anything else then? So we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m., correct? All right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Whew.
Was the jury there
Okay.
for that? I think they were. And she said they have everything, and Depp's lawyer said, no, we don't, in front
Yeah.
of the jury.
Yeah.
Was the jury still in there, or had they left?
Chu was looking that way after, so I think they were still there.
Wild. Just hit Elaine while you walk by. Oh, dang it, missed opportunity. Just close.
Yeah, that would not play well.
Who's this Stanley Tucci looking dude?
Somebody said that there's a priest in the gallery earlier.
Oh, he's her new PR. He's her new PR guy.
Yeah, that's why he was sitting next to the court TV chick. That makes sense.
And I'm sure he's going to be having a field day tonight because all of this they're going to be trying to get news organizations to report as gospel truth, and they're just going to make a run on his. And there's basically nothing you can do about it because of the whole. So, I mean, they can just say this is what was reported, not we're saying it's accurate.
Well, we knew she was going to have good days as soon as it was her chance to put on her case. I mean, that's just part of the process.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like I said, in my opinion, there's a bunch of problems with her testimony. I'm really interested to see on cross, but I think she's a good witness. She has the credentials. I think she borders on coming across overly biased, but that's how I perceive her. I can't determine that the jury will see her the same way. I don't know how you can't. I mean, she comes across exceedingly biased. But I think the real takedown of her will be on rebuttal. Because I mean, they can cross her and go to some of her issues, but I think it's bringing back the other doctor to bolster her own conclusions and talk about how this lady's a nut job.
Yeah.
Like, did you interview Johnny Depp at all? Did you ask him if he had committed intimate partner violence in any way?
Yeah, but what if she says I wanted to and he refused?
That could be. You got to
they
wonder.
filed the motions, right, Andrea? I think you said that on another video that they wanted to put him through the ringer like Amber was, and they objected, and the court said they didn't have to.
Yeah, that's right. They tried to get an IME of Johnny Depp, and there no good cause was found.
So that could be walking into some fire there, if you ask that.
Okay, that could be. I wasn't
Maybe
aware of
just
that.
did you read his depo? And what do you think about how he explained the situation? Because she said she reviewed his UK transcripts and things like that. So if that's true, how does that affect your analysis, basically?
Yeah. So you saw in his depo where he said he didn't actually kick her in the back, but maybe it was a light tap on the back, didn't you? Wouldn't you agree that a light tap, a light playful tap, is not a kick?
Well, they have a massive, they have a massive amount of information to work with, not the least of which is, they asked for details of what she described as corroboration. And, they had this one incident that they're able to point to, basically, Amber telling other people. So there is, the lack of injuries, the problem with the medical examination on December the 17th, they have a ton to be able to work with here to show that actually the overwhelming majority of these instances aren't corroborated in any way at all and are in fact contradicted by either other people who were present, by the absence of injury, by other objective facts that are available. So cross in this is going to be very powerful. I don't have any doubt about that.
Well, one of the questions, right? Like vaginal bruising. So where's the medical record of the vaginal bruising? Which
I
physician?
Agree.
Like
that's huge because she says she has those injuries, right? It's not like she didn't say, I don't know if I had injuries. She's specifically claiming certain injuries, yet never treated for any of them.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I don't know as a non-vagina possessor, I'm not sure what the distinction of how you self-diagnose vaginal bruising is. But
I guess
pain. It seems to me you would want a corroborating medical record with that for her to form that opinion. But if she's just, again, if the corroboration is just, well, Amber Heard said it to someone.
That's all I basically heard from this witness is Amber Heard said this, Amber Heard said that. Therefore, this is the gospel truth.
And disregarding the things that Amber Heard said that aren't consistent with that. Amber Heard also said that this December 15th incident gave her 2 black eyes, a broken nose, broken ribs, hair pulled out of her head. Obviously, none of which was corroborated by the people that saw her after the fact. So she's clearly willing to disregard the things that Amber said that don't fit the narrative. And she's cherry picking the things Amber Heard said that she can, find ways to corroborate with other things Amber Heard said.
I'm hoping the cross will show that it was very motivated reasoning and that she had a particular goal in mind, and that's all she was willing to look at, because that's really what I get out of that. And hopefully he's going to see it too.
I'd be really curious about the extent to which she treats men in her practice at all.
Well,
Now, maybe she has a very robust male domestic violence receiver practice. I have no idea, but I would be curious because she mentioned she was careful to mention that she was involved in a same-sex case that involved a murder. And it's like, okay, was that two men or was that two women? Like, what was your involvement? But in the heterosexual realm, what involvement do you actually have in diagnosing and treating these patients? Like, where is it?
she dealt only with men as abusers, not as victims. She never mentioned that. So that seemed like a copious omission to me.
Yeah. So that'll be interesting. Oh, Tor Theo says she doesn't treat men at all. She works at a women's only shelter. So that could be
Shelter? I don't think she works at a shelter, if I had to guess, but
well, she
That's
said
what she
was
described.
she's a
Yeah.
volunteer.
she doesn't have a full. I thought she said she was a clinician.
She was describing, I think, like an internship type of
Oh, so
thing that was her early basis for her
Okay.
experience.
Okay. In addition to what she does now.
Yes.
I got you.
So
What
it'll
gave
be-
her practical expertise in IPV.
if it's just working at a battered women's shelter, you're going to have a certain perspective on IPV. Like, how many battered men's shelters have you ever stepped inside of? Because we know the answer is 0, because they're hard to even find. So that'd be
Yeah.
great. Like, just go ahead and hit the bias from her on all of this stuff.
In many places, the places that serve as shelters for men are the homeless shelters.
Yeah.
That's usually where the guys have to go.
Yep. It's crazy. I love that she throws in this thing about not being able to leave, like being financially unable to leave. And there was one other thing she said there, and it's like, yes, Hollywood celebrity Amber Heard just not able to leave, even though the moment she does, she's able to wind up in the arms of literally the richest man on the planet. It's like,
I mean, even that, it's just, even if she'd never met Musk, leaving with only millions of dollars.
Right.
I would love to be in her dire financial circumstances.
Amber,
That said, it might have been a
Amber,
major drop.
she included in her sworn statement in the UK that she always was financially independent during her relationship with Johnny. It was a point of pride for her and a source of conflict. So this is just once again a situation where the expert will disregard what Amber says when it doesn't fit Amber's current narrative.
It's another thing that's unnecessary. Like, why bring up that it was a financial reason? Why that? Like, I mean, that's something that's unnecessary. And like Andrew said, if they can just impeach her with that, that's now a loss when you could have just not mentioned it at all, which I think Johnny's team did a little bit at the end of his case, put on some unnecessary witnesses or tried to get some unnecessary facts out. And now Amber's doing it right from the jump. Because I agree 100%. This makes no sense. I think this comes down to, with this witness and the jury leaving after hearing the direct of this witness, if there are jurors that are looking for a reason to hang on to Amber and make Amber win this case, this witness gave them a very good thing to hold on to. She explained the case in totality as to why she was the victim. Not only does she believe she was the victim, but she is the victim. They have totally thrown out the simple defense and gone full bore that demonizing Johnny Depp as a sexual predator and an abusive, violent husband who controlled her and intimidated her and did everything the Me Too movement is fighting against. If anybody's looking for that on the jury, they've got it now with this witness in evidence.
Yeah. And it's one of the interesting things that I've seen in covering a couple defamation cases, that sometimes the defendants cannot wait for the opportunity to go after the person that they've already defamed on or allegedly defamed on the stand when they're privileged to say whatever they want. I mean,
you were spot on with that.
Yeah, I mean, whew. they got someone else to do it. Like, they got this expert to just relay a bevy of accusations that have not been borne out with any of the evidence, and it's amazing. But yeah, they're like, this is someone who has trashed your life and career and reputation. Of course, they're going to take the opportunity to do it again, especially when you made this thing public when I didn't want to, you motherfucker. That's there. Oh, that was brutal.
Well,
Very cool.
I need to run, but it's been a pleasure. And the sad thing is that I'm not going to see this witness get crossed because I'm going to be on a plane tomorrow.
Oh, R.I.P. to you.
All right. Cheers.
See you later, Uncle. Oh, Andrew, I need to add your Twitter handle to the description while I'm thinking about it here.
So tomorrow we start with cross of this witness. Do we still think Amber's going to go second, or what do we think at this point? All the reports where she's going Wednesday, I don't know how they got that, but I'm assuming her PR team is putting that out there. She goes Wednesday, Thursday direct, and I would assume cross doesn't start till next week.
That would make
not
sense
next
from
week.
a timing standpoint. I mean, that would be a structurally prudent way, I think, for them to go forward.
And if I'm not mistaken, it wouldn't be next week. It'd be the next week because isn't there a break from the 9th through the 12th?
Yeah,
Seriously?
the judge is at judicial conference.
I was supposed to be in trial that week, and I was like, man, I guess I'm going to miss the end of this trial. And the trial just got continued today. But wow, that's interesting. I didn't even know that. Okay.
So there'll be 10 days of no court action for Johnny Depp when you factor in either side of the, there's 3 days on either side of the 4-day week.
Perfect timing to start her testimony.
Yeah, it's gonna be a mess. Hold on, let me add Andrea.
But have them go for that many days after just listening to Amber's side of the story, which either means they're going to pick it apart and not believe it, or if they hang on to it, it's going to be good for Amber's team over that long break. It's interesting to think about
part of the challenge, though, is that Amber is going to have to remember everything that she said for a much longer period of time in order to then come back in her cross-examination and remain consistent. So the delay may actually not be that much in her favor, if we start from the standpoint of assuming that she's probably not 100% truthfully testifying from her own memory. That's a lot of
She'll
details.
have that video to review. Right?
Yeah.
She'll have that video. So will Johnny's lawyers. I mean, they get to pick apart every word she says on direct, that when you're in trial and you may miss something here or there, not if you can watch 2 days of testimony over and over again for an entire week, because at least 4 of the lawyers at that desk are going to be working on this.
Yeah, the other thing, Depp's team could try and delay out her testimony with enough objections that it stretches over the break. That'd be irritating. Which maybe that's what you'd want to do. Lone Wolf 36S says, come on guys, you knew what type of person she was the moment you saw those pearls on her neck. That's the Karen at Walmart yelling about potatoes being the wrong temperature and how men cause potatoes to heat up improperly. Von Bismarck, isn't the problem that Johnny Depp's experts didn't have notes to refer to / or refresh their memories, and at the same time couldn't, since defense pretty much didn't allow it? I think
there were some experts that didn't remember stuff on Johnny's side as well. I've got a wife and kids and a full-time job is what the big time Hollywood lawyer said multiple times on cross. And I was like, you're getting paid $9.75 to work on this case. I think that's part of your job. But yeah, there were things they didn't remember too.
In fairness, I think that was in response to did you read this particular article back in 2018?
Yeah.
Correct. No, I get you. I get you. If you were billing $9.75, Nick, would you read that article? I would.
I do it for $11.25. But Stephen Cooper, no Ty Runkle, not quite a substitute for no Ty Branca, but in the words of celebrity unalive match, I'll allow it. CS, under no circumstance other than Johnny beating Amber in front of this woman should she ever be able to testify that Amber has clinical PTSD because of intimate partner violence with Johnny. I see a few licensure complaints. Look, I think a professional could come to that conclusion without directly witnessing violence. The problem is it seems like she glossed all of the contraindicative factors. And I'm really curious how Dr. Curry will respond to the fact that this lady basically came up and said, no, I discredit her analysis because I just don't find it valuable, basically is and it says in the manual not to use percentages. It's like, okay. One, I don't know if it does. Two, maybe there's some qualification to it. I want to see the response. I think that'll be interesting. Enraged Bacon, I feel like this witness is prepping the jury for an Amber breakdown on the stand. El Marie 07, a toast and words of wisdom for my son Daniel, as today is his 15th birthday. Thank you. To Daniel, you're 15, caught in one of the weirdest times of your life. Everything is awkward. Everything is changing. And you're not quite old enough to drive, which is lame. Don't worry, man. Things will clarify and solidify, and you will be well on the path to forging your own road ahead. And may that road be long and a little bit winding through some good scenery. Cheers, Daniel. Billy Witch Doctor, do you think this is one of those psychologists that pushes the trans stuff on kids? I don't get the impression that this lady does a lot of work with kids. I think she works with abused women primarily. At least that's the impression that I got. Hold on. YouTube just jumped down on me. Rude. Oh my gosh, where are we? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Lancelot, look at the sad face like she's about to cry. What a load of crap. Ponton 21 seems like they'll blame it on Johnny not staying to fight with Amber. This is the narcissist scam. There was never a relationship to save. There's the setup and the execution phases. This woman here enables female abuse. Nick, not me, but a different Nick, says Dr. Mommy Muffins is greater than Dr. Cunty Karen. TC Barnett, message retracted. Ricker says Andrea is back. You all rock. Stoked she's on again. Missed her this morning on that cross. And I don't think they mean like Jesus Christ. I think the cross examination. Lancelot says, so all this happened and not a single bit of evidence. None of the bodyguards, nurses, cops, or doctors have seen any injuries or any of the violence that Johnny Depp is alleged to have occurred in their presence. Like on the plane, they've had the people on the plane testify, and not one of them testified that he either yelled or that he kicked her. And the one was like, he wasn't even drinking. It's just like, what happened here? That was very weird. Mo says, Nick, quoting me, I don't have time to fix the audio. Well, I've tried. It's a streaming setup thing, which is true. Also, Nick, K, now I'm going to go do this obscure, weird-ass debate that's not even on my channel, and it's going to take 2.5 hours. Also, sleep is overrated. Yes, that's true. Sean Perry, she lost consciousness when she threw the handle of vodka at Johnny. Yeah, that was fun. When she lost consciousness in Australia, it's like, from what? Matt Hagen, what would happen to a lawyer if he called a witness, I don't know, a lying lady of the night? It would not be good. Don't do that. Don't do that at all. Silver Grove says, I don't understand why she refers to anecdotes and opinions as data. Good question. Brian Miller, didn't a couple therapists say she couldn't remember who left? How does this lady know she wasn't there? I think that couple's therapist, I feel like she didn't have her notes when she was testifying. And so either she either didn't write it in her notes or she did. I don't know. That was weird. I don't remember. Barry, I don't have my notes. Barry Soitoro, Amber should have represented herself. Lance, no, I mean, they did a decent job today. Rottenborn, he was fighting a losing battle on that motion. He wasn't going to win it. They've clearly made questions of fact about the elements of defamation.
I did like the shot he took at Chu, where he's like, he wrote that response for someone outside this courtroom, because I thought that's true. Even though I liked Chu's little preview of the opening or of the closing argument, but Rottenborn was right to say that to the judge. Like, he did that for the cameras, judge, because that has nothing to do with this for the most part.
Yeah, but that's rich coming from Rottenborn, and also who is at the end of the day meeting with the publicist that Amber Heard has just fired, who's been sitting there with Court TV. Schmoozing it up.
Didn't say it wasn't hypocritical, just a good shot.
Lancelot says, so this doctor say the two bruises, but never her, or saw the two bruises, but never her private nurse. And again, if you come in with this, Amber Heard gets her cheeks filled. She does. And so to come in with two bruises down here, we have no idea what's going on. It would be great if they had records of those fills. And they could link those directly to the day. That would be the funniest thing, but I bet they don't. Joy Mace, this expert sounds hysterical herself. She doesn't appear clinical or unbiased at all. Glad the professionals I worked with as a domestic violence victim weren't like her. She raises my anxiety with her own hysterics. Sherry Law says, hashtag him too, make it go viral. Crystal Clear says, the expert witness comes across as all men are bad feminazi. Hobo Jim, welcome to Paralegal Status. Sherry Law, it's time to flush the Amber turd. And sarcastic superhero girl says they couldn't have her testify first. She has to figure out how to make herself cry on cue. Well, she might need a few more acting lessons for that. Okay, I'm through the big super chats. There are a lot of smaller super chats, and I always want to respect the time of my guests. So if any time you guys need to go, please feel free. I'm going to read them all, but
No, yeah, you go for it, man. I appreciate it. I'll try to check back in later this week at some point.
sounds good, man. I'll
Appreciate
send
it.
you links.
Good to see you, Andrea.
Good to see you too. I'm gonna pop out also. Thanks, Nick.
All right. Thanks for hanging out today, guys.
Yeah,
See ya.
thank you.
All right, chat. It's just me and you. I'm wearing a fuzzy shirt today. Because I don't know if you guys do this, but if I get like an hour of sleep, 2 hours of sleep, I'm cold, very, very cold. And so I got like the fuzziest sweater I could find. I was like, yeah, ooh. So I'm cozy. Tom Grawl says, check your email. Okay. Mexican Iron Man, for God's sake, in the name of Mexican diversity and inclusion and protection of my ears, make this CV recital stop. I'm feeling neural oppression. Yeah, me too. Wait a minute. This seems farther into the... Oh, God. Okay. We'll see. Clutch McDougal, this doctor is going to argue she has disassociation and had no memory / control during their mutual fights. Trauma psych is women excusing bad behavior. Zena B, thanks for the donation. Catherine Savercool says, this person is assuming the victims are women. Now, I know there's some super chats that are from prior to this, but I'll have to go to a different window to get them, but I will do that. Herb Stopelstad says, does Amber remind you of Lilith from TV show Cheers? I don't know. Not familiar enough with the TV show Cheers outside of the main cast. Or wait. Yeah, I have no idea who that is. Greg S., are they waiting for Cross to point out gendered language when it comes to victimization? Yeah, they can't do anything about that on direct. They can't object that she's describing things in a way. I mean, she's an expert. She can categorize it however she wants. Within her expertise. Greg S. Sarah Marie, that wasn't Dasani Water. Dex Luther, Runkle speaking Elvish. Josie 10131, thank you for the donation. Ogre Simping says, whammin', Dermy Wormy. So because of a BS court order, I was put through the batterer's intervention course, and it literally is everything you do is abuse, and you must repent. Well, yeah. Sergeant Orc, OBS for the win. Josie says she's let's see. She's something at all. None, only works individually. Jacob Lafoon, this Binger B is so effing biased. Jacob, thank you. Sarah Marie. Oh, wait, Alan V. I love when the expert engenders the victim constantly as her. There's so many men who are victims, manipulated, gaslighting, and have hit it. Me too. Sarah Marie, hearing cat lady say vagina may haunt me. Eric Wolfrick, anyone else think this is a miss with the doc, as we've only had testimony on behalf of Johnny, just keeps going towards him. Only help seems to be the constant pronouns. Yeah, I mean, I think at first it was like that, but I think near the end they really, I mean, when she got to the facts that she determined were facts, it was pretty brutal. Contrarian 420. Then I learned prenups are economic abuse. Savigma, she's actually a bad witness for Amber. If, like you said, the jury is mostly male, I'm listening to her language and hearing very anti-male statements. Unless the males are not wired to receive that message, right? Like, unless they're kind of self-hating. Joe Knox, 2,000 Mules was released. Response was the SCOTUS leak. Jehan, objection is the witness a biologist. Seed fan, can you please clip the whole definition bit? Which definition bit? I'm not sure what definition you're talking about. Louise, has she access to all evidence or only Amber Heard stuff? She would have had broad access to anything that she determined to be relevant to her diagnosis and expert opinion. So she would have had, I mean, only Amber Heard stuff would include all of the stuff that the other people have as well. Busted Knuckle, I'm finna get the pimp hand warmed up. John Bassinger, wife blows money, you stop it. Economic abuse, nutty. Dude, there are people who think that, though. There are people who legitimately think that if one person in a relationship, will say a husband or wife, because sometimes women control the pocketbooks of the family, that if one person goes out, like say they go to Target or whatever and blow like $900, and the person's like, what are you doing? Like, we can't afford this. That is economic abuse. That is controlling behavior. And I kind of disagree. I think that financial situations are partnerships that people need to be able to have some input on. Obviously, how you do it, right? If they come home having spent a bunch of money and you start just punching them in the mouth, that's a problem. I think my fatigue is impacting my ethical decision making. Just kidding. Stephen Barone, not in girls sports though. Size and strength play no role when Dave decides he wants to play women's rugby. The Magic One says from earlier testimony, if she replaced she, her with he, him, she was describing Amber Heard's behavior towards Johnny Depp. I agree. Austin Inglis says, if a man mumbles under his mouth in the forest and no one is there to hear it, does Amber poop on more beds in self-defense? Yes. Yes. Jack Cersei. So basically, Dr. Hughes has described every type of abuse Heard perpetrated on Johnny Depp then. Got it, Hughes. Thank you. Musean 87 says the camera keeps zooming in on Heard and she keeps making eye contact with it. Is anyone else legit squirming in their seats and finding themselves looking away, trying not to make eye contact? Strange. Murdered out JD. So according to Dr. Hughes, Amber Heard fits the perpetrator of abuse more than Johnny. Cross should ask, what, if any, effect would dropping a grumpy have on intimidation? Virtual Liz, could Cross get this expert out on gender bias? Probably not. But I think they're really going to go hard in on her on that. Fluffy Cakes lives, I'm clinically diagnosed with CPTSD, and they don't allow women like her near us in therapy. Adam says, trauma bomb. How about turd bomb? Things to do. It would be concerning to me that her expert opinion is slanted to women in every example. Should it be? It shouldn't be. I think it's a bad tactical move, but she's allowed to do it. Eskimo, reminder, you can see those abusive finger-cutting milkers in The Informers, 2008. Dermy Wormy, I despise this lady and her area of expertise. As long as you have a song, you are guilty, and ignore the context or anything. Grant TR, but they told her to be very specific with gender so the jury don't relate Amber to these explanations. They might have. Yeah, they might have done that. Ryan C, thanks for the donations. Happy says, Nick, give Dr. She the digital abuse to shut her up. Ryan C, tip for the bukkake necklace. Kevin Farrell, the jury has to recognize this witness hates men and only refers to the victims as only women. This should be addressed on cross that the witness is completely biased. Scapegoat. Aaron Pizzi, the founder of the First Women's Shelter, did a study on how common mutual abuse actually is, especially among women. This woman is a quack. DeBob 03, ADA Binger moved to Heard's team after Rittenhouse. Kevin Farrell, to prove my point that this witness hates men, look at how she scowls. When she mentions the word men, she looks like Hillary Clinton when Clinton mentions Trump. Felipe Marcelino, can't the amount of time she says he, him, his alienate the jury even before they get to cross? Yes, it can. It might not, though. DJ Tommy C. Colasai, the witness setting women's rights back 40 years. LG Jamster, this expert is such a transphobe. Josie says, if she didn't treat both Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, her points are moot. Ogre simping, personal vengeance journey against men. That's her motivation behind her whole career. The pearl necklace, the facial expression, the language giveaway. Blah, blah. This woman is the embodiment of why I dropped out of uni when studying to be a psychologist. You can only talk about women as victims. Pisses me off. Kate, when was she even Amber's doctor or therapist or whatever she is? No, she's a forensic psychologist, which means she is not a treating psychologist. She analyzes a situation, through all of the data that's available from a detached and unbiased perspective of non-treatment. Scapegoat, men are least likely to call the police. Mike Adkins, as a man with an abusive ex and custody of his kids after 5 years in court, this expert reminds me yet again how blind our society is to abuse against men. Gold coin, this is so orchestrated. She hasn't looked at the lawyer even once. I'm sure lawyers told her to stare at the jury all the time. Incredibly biased. Karmadia, hashtag he too. Thanks for the stream and cheers, Nick. Cheers back to you. E, do you think her constant use of the female pronouns, female victims, and her deliberate choice to downplay male victims will harm her credibility? It did for me. If it did for me, it might for the jury. Ben Albin, her psychology practice has been bombed with negative reviews on Google. I'm not going to share it. It's at 1.4 stars with 360 reviews currently. I want to be very clear. I do not encourage that sort of behavior. Personally, I just don't, this is her job. People are free to do what they want, but I'm not endorsing or condoning it. That's on individuals. Virtual Liz, common for the girl to not press charges, like how Amber's ex dropped charges. Tortheo, not even the law and crime crowd by this anti-male witness. Sarah Marie, you could ask Donut Operator about police training. R. Bailey, this doctor is a raging misandrist. Tanjura Maney, thank you for the angry emoji. Tortheo, so according to the witness, nothing is constant in abuse except it's always a man beating a woman. She is everything wrong with our conversation on domestic violence. Dan Goodwin, headline, Amber Heard team psychologist misgenders Johnny Depp throughout testimony as first witness. Orange Red, she is describing Johnny's dad's abuse. Sandra Jean, 955, damsel in distress, it's the man's fault. Mo, can they not object for bias? I mean, you can't object for bias. You can try to impeach on grounds of bias, right? You go to do that. Typically, when you're trying to bring up bias with someone, evidence of bias is admissible. I mean, you can always raise as evidence of bias so long as it's not excluded by some other rule of evidence. But you would do money. That's why you ask experts how much they're spent, like how much they cost, because it's evidence of bias. You could say, you could ask her questions about her writings. She said she published some articles. Are all of the articles that she published about women, for example, as victims? Does she have any articles at all about men being victims? In her articles, if there are any about reactive violence, are any of them about male perpetrators of reactive violence, where they are a domestic violence victim and then they react violently? Does any of her literature include males as victims? This is something maybe Johnny's team is doing, researching these things, reading up on them, because then they could nail her on it. Orange Red, she is describing Johnny's dad's abuse. Oh, I read that one. Larry Rivenbark, so in your professional opinion, does evil come from the shaft or the balls? Neither. There's nothing evil. Miranda Goldsmith, survivor of abuse here. Not a single mention of abuser separating the victim from friends and family. Amber had a posse with her most of the time. Correct. David A. Hamilton, no spicy questions, folks. Time for Nick to simp for Andrea's feminine purity. Johnny Arbor 007. I'm glad no women ever do anything to cause abuse. Sounds like every relationship ever. Stephen Barone, they head out to Coachella and eat mushrooms with their friends. Lachelle K says, is this witness a bad witness for Depp or Heard? I think it was a positive witness for Heard so far, on balance. Unless the jury draws just a full biased inference from her, And then, that could switch. But for now, I think it's in Heard's favor. Cross might change that. Cal-El, my ex wouldn't participate in our family budget and would get angry if I told her we couldn't afford something. After we separated, she had counselors and her lawyer claim I was financially abusive towards her. Yeah. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't want to know how much money we have, but then you get mad if I tell you that we don't have enough. Got it. Sure. INCZ, very bigoted binary of this witness. What happened to the 78,561 other genders? Alan V, a female abuser, though, looks very different than a male abuser due to the intangible psychological abuse. The male reacts and is seen as the abuser. Amy Moritz, the jury is comprised of mostly males in the 25 to 35 age range with a couple older females. Thoughts about the possible impact on the verdict? Oh boy, like I don't want to be this doctor with 25 to 35-year-old men being told that they're the abusers. Like if that's an accurate assessment, I mean, you're 25 to 35-year-old men. Like if you've got younger men, if it's 18 to 25, I'd be maybe more on the doctor's side. If you've got men 45, 50 plus, maybe more on the doctor's side. 25, 35 is a bad demographic, in my opinion. Those are men who are told that they're bad every day because of their penis. Ocean Redux says, bruh, Andrea knows what's up. Lol, them buttons, though. It's happening with Harper. I had a friend stabbed 30 times by his girlfriend. Sad funeral. Jeez. David Stowe. Public perception appears that most people hated Heard's first expert witnesses, ignoring of the fact that men are victims of the abuse as well. Pompano Mike, doesn't Amber's masculine look make her look more likely to commit the abuse? If she were your client, would you recommend she dress more feminine? Absolutely. I would either recommend that she wears, a nice professional dress, not like a long dress, like a professional short dress, or a long skirt, like a knee-length skirt with a suit blazer, type top, something like that. If she wanted to be more formal looking, but I don't know that it makes her more abusive. Just in general, like Amber Heard doesn't look like she used to, but she's still not like the most hideous person in the room. She could dress nice and be relatively pretty without trying to look like she's going to a modeling shoot. Carpe Noctem, apples commit more burglaries than oranges. So every time I talk about burglary, I'll preface it with when that apple. Peggy Pond, thank you for the donation. Chris LaForest, her whole testimony is just to create the male abuser, female victim narrative, just like Rottenborn asking about Amber over and over with the nurse. Law 7468, we have to be careful not to stereotype IPA while only using he pronouns to describe violence. Otto Rommel, DUI guy's off-camera photo looks like he should be in a lineup with William Bonney. Maybe he should. 11 Bravo Crunchy, IPV sounds like an STD. It does, doesn't it? Igor Slagathor, would a spouse, girlfriend, boyfriend withholding sex until a chore, duty, or payment responsibility, paying bills, or reward sex for a gift constitute prostitution? Probably not. I think it would constitute maybe abuse, but not prostitution. Brotherhood of Steelman, PTSD, post-traumatic shit disorder. Red Rumax, why nobody mentions that Scramber beat up her previous partner too? They can't introduce that in court without Amber's team opening the door to it. I think they may have gotten close to that today, and they may go there on cross. But right now, they have to have Amber's team give them permission, basically, by asking a bad question or getting bad testimony. But then once they do, then it gets to come in. Tyler Fulton, message retracted. Chris Beebe, how dare Crazy Cat Lady besmirch the name of our beloved Dr. Mommy? Black Mustang says, could they use this to bring up Amber's history of violence? How could she have PTSD caused by Depp when she also had violence in her past relationship? I don't think that's the way. I think the way is, this lady, this expert, did an assessment of Amber Heard's history of domestic violence. I think you just ask if she ever reported her allegations of domestic violence that are against her in some way. Like, you have to get to that, or you can use it to impeach. But she didn't report this, did she? Did you review this in your review? Boone, regarding her tux jacket, she's copying Elon at the Met last night. Sassy Gal Beauty, she initially said it was just a post-it note. Baby Cancer 5, with Roe being overturned, does this imply that 2015 rulings on gay marriage can be? I mean, it can be, but it's not, since there doesn't seem to be fundamentals or roots in the system. Yeah, it does not. Obergefell, the 2015 decision, has a stronger basis in the 14th Amendment than Roe versus Wade ever did. Because if they determine that sexual orientation is encompassed in sex, as it is written in the 14th Amendment, then Obergefell makes some sort of sense. Yeah, I wouldn't look for that to be overturned and not from the Roe decision. Phil H., we need Dr. Mommy to cross this SJW. Doctor, let the sparks fly. Caw Betch, female pup crumbling, Lamau. K-Dub smiles. What if Amber believes her own lies while testing? That's the risk, right? But psychologists are supposed to look for the delusional signs. Kada Breezy. We all know what women like. We all know a woman like this, and she has no friends. Everyone tries to keep their distance like it's COVID. Lewis, how did this doctor know about Dr. Curry's other test that she wasn't asked about? Does she have Dr. Curry's report? Yes. Or has she watched the trial? Yes. She gets expert witnesses can watch the trial. They can't talk to the lawyers while they're testifying, but they can watch the trial. Absolutely. Tina Lewis, watching the so-called expert review her notes during direct, an action allowed by the judge. I cannot help but remember the judge comment about Johnny not receiving a fair trial in the UK. What the hell? Braymore, all Amber's makeup injuries are on her right side. What I've seen is Johnny Depp writer left-handed. Abused people's contusions and abrasions are not cute and don't go away in 2 to 3 days, even with Amica cream. David Stowe, Twitterverse hates this woman. #men2 is trending. Battle says it sounds more and more like Amber is projecting Depp's action onto herself when talking with psychiatrists. Depp made avoidance efforts, not Amber. Shelley, I am a clinical psychologist for the U.S. Army. MFAST is brief and assesses malingering of psychotic symptoms, not for psychiatric. Thank you for that, Shelley. Scott Campbell, Amber Heard was the hot chick that turned into a zombie in Columbus's apartment in Zombieland. The director was like, okay, Amber, in this scene, act normal. Merton, Amber trying really hard to look like LA Noire NPC during an interrogation with those facial expressions. No kidding. They're so like projected on her face. Scott Campbell, if the defense wanted everyone to believe their psychologist over Dr. Mommy, then they should have either hired a hotter Dr. Mommy or a Dr. Daddy. Brian Miller, didn't a couple therapists say she couldn't remember who left? How does this lady know she wasn't there? Oh, I think I read that one earlier. Mr. Squiggles, Andrea, please show us your t-shirt again. Stop it. Nebulaeus, at what point does she become a character witness? Well, I don't think she's testifying to her expert opinion, so she won't become a character witness unless she says, but in my off time, I got to know Amber, and she's really fun and super cool, and she gives money to the poor. Zach Williams, if mumbling under your breath is considered violence, my 7-year-old father should be tried for war crimes. First, last, Psych sounds like a fan, not a doctor telling Amber's story. Also, no one is buying Amber's fake crying. Megan M. So basically, this doctor's entire job is to say men are always the problem, never the victim in domestic violence and sexual assault. Yes. Yes, that is absolutely her job. That is why they brought her. They want that in the mind of the jury. They want to harken back to that traditional idea that men are perpetrators of sexual violence and domestic violence at a higher rate than women. Evan Balgord, antihate.ca. On Cross, they need to ask this feminazi whether her entire clinical outlook is based on the Duluth model, which has been thoroughly debunked. It is, I'm sure. Chad Nick, check your Twitter DM for me. Chad Megan M. So basically, this doctor's entire job is to say men are always the problem, never the victims. Yep, just read that one. Ocean, well, it's a repeat, but yes, still true. Ocean Redux, look, women still get beat up a lot more, but it's messed up how the one time someone famous gets beat up, nobody believes him because he's Johnny Depp and his wife happens to be Amber. WTF. Men get beat up a lot. They really do. Women report getting beat up more often. But yeah, there's strong evidence that the numbers are really close. Rip says, here's to public defender mommy Andrea. Been a great addition. I like her. Roger de Laborde, welcome to paralegal status. Same with you, Kat Wagner. Thank you, guys. G, what, if anything, have you done to fix sound? OBS. Well, actually, the last person who asked that, I pulled their throat out through their anus. That's what I did to fix the sound. Ask me again. Michael McCartney, Johnny Depp was in London Fields with Amber Heard, so he clearly didn't have an issue with her being in being in her soft porn movies. Well, even so, it is not weird. It is not weird, and it is not sexual violence for a husband to say, you know what? I wish you wouldn't go to topless beaches, for example, or you know what? I wish you didn't wash your car naked in the driveway. You know what? I wish you weren't on OnlyFans. These are you know what? I wish you weren't a bikini model. Even that's not sexual violence. That's just someone saying, I think that our relationship is more intimate than the world needs to be with us, right? Like that's okay. It's okay for a man to express that about his wife, and it's okay for a wife to express the same thing about her husband. Like, I really wish you weren't a Chippendale dancer, Mr. Thunder from Down Under or whatever. Shut up, Shayla. David Stowe, is it just me, or does it seem like Depp's attorneys know how bad Dr. Hughes' testimony is? So they aren't objecting much, so she can keep talking. There wasn't a ton they could object to. There wasn't a ton that they could object to. So, I mean, they might have missed some, but I don't think they missed anything critical that was actually able to be objected to. Ali Lenoir, thank you for the donation. Mesmerizer, this is the longest episode of Adults of Charlie Brown ever. It's about May people. When was this evaluation done? Is there evidence of physical violence? Probably not. Deccan, Heard is a BS artist. Dr. Biased is her avid connoisseur. Things to do. Haven't seen rolls drop like there will be. Lone Wolf, exactly. That was a couple monologue. It sounded personal and highly preferential, or complete monologue. Drew Addison, I feel like this woman would claim cold oatmeal as an example of men abusing women, even if it's clearly the woman's job to cook the oatmeal. Christine Daly, wait, how does she know about other testimonies in this case? Experts are allowed to listen to other testimony to inform their expert opinions. Virtual Liz, Depp's script for Cialis really throws the sexual violence claim into doubt, don't you think? I mean, maybe, but maybe he took the Cialis and then he's like, oh, I got to get rid of this thing. Steve, I don't know if that's how Cialis works. I'm not a purveyor of the little blue pills. Stephen Barone, couldn't they go back just based on the op-ed? If she wants to deny that the article wasn't referring to Depp, can they ask her who she was referring to? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Mr. Obi-Wan says all these news stories of sexual assault is why Doc wanted her notes. Ryoji Mata, let me remind the chat, Amber has seemingly recorded every single incident to date, except when there was sexual violence. These are brand new allegations they're introducing. Igor Slagathor, this psych sounds like my daughter thinks I'm cool and is my best friend mom trying to sound cool with her new hip lingo. So she's totally unbiased. Bobbert, the Curry testimony worked because we already saw evidence of everything she said. This testimony is not working because she is saying stuff we haven't seen any proof of. Jacques Cersei, thank you. JV, this woman is a primary example of why men like myself who've experienced IPV never come forward. No, Jay, you did not experience IPV. You were the perpetrator of IPV. And how dare you? How dare you besmirch women like that? Mop Hop, look at Amber. She should win an Oscar for worst actress for that fake look she gave. Igor, the psych reads a script and acts better than Amber. Lady Lee, on Cross, can they question the percentage of times she referenced females as victims and abusers as male in her generalizations, and ask if she always assumes similar bias when evaluating solutions or cases. I don't know that she wouldn't know. They could put it together and say, would you believe me if I said this? It'd be better to go through her literature, in my opinion, and do it that way. Sonia Fowler, there were often witnesses close by when alleged sexual assault with bottle occurred. Can't wait for cross. Ocean Redux, any good women know Amber guilty as F after today. Oh my God, Andrea, if you think he's guilty, B, you better fight me. I'm pretty sure Andrea is firmly on Team Johnny, if I had to guess. Shelley, again, I'm a psychologist. There is no data. She's just describing the therapy notes. Exactly. Yes, I agree with you. Michelle Higgins, why wasn't this reported from her? I'm so concerned. Huh? Mike Huckhold says, where's the Coke? Says Johnny as he pulls back Amber's meaty wizard sleeve, looking lips in search of his pirate powder. Oh my God. It's happening with Harper. How is this doc allowed to see Isaac's testimony? She mentioned it, but I thought witnesses can't see anything before they testify. Experts can. Fact witnesses cannot. Because expert witnesses, like their expert opinions are not going to be changed by something that they see. I mean, they could reevaluate with new evidence, their expert opinion, but like it's not going to improperly influence it. Whereas a fact witness might become privy to a fact that they didn't know before that could change how they remember something. So that's the difference. Angela B. Manasa David says she doesn't need notes for the allegations. Angela B. I have given birth 4 times and have yet to bruise my vag. Purple Prose. Americans are literally researching themselves to death. Hospitals have been reduced to data collection agencies. Igor Slagathor, it seems like the psych is projecting every guy that stood her up, never called back or rejected her and broke her heart. All men are evil type. I would ask her maybe if she has been the victim of domestic violence. Have you been the victim of intimate partner violence? That, I mean, especially if you know she has, like if it's part of her story or testimony or whatever, nail her on the bias there. Big Red says we need the battle of the centuries. Dr. Karen versus Dr. Muffins. Ash, y'all. Also, if she says she had never been in an IPV prior to Depp, then that means it could only have been Depp she was speaking about in the op-ed. Jules Fuel, thank you for the donation. Stephen Barone, why is she being allowed to state all of this as fact? She's just repeating allegations. She's technically stating it as what informed her opinion. It's not quite fact. It's a distinction. The jury's not going to care about the distinction. They hear it, right? Igor, at Lawyer, we understand you haven't been able to stay up to date with prior stuff for this trial. You've been busy with the AK-50. Purple Prose, in every recent big case where someone was released into society, it was an expert that decided they were safe to be released into society. Krisha Lakiani says, can't they keep another lawyer just to object? No, it looks like in this court, the person doing the examination or the cross-examination is the attorney who handles the objections for that witness. Whew. Bald Eagle says this judge has dropped the ball so much, nothing can be objected to now. This is now a mudslinging match. Passive judge loses control of the courtroom. Emma Smith, can you put Lawyer on the main screen, please? Oh my goodness. No, I will not satiate your impure leering. The female gaze is a real problem that we need to talk about right now. Purple Psyche says, wait, the doctor said she felt shame, but the marriage therapist said that Amber felt pride in her violence. Chair Force Gaming, Rittenhouse bawling his eyes out, trembling and struggling to breathe is what PTSD really looks like, not this little pout that Amber is putting on. Love you. Hey, thank you. Silver Grove, read that one. John Jackson, your coverage of this trial has been great, helping me get past my dad's recent passing. I'm enjoying each day with a nice big glass of his favorite Irish whiskey, Jameson. Cheers. Oh, cheers, John. Sorry to hear about that. Mishka, Dr. Old Hen doesn't sound like an expert, more like old fat hen from Bazaar. P.S. Take a look at drwebmd.com, Dr. Hayes rating, and patient's comments. Let's see. Ocean Reduct. A Redux says, Nick, no bans at you, but men generally don't last over 5 minutes. So the whole Johnny got mad at Amber for not being able to perform is pure crap unless he was numb, and then she wouldn't be able to walk. I mean, 5 minutes? I mean, okay. Slim Lacey, it's a good strategy to make her seem this perfect. Or is it a good strategy to make her seem this perfect? No, I think it shows clear bias. It sounds extremely disingenuous when we have the audio. Wouldn't they be better off being more balanced like Dr. Babe was? Yeah, I think so. Zach Williams, which level of violence is leaving a grumpy on your partner's side of the bed? Yaya Mac, thank you for the donation. Buckeye Jenna says, shouldn't her testimony be limited to her expert report? Yes. Andrew Hansen, dumb. Can they move to strike this testimony? Or dumb question. Can they move to strike this testimony? I don't think they have sufficient basis to strike it. If this is in her report or within the scope, then she can testify this way. We, the jury, started watching during Edgecombe, rewatched Rittenhouse trial on your channel. My question is, was this an idea of yours to stream trials? If so, it's brilliant. Thanks for what you do. I answered you in chat. I hope you saw it. But if you didn't see it, what I said was, it was my idea to do it during Chauvin, but I could not. The day the Derek Chauvin trial started, I was in a van driving down to Florida and would remain down in Florida for the majority, if not all, of the trial. So I could not do that. I was with family and unable to do full day streams. But after that, I decided, well, I had decided already that Rittenhouse was going to be one of these things too. That just ended up being the first one because I wasn't able to do Chauvin. But yeah, it was my idea to do that. It was not my thought that it would be as popular as it is. Humble Man said, and the panel kind of grew organically with it. Humble Man says, notice how she was not prepped when it came to her reveals or her evals and needed notes, but recounted Amber's side flawlessly. Mop Hop, holy crap, Johnny Depp's team is going to have an absolute field day ripping this expert apart on Cross, and it will be glorious. And if that can discredit her, it will hurt Amber even more on the stand. Adam Wofford, don't you mean no one will believe men? That harkens right back to that recording. Maybe play that for her. What do you think of this if someone were to say this? Ryoji Mata, it's never been testified to that there were threats of murder towards Amber or him calling her sexual violence a hoax in evidence. Tortheo, she ended on questioning my story as abuse. Bad. KD, I'm starting to think Amber will not take the stand. They use the experts to testify for her. No, I think she will. I think she has to. If she doesn't, fine. I think she loses immediately. Austin Inglis says, what trials are you looking at covering after this? Well, I'm not sure what's immediately after this or, within a couple weeks. I do know that in August, I'll be doing the self-defense trial for the dumpster defenders, the father-son down in Arlington, Texas, who, or Amarillo, Texas, I think, who, or is it Arlington? It doesn't matter. Who shot a man over a shared dumpster and a mattress. That is going to be a great trial. It's not going to be like Johnny Depp popular anywhere else, but I hope it's Johnny Depp popular here because we're going to have a blast with that. These guys. Oh yeah, here I got it here.
Thank you, swing. I doubt it.
Those two guys right there. They're on trial for murder, and it's going to be a doozy because, or Abilene. Thank you, Texas Red, Abilene, Texas, and Michelle Miller. Thank you. Yeah, Abilene, Texas. All the witnesses are going to be so Texan. Oh, I love it. Oh, it's going to be like home. Krishesh Lakiani. Thank you for the donation. Kelsey Skates, this is a disservice and injustice to people that actually have PTSD, that actually were abused. This psych quack is beyond biased. Krishish Lakiani, she seems more like an annoying, pestering aunt than a therapist, frowning the whole time. Nicole, how does rebuttal work? When can they call Dr. Curry to Karen slap this expert? After Amber Heard's team rests, they get some time for rebuttal. Oh, the dumpster. Yeah, the dumpster defenders is in August. August is the dumpster defender lawsuit trial. I want to say it starts August 8th, but I'm not positive on that. But yes, rebuttal will be the time after the defense rests. Satan the Sir, Gaming and Stuff says, objection, Your Honor. The notion that mom jeans aren't sexy is simply ridiculous. Of Mice and Panda, fellow Minnesota resident looking to go to law school to be a lawyer, hopefully better than Amber Heard's team. Any tips on where to go and what to expect? Well, I mean, if you want to go to probably the most marketable law school in Minnesota, go to the U of M and do really well. If you go to either Mitchell Hamlin or St. Thomas, you're going to be fine if you want to practice in Minnesota. But I think U of M carries a little bit more nationwide recognition. What can you expect? Expect to be a little disappointed, I think, by everybody there, including your professors or whatever, and expect to read a ton. Just reading and reading and reading, and lots of reading, and a little bit of writing, but a lot of reading. Samurai, signs of an abused woman is well documented. How does an abused man look like? Emotional abuse manifests in anger as a cry for help and can be spun in court. Oh, real quick, back to Of Mice and Panda. That is to say, if you have a traditional schedule, if you, like me, I had to go nights, weeknights specifically. So that's why I went to, it was William Mitchell at the time. Now it's Mitchell Hamlin. But I went there because they had an excellent night school program and by excellent, I meant the scheduling was what I could do. I could not have done a traditional schedule for 4 years with where I lived and all the kids and everything. Let's see. Littening Ninja 36 says, part 1, my family has a new rule. We don't drink around grandma. She had an issue with alcohol and went to AA. It would tempt her to start again. If I were to drink in front of my grandma, my brother would probably kill me. Amber's an absolute piece of shit for doing that. Kelsey Skates, she's not experienced enough to discuss men and women perpetrators of domestic violence. Tom S., when asked if Amber's other shrinks diagnosed her with a personality disorder, Dr. Curry said at least one of them doesn't believe in personality disorders. Yeah, some of them are like that. Megan M., Doc, no, I don't take everything a person says is true. Also, Doc, I basically took everything Amber Heard said is true because she said it and men are bad. Nightmare Zero, Cat Lady will be doing squats during Cross 2. Just watch. Oh, popping up and down with the objections, you mean? Here we go. Vandal FB, wouldn't she be allowed to talk to her lawyer for 10 days? Or would she be allowed to? She's technically would not be allowed to talk to her lawyer about her testimony. But other than that, they'd be allowed to confer, yeah. But it's all self-policed. Hobo Jim, thank you for the donation. Mike Hoyer saying Amber Heard has PTSD is an insult to people with PTSD. Benjamin Gentry, this lady's clearly a professional expert witness. I wonder how often she's in divorce hearings. She said she's testified over 100 trials, I think. Ben Gerber, lethal domestic violence testimony has me thinking how lucky she was to marry Johnny. Anyone else would have actually left her in the trunk of a Civic. Steve from PA, OBS and bring a cat unless you can substitute a rabbit, squirrel, or duck. Adam, if I had a therapist like this woman, I'd probably take a long drop with a short stop. Alan Paxton, heading to bed. Is that day one, and how bad was it for Heard? Did we get a glimpse of Team Depp closing, giving the fight over summary judgment? Love you. Yes, you got a glimpse of the closing. A little fire that they're going to bring. As far as it was day one for Amber Heard's side, they got to start. And how was it? It was an okay day for them. It was an okay day for them. Trent Johnson, how do you function? You drink more than you sleep. Not well right now. Can't wait to go lay down. But of course, I have an interview at 7:30. So, trial time is busy time. Danny Conley, how quickly will she lose her composure on Cross? Can't imagine she takes kindly to being questioned, especially by a man. And she will be. She will be cross-examined by a man. It'll be great. Sarjan Narwan, imagine if they brought up Jordan Peterson as an expert. Sentinel Rex, everyone wants to talk about Nick's monster of a nose, but it seems nobody has noticed how pointy his are. I guess you mean my ears? The man is clearly a fairy tale creature sent from the Fae to practice law. Excellent work, Nick. Alex Fuhrer, did she really say that she saw the video? Does that mean they only have the one of Johnny banging the kitchen, nothing else? Love your channel. Maybe no, she would have had access to more, but she was probably just referencing that video. Where am I doing the interview tonight? It's not on YouTube. I don't think it's live. Let me see. It is I'll tell you what the show is. It's the Adult in the Room podcast with Victoria Taft. I did an interview with them during Rittenhouse, but yeah, that'll be, yeah, that's, I'm going to do an interview with her today. So should be cool. Cars in Depth. Most of therapeutic industry is feminist, anti-male. By the way, most reliable longitudinal studies show women initiate domestic violence as often as men do. Yeah, that was mentioned by Andrea, I think, as well. Do I think Amber's new PR guy was trying to cause a mistrial? No, I think he's trying to get Court TV to get their cameras to focus on Amber more and get her good shots. TC Barnett, thank you for the wonderful content. Much love towards you and the family. Your content has got me through so much of college. Can't thank you enough. Toast to you and the greater success to the stream. TC Barnett, toast to me. Thank you. I appreciate it. But really, it's you guys. It's the chat that lets me do all this. You guys are enablers, vicious abusers. Ponton 21. It's arnica cream. Crazy cat lady lawyer pronounced it wrong the entire time. Yeah, I know. That's why we say amica cream, is because she did it wrong. Makes it funnier. Sven Sigurdsson. Just wondering when it comes to Amber Heard's turn, seeing that Depp's witnesses went through cross and both sides did their thing, will anything from here on be new, or will we be revisiting old stuff? Oh, no, I think in this trial, you can expect there to be new stuff all the way to the end. All the way to the end. Holy hand grenade. How can I get some of those pills you take for your narcolepsy? I hear they can be ordered from like India or Canada. I don't know how to do that. I have a prescription from my doctor for my diagnosed brain disorder. Let's see. Benjamin Gentry, because if you call the cops when a woman assaults you, you are likely going to jail. Ask me how I know. Ben, I think I know how you know, actually. I think I can figure it out. Dex Luther, check out Go Light Stream since StreamYard is trash. Yeah, during the break, when we have like several days off in a row, I probably will be switching streaming software. It's going to take me a bunch of time to move everything over. Electritix says, I used to want to be a lawyer back in the day, but I have ADHD plus ADD, and I found that my thoughts would always tangent when I try to focus on what people are saying. Thankfully, live streaming gets you to go back and listen again. Yeah, I probably have some level of ADD. I don't know if I don't know if it's diagnosable or not, but I have trouble. I have to keep myself occupied in other ways, oftentimes by like doodling or drawing or reading. I can't really read on stream while something's happening, but I do. I read the chat. That actually kind of helps me listen, which is weird. I don't know. Horsehead, men probably don't report being abused as much. Despite the brave new world we live in, there's still a double standard. Guys will suffer in silence. Tyrannus Cygnus, I was abused for 10 years. You have to make the move to get out. Yes, you do. You do, absolutely. Cal L, from what I read, it's roughly 60-40 between women and men perpetrating, with mostly mutual. However, the reality is Amber Heard was correct in one of her audio recordings when she said Depp is a man and no one will believe him. AU, constantly reminded of Bill Burr's no reason to hit a woman bit when following this case. Would love to see your reaction if you have not already. I'm not going to do it today. We're almost done, and I need to lay down. I've got to get just a little bit of rest. AU constant. CL Hunter, use OBS or Streamlabs, Nick. Bathtub cat strangling. Ken's gay casting couch sent a rainbow. Thank you. Mike Middleton, you saw the movement. Now tune into Me Too, the trial. Winning Reality out tonight. Episode 1 of Crazy Cat Lady Lawyer. Watch a master at work as she demos her patented when in doubt makeup defense. Funniest video yet. CL Hunter, I do whatever I want. Ken, use OBS. Nick, lol. KW, Dr. Karen's website says she doesn't accept insurance, cash or check only. $350 per hour per session. High-end call girls would be a better investment. I'm curious what her expert witness fee is. It could be very different. DE Poland sexual assault calls his cervix bruising. The vajayjay stretches. Look up sexual assault. I did. Vijay can tear. Where's the gyno report and the rape kit? Benigma says Dr. Dawn Hughes has 1-star rating on her business. Ribbit, if the jury is truly between 25 and 35 years old, they're going to rule in favor of Amber. After all, that age group is full of simps. Maybe, I don't know. My audience is primarily between 25 and 35. DE Poland, hot mommy psychologist was more credible and pro. I agree. Cindy Martz, thank you for the donation. Emmy, what about the note Heard team passed the PR guy? Isn't it even allowed? Again, I don't see why they would not be able to pass a note to someone in the gallery. Like as long as they're not disrupting the court, there shouldn't be any problem with that. Igor Dinitz says one chat said he is left-handed. Was JD was asked if his dominant hand was the one with the finger industry. He said yes. Amber has to ask Musk for better lawyers. Oh yeah. Dominant hand was the one with the finger, which was his. Well, he said that was his strumming hand. I don't know. Let's see. Catboy Nick Ricada, thank you for the donation. Gone Awry says, did Amber give Johnny a VD? I have no idea. P-Dub, did you catch the witness calling Amber's punching minor? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Rawset, as a survivor of domestic violence, I'm offended. You know, Nick, I do. Matthew Self, drinking Q&A with Lady Rackets when you hit 400K. She is not the hugest fan of coming on streams, but we'll see. Seagody, FYI, that DUI guy hit piece is about someone else. At Kroeg Fag is retarded. Yeah, we discovered that. Igor Diniz, misheard, couldn't be more misheard, by the way. Beauty Bomb with Carol says, Amber Heard, PR, and lawyer passing notes. That's okay. Again, I'm not aware of any rule that would prevent her from talking to her PR agent or passing a note from her lawyer team to them. As long as it's not disrupting the court and not against some specific rule, it's fine. Ken's gay casting couch, Rainbow, Brittany Roll. Are notes allowed to be passed to her PR team? Lots of people are asking this. This must be a trending story right now. Joseph Magnus says, hey, Nick, ever heard of OBS? Just kidding. Ken's gay casting couch sent a hot dog this time. Amy Klein, my chat I sent earlier didn't go through. Cheers. My daughter got a permanent restraining order against her crazy boyfriend yesterday. I am glad to hear that. I hope she is now safe. That would be, that's good. Let me check if there might be some more super chats. Many super chats today, which I am not complaining about, of course. Oh my gosh. I have to find the spot though. I have an idea. Okay, here we go. David Hamilton. Read that one. Ekimo. Reminder, you can see those abusive finger cutting milkers. Oh, I did read that one. Oh, I think we are done. Wait, no, here's the one from Amy Amy Klein that got missed. Can you please cheers for my daughter? We went to court yesterday for a restraining order and the guy didn't show up. The judge gave a permanent restraining order against him. To Amy Klein, to hopefully ending a cycle of intimidation and abuse. I'm glad for the safety of your daughter. Cheers. Have you read any of the Siege of Terra novels from Lord of Rats? Yes, the first two I did. And I like them. I'm slowly reading the third. DCV Titan. Wait, her last name is Vasquez. So two things. One, I doubt people mistake her for a man. Two, someone get her an M56 smart gun. Yes. Yes, that's what I thought. Karen Chudlowski, can I pay you to ignore super chats mentioning OBS? No, I mean, there's a number somewhere. Andrew Hansen, unborn babies haven't even put gum in sister's hair, let alone something deserving death. Murderers have committed an act worthy of death. Blue-eyed Roof Curry in the base. This question is inspired by Attack on Titan. Nick, help me reconcile the following. If someone, be it a person or government, is trying to take away or suppress my freedoms, why can I not do the same? I mean, it depends on the freedom. It has to be a proportional response. Chango 721, you can drown someone in a shower. It just takes longer. Crazy Warrior, would be funny if everyone left when Turd got up. Rosie, love your channel and the panel, the best legal channel covering Depp and Heard cases. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Rosie. Celine Appledorn, I read that one. Simpson 07, that you referenced earlier, the terms domestic violence and abuse are different arguments. Are they two sides of the same coin? If one side is arguing one term and vice versa, then who's right? Look, it depends on what she said. I don't remember if her op-ed says violence or abuse, but verbal abuse is abuse technically, but domestic violence is typically not considered verbal abuse. It's considered, a physical beating. So I think it does matter in that way. And of course, she's trying to invoke, like, now they're going to, oh, well, he was mentally abusive, but that's not what she's like. The Violence Against Women Act is not, and being the face of that, you're not putting someone who was yelled at up on the string, up on Congress, right? You're putting someone who was punched, kicked, bitten, whipped, hit with a stick, beaten. That's what she was implying with Johnny Depp. But that's how defamation stuff goes. Like they imply the worst stuff and then they try and mitigate it. Well, I didn't mean that. I meant the lighter thing. It's like, no, you didn't. You wanted the worst. Coltrane, read that one. Netcat, I've had two tweets with justice for Johnny Depp and them hidden in my group chats on Twitter, and the hashtag seems to be suppressed. Jeremiah, Ricada, great job on the streams. Been following you since Rittenhouse. Shout out to Tug for tracking the whole case. Finally, this is a win for Depp already. I agree. Romy says Runkle is chill AF. He is. I like him. Jen, nay, I'm going to remember if I see Johnny Depp's wife with evidence of battery or vice versa, even 30 years later. Wade 4 says, just got back. Didn't see if you answered my question. Why is this taking place in Virginia? Also, thank you for the great content. I did a short video on this, but the reason it's taking place in Virginia is because that's where Washington Post is headquartered. And by publishing an op-ed in the Washington Post, Amber Heard reached into Virginia. So therefore, Virginia has jurisdiction over her and any defamatory statement she would have made in that op-ed article. And you don't want it to be in California. There you go. Matt Susevich, I'm buying concealed carry insurance that will allow me to pick my own counsel. Any suggestions for picking a local defense attorney ahead of time in case the need ever arises? 1, first, you should do that. 2, go interview all of them and ask them how many cases they've done in that area. Ask them, test their knowledge, probe them. Interview your attorneys, y'all. The Magic One, thank you for the donation. Amazing Wireless 2, read that one. Geety for Runkle, meet up for drinks in Toronto. First round on me. Shoot, he's gone. Joseph Bennett, ask him about the house hippo. Subtitles, does anyone else think this judge looks like Wilson off of House MD, House's best friend? ASO, notice how Heard's psychiatrist is unattractive. I noticed. I'm like that, but I noticed. Lola Big Cups, thank you for the donation, says, note to men, don't marry a woman who surrounds herself with a squad. They're only going to talk about you. Marital difference should be private. Miss Maniac 666 says, can Johnny Depp's lawyers now cross-examine that doctor about her knowledge of Amber being charged with domestic violence in 2009? Not sure if you discussed this already. If it's not on the table yet, they're getting really close. I would be asking the judge for permission to go there on cross based on what we have so far. Give Earth back to dinosaurs. Thank you for the donation. Josie Cornell, she is woke and will believe that women cannot lie. Her credentials gave away her bias. Wait for it. I ate the juice. Listening to your stream pop free live. I run your audio as an input to CC Audition. Use a real-time pop filter, then set it as a speaker's output. It's easy. Type of setup doesn't matter. MK Ultra. This lady has done it all, it seems, and also has a disturbing amount of pearls on her neck. Where are we? Mexican Iron Man, read that one. Oh gosh, where are we now? This thing got all out of order. G says, I just want to see Judge Schrader versus Cat Lady. Hopscotch, if Amber Heard testifies, can you invite Brittany Venti onto your show so we can hear her opinions on this broad and maybe get a couple of them epic venties? Probably not during the testimony, but maybe we could do a show like she could come on a night show or something and we could talk about it. Anna, or even watch parts of it. Anna P. I hope they ask Amber Heard if men can be victims of domestic violence. Yeetus Mimas. Hey, Ricade, I'm a college freshman studying for history. Many friends pester me to get something more useful like a law degree. Any thoughts? Only get a law degree if you want to practice law. Do not get a law degree if you want to do anything else, even making money. There are plenty of better ways to do it. Only do a law degree if you want to practice law. It is a hard, annoying profession with a ton of hours. And if you don't like it, you will hate it. Weirdo with a cello. I can't keep up with the day streams. Stay long, you massive. By the way, you missed an EFAP stream about criminal culpability. Kitty Tan, if Depp's team did not get a chance to deposition Whitney, can she still testify? I would think so, yeah. Yeah. Light Giver. As a woman who was a victim of extreme abuse years ago, one thing you never do is provoke an abuser. Not one woman who has been abused will scream or throw a punch at an abuser. Well, see, the doctor today said you're wrong, so you are. Brock Jordan, Whitney may not testify at all. Never finished her depo and refused to return. Motion to exclude her has been filed, waiting on judge ruling. Well, there you go. That'll be interesting. Roy Oman, thoughts on the appeal filed by Derek Chauvin for either a retrial, reversal of conviction, or resentencing, citing a biased jury and an unfair trial. I think he's probably not going to prevail on that. I think he should. I think that, like, even if you think Derek Chauvin is guilty, which I think there's evidence enough for his guilt, that a jury could find him guilty, and they did. I think the jury that they had, there was a juror who lied on there. You can't have that. That alone should have been grounds for a mistrial, in my opinion. Slime Twizza, Cat Lady Heard lawyer was at JD premiere years ago, being a fan, filming him. I'll put the link. I've seen the picture. I'll put the link in the chat, or you can look it up if you haven't seen it already. I saw on TikTok, thought it was insane. John Holbert, knowing Amber's demeanor, in your opinion, how easy should it be for Johnny's exceptional team of lawyers to get Amber to lose her shit? Estimated percent. I think they'll get her to be unlikable. I don't know if they want her to blow up, but I think they want her to be unlikable and unhinged, and I think they'll do that. Justin Wright, read that. Contrarian 420, my pro-jab mandate friends are now enraged about a perceived assault on bodily autonomy. Make it make sense. I can't. The turns have tabled. Do you think it's possible that Amber Heard obtained a child in anticipation of losing this case, possibly to use a child to not pay the full amount? I don't see the reasoning behind that, but maybe. Miss Missy, any chance that Heard's witnesses have backed out since the trial started? Well, I heard Franco did. Now, I mean, who knows? Who knows what's going on? But yeah, there's always a chance. Blue-eyed Roof Korean the base. Amber using the "you make daddy hit you" argument. Zerank's feminists need to hand wave away any threat to their billion-dollar industry. Violence Against Women Act, replace Family Violence Prevention Services Act, gendering domestic violence, under which more women were arrested then than now. Stephanie Warren, your guests need to know when to STFU. Sorry, that's annoying. Sorry. Anna P, was this their way of preventing Amber Heard from testifying? No, I think she's still going to testify. I think she still has to. I mean, she has to for her to have a chance. Some dude, if Depp was accused of being a map, Disney. Joe O, Flesh and Bones. Mineral spirits are flammable, so Amber could have set Johnny on fire. If she had a smoke and the bottle broke, Amber should go to jail, in my opinion. CBDX.com says, feels like SCOTUS has really overshadowed everything law-related today. Would love to see a stream dedicated to the 98-page leaked opinion. Oh, and of course, knows at checkout for 20% off THC products. We'll see. 98 pages is a long stream. That's a long stream. I might try and go through and hit highlights in there, but I'll have to look at it. Heike says, it's a good speech, isn't it? Mo, what are the chances she will dismiss? They were extremely low. They were always very low. 200 Watt Studio, dozens of videos of Johnny as Jack Sparrow visiting sick kids at children's hospitals. Amber kept the money she promised to Children's Hospital. Steel Curtain, Johnny Depp's team is pulling its best Michael Jordan routine, going hard to the paint with his tongue out, eviscerated. Me says, me 04120, Your Honor, we ask that the court find this defendant's motion to be fake and gay. Gerard Garvin, there's something fishy about Dr. Kipper. I know you love puns. Gross. Kipper snacks are disgusting. Kat Wagner, imagine dressing like a caterer just to get served like this. Why is this trial taking place in Virginia? I answered it earlier. Sorry that you had to ask a couple times. Ocean Redux, Nick, I'm talking to someone in chat. I have to ask, if we repeal the 19th Amendment, do male to female trans lose the right to vote suddenly because they're woman? They should, right? Lol. I don't know. I'm not a biologist. Everyone should lose their right to vote but me. Stephen Barone, they're going to do everything they can to keep Miss Heard from having to testify. It will be fun to see what tactics they use in the coming days. If she doesn't testify, she's going to lose. Gerard Garvin, thanks for the donation. Ryan Augustine, on abortion, what would your response be to someone who references 10th Amendment as former defense of Civil War, slavery, / what it could mean for gay marriage? Civil War and slavery is simple. First of all, slavery was entirely permissible when the 10th Amendment was written. Slavery was actually, the return of slaves was enshrined in the Constitution. We amended that out. We got rid of that. We further implemented the 14th Amendment. Well, the 13th Amendment to prevent, I think that was the prevention of slavery. The 14th Amendment guaranteed equal protection for all of the amendments to be applied to the states. So the states couldn't just use a 10th Amendment excuse. And then finally, the 15th Amendment for the right to vote for Black men. So, yeah, we've have amendments to have take care of the 10th Amendment issue with Civil War and slavery. What could it mean for gay marriage? The Roe versus Wade? Very little. Nothing that it didn't already mean for gay marriage. Martin Pine, I'm Australian. Please accept my humble $7.06. Nick, maybe get a gallon of gas. K-Dub smiles. She wanted to hurt him. The 2016 didn't hurt it enough, so 2018 was a harder hit, and she wanted attention not true on their face. IWD, impeachment was initiated against Justice Douglas 3 times, once for staying the Rosenberg chair ride, once for degeneracy, and once for trying to give trees civil rights. Not Chenk's nephew says, has Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson been made a Supreme Court justice? She's been confirmed, but she won't take a seat until a seat opens. If not, would she be part of such deliberations and possibly be the leaker? She could be somewhat involved, maybe. I'm not positive. I'm not positive, like on the incoming justice's status on the court. She could be. I don't think it's going to be her. I'd be very surprised if this was actually a justice. Igor Slagathor, I didn't know that Brandon Herrera was a lawyer. I thought he was just a gun maker guy. Nice that you have him back. BGM, what do SCOTUS rule? What did do when SCOTUS ruling is compromised? Nothing. They can issue the ruling. I mean, they've already confirmed that the first draft is real. They did that today. They confirmed it's authentic. So what are they going to do? Change their votes now? If the legally sound reasoning had their votes one way, changing their votes now doesn't make sense. I think that hurts the credibility of the court much more than the leak would. Evie Warner, holding my breath on this motion. Joe O. Flesh and Bones, I see why Jesus hang out with lawyers. Brian Ellerman resurrects Scalia so he can write a concurring opinion on this. Mr. Tech, Scott Adams believes Roe versus Wade leak has all the signs of a new Democratic hoax. Okay. Curtis Hollingsworth, would it be a good idea to have Miss Curry in the front row while Amber testifies? Yeah, she was in the front row today while the other lady was testifying. I would have her there if she's willing to be there. Anna P., how do we ensure Supreme Court justices leave their bias out? You don't. Ocean Redux, the one thing I hate about YouTube the most is the message not sent, edit and try again warning. Like, why make me go through my own message guessing what isn't allowed? Just highlight it, you leftoids. Correct. Andrew Hansen, SCOTUS confirms leak. Echelon Entertainment, another funny Ethan Klein scenario was his fight with Crowder. G says, it was a different DUI lawyer. SM, it will take days to get through her 14 incidents of abuse combined with the numerous lip quivering and crying delays. Richard Harrison, oh, hi, Nick. I'm not sure if you are aware, but you seem to have a problem with your audio. Thanks. President-elect Four Doors More Horse, Texas treats handshakes as contracts for good reason. Evie Warner, do they think because Depp went on so soon that Amber Heard needs to take the stand right away? I'm guessing everyone else will testify to back up what she says. I think they want to bury her testimony. That's the thing that I'm coming to right now, that she will get some facts that they need in there, but she'll be kind of she'll be a not well managed witness, and then they'll want people to forget her testimony and just use her facts on closing argument. Martin Jeninaw says, Amber's team as a Disney employee and Johnny's other sister on her witness list. Isn't that a concern since Depp's team doesn't? It depends what they're going to say. Drew Martin, finance. My world, Rottenborn, relying on the jury being completely financially ignorant here. Odds are they are not. Any thoughts on lawyers discounting the intelligence of the jury? Don't underestimate the jury. That's my thought. It's very simple. Joe, Flesh and Bones, your chat keeps crashing the app on PS4. Too much based red pillness in the chat. Awesome. Ocean Redux. Nick, by the way, if you still haven't beaten that Elden Ring boss lady with the long sword who does the waterfall dance attack, whenever she prepares to do that attack, just throw an ice jar at her. I don't throw things. I wield hammers like a man. Mad Cow Mark, the reason the sale of this movie tickets weren't selling could be he threatened to kill President Trump when he said, has an actor ever killed a president? Check the timeline of when it was said. I mean, that could be, but I really don't think so, honestly, because I think we're giving a lot of credit to people's reactions to that statement. I think one of the main reasons that tickets weren't selling well is because the movies he was in 2018 or 2019, 2020 sucked. They weren't like big releases. They're just these little things. When I say sucked, I don't mean they're bad. I haven't seen them, but they're not attention grabbing box office busters. Roland S. Pirate 6. Ricada starts coughing. And then oh shit. TJ Speakman says, thanks, Nick. I did the full tour yesterday. YouTube to locals to YouTube. Now I feel like shit. And that's it. We've done it, chat. That is all the chats. Oh my goodness. Thank you all for participating. Thank you all for hanging out with me through this. I did put up a couple videos today. Oh wait, there's one more. Red Fox Moon says in Trump voice. Oh wait, no, there's some on Odyssey. There's a couple on Odyssey. OBS is great. I hear it works great for streaming audio. Cats are great too. Cats are wonderful, terrific things, little felines. Jacob says, why are you so against output-based specification? We're talking open broadcasting software. Nick's Taste Buds, have you considered taking a bat to your computer to fix the OBS audio problems? Office Space style. Yes. Phantasmagorical, if Turd is a witness and they're not supposed to discuss the trial, isn't that a problem? The parties are not subject to that. JN says, Amber's going to need barnacle cream when she gets dropped from Aquaman. CL Hunter says, use OBS and use OBS. Okay. But yeah, parties are not subject to that because the parties know the facts that they're going to testify to, and they know all the facts the witnesses are going to testify to already. They've done depositions. They've interviewed them. They know this stuff. So watching another witness isn't going to influence them in the same way. The pronator want to know why I call the SCOTUS decision Ben Shapiro, because it's also 5-4 and makes the lib seethe. Oh yeah, I read that one earlier. This is not something. It says, oh wait, I can do it this way. Grabbing the Odyssey chats here, and then we're done. Herman Arminius, how could the ghost of Kiev simultaneously be an independent black lesbian and not exist? Simple. He's Australian. He also says, did you hear that? It's the cries of 1,000 abortion activists crying out in pain as their favorite form of birth control is chipped away. Thankfully, their wombs were already more barren than Jada Pinkett's scalp, so it won't be their kids hopping up and down on Biden's lap. Gross. El Gonzo, objection. Canada doesn't have real laws. It's just like the monopoly money they pretend to use. El Gonzo says she's trying to overcompensate her qualifications to compete with Dr. Mommy. Yep. He also says, ha ha ha, Elaine is having wet dreams about Dr. Mommy. Just a reminder that Dr. Mommy asked to look at her notes dozens of times, yet Dr. Gender Studies gets straight up read out of them. El Gonzo says, what if any evidence do we have that Andrea faked her wedding ring to prevent chat from hitting on her? Seems likely. This is not a channel, says she can't dress more feminine. The people she surrounds herself with are probably psycho Hollywood feminazis telling her she looks too cis when she wears her hair down. There's no way in hell they'd support her wearing a dress. Ike 13D, you know, these Fruit Loops that are all for abortion aren't even forced to talk to abortion survivors. Wonder how that conversation would go. Phantasmagorical, I meant because she knows she's getting bad headlines. I don't remember your other chat. I'm sorry. CL Hunter says use OBS. And with that, I'm done, guys. I got to go lay down. I got to interview, like I said, in 2 hours. And then night show's really up in the air tonight because I'm dying. So hopefully I'll see you soon, either tonight or tomorrow or both. Stay tuned. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more a love rug. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who's